Chapter 4063. However, as soon as Xiaohua thought about how he had to kill a Confucian cultivator whose strength was close to that of the sage of literature, he felt bitter. The heavens were playing a big joke on him. In the folded Jadeite legacy realm, the aftereffects of using the demonic saber had yet to be eliminated, and he had to face such a strong opponent again. Xiaohua really didn't know whether the heavens wanted to kill him, or the Confucian cultivator following closely behind him. Seeing the astral winds and layers of earth, fire, wind, and lightning appearing in front of him, Xiaohua smiled bitterly again. Although the previous scene looked familiar, he couldn't be sure. However, seeing the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, Xiaohua could tell that this place was definitely not the Qilins' training ground. However, seeing the earth fire surging and the wind and lightning whistling, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and slowly calculated. Although Xiaohua was calculating, his figure didn't stop, and he pounced on the astral winds like lightning. In the distance, the Confucian cultivator was somewhat bewildered. How could the earth, fire, wind, and lightning be a place where ordinary cultivators could come? Even if he was a patrol envoy, he absolutely wouldn't stroll around here in his free time. Of course, not strolling wasn't unexpected or fearful. The Confucian cultivator's figure was like the wind, and he still chased after him without hesitation. Xiaohua entered the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, and the wind and lightning blew all over his body, causing his skin to hurt. Obviously, the astral winds here were much stronger than the ones he encountered before. Xiaohua's body flashed with a bronze brilliance. In the brilliance, the lightning on his body resisted the wind and lightning, and he rushed through a passage in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, gradually going deeper and deeper. Looking at the Confucian cultivator behind Xiaohua, at this moment, a treasured armor appeared around his body. The treasured armor was resplendent, and it easily blocked the astral winds outside the brilliance. There was simply no need to consume the Confucian cultivator's true qi. Damn it! Xiaohua also paid attention to his back, and he was even more helpless. There were countless treasures in the immortal palace, and having a treasured armor to resist the earth, fire, wind, and lightning was really nothing. While Xiaohua was secretly cursing, he opened his delirium eyes and tried his best to find traces of space in the wind and lightning. However, after flying for half an hour, he saw bursts of thunder and lightning, and the astral winds became even more violent. Even with Xiaohua's strong physical body, there were some signs that he couldn't bear it, and the promised space crack still didn't appear. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to turn around and fly in another direction. The earth, fire, wind, and lightning were boundless, and there was no direction to speak of. This guy seems to have been looking for something for a long time. The Confucian cultivator, who was chasing after Xiaohua, saw Xiaohua turn around and secretly pondered, could it be that in this earth, fire, wind, and thunder, there is still an ambush for him? In view of Xiaohua's previous cunning, the Confucian cultivator couldn't help but become cautious. He once again urged his righteous qi to protect himself before he dared to chase after Xiaohua. At this time, the Confucian cultivator had already regarded Xiaohua as an equal opponent. He did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of being careful.
Gotcha.
In the distance, there were some strange movements in the wind and thunder, setting off a thunderstorm in the range of 100 miles. When the thunderstorm gradually calmed down, Xiaohua's figure actually disappeared within the thunderstorm. How is that possible? The Confucian cultivator was shocked. He was very clear about the power of the earth, fire, wind, and thunder. He couldn't even use teleportation, so how could Xiaohua disappear into thin air? Ambush. This was the Confucian cultivator's first thought. However, even after activating the eye-cleansing technique for a moment, he still couldn't find any clues. He had no choice but to charge into the thunderstorm. In the thunderstorm, the astral winds were even more devastating. Countless thunderbolts madly surged in one direction. When the Confucian cultivator's eye-cleansing technique fell into the astral winds, a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. The Confucian cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead and a strand of hair-like tricolored crystal flew out from between his eyebrows. It split into two parts in midair and fell towards the Confucian cultivator's nose. Shwa! The crystal entered his body, and his eyes, which were originally overflowing with clear qi, suddenly shone brightly. In the center of his two pupils, light spots like water cherry blossoms appeared. These light spots turned into a net that quickly covered his entire eyes. See, there's actually a spatial crack here. The Confucian cultivator, who had activated his secret technique, saw the spatial crack in the wind and thunder at a glance. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How did he know? Could it be that he has more divine abilities? No. Even if this old man has another helper, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him. The Confucian cultivator clenched his teeth, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Even if this old man's reputation is ruined, this time I absolutely can't let him escape from this old man's hands. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator didn't rush into the spatial crack. Instead, he took out the triangular imperial equipment again. After activating it, the imperial equipment turned into the shape of an immortal bird and rushed into the earth, fire, wind, and thunder, disappearing in a moment. Watching the imperial equipment fly away, the Confucian cultivator narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an immortal palace imperial equipment similar to the imperial shield appeared in his hand. He coldly said, "Xiao Hua, this old man wants to see how you're going to escape in the face of 3 great grandmasters who are about to step into the sage of literature." After saying that, the Confucian cultivator's entire body suddenly flattened, twisting in the wind and thunder for a moment before rushing into the spatial crack. Rumble! A violent explosion came from the spatial crack. Although it was 2 different spaces, the explosion was really powerful, causing the wind and thunder near the spatial crack to sway. Then, the Confucian cultivator, who had previously calmly escaped into the spatial crack, once again escaped from the spatial crack. The brilliance on the treasure armor had dimmed a lot. The Confucian robe on his body was also tattered, and traces of flames were still burning on the righteous qi around his body. Boom! The huge righteous qi around the Confucian cultivator extinguished the remaining flames. His previously calm face was now somewhat distorted. Xiao Hua, you really deserve to die. What kind of talisman is this, to have such great power in the void? Then, the Confucian cultivator flew into the spatial crack again. The void inside the spatial crack was not particularly spacious, and the fire wave produced by the explosion of the fire talisman had just been extinguished. The Confucian cultivator's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he unhesitatingly chased after the only passage in the void. Xiao Hua, who was fiercely flying in front of him, was also helpless at this time. He also did not expect that the passage in the spatial crack would be so narrow that it would not be effective in avoiding the Confucian cultivator. The only thing he could do was to arrange more hidden attacks in the spatial crack, hoping to injure the Confucian cultivator. Rumble! From time to time, the sound of explosions would come from behind him. Xiao Hua's lips curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the first fire talisman could injure the Confucian cultivator by surprise, but the later fire talismans could only play the role of blocking for a moment. Therefore, Xiao Hua urged his body to quickly shuttle through the passage. Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the Confucian cultivator, Xiao Hua was slightly proud in his heart. Once he left the spatial crack, Xiao Hua would either set up an ambush to kill the Confucian cultivator or hide his body to hide. Xiao Hua was confident that his plan would succeed. But at this time, Xiao Hua's heart trembled for no reason. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked. He finally understood what the palpitations he had encountered before were. The Confucian cultivator behind him might not be able to do anything to him, but this Confucian cultivator was not alone. The Confucian cultivator's help had already appeared. Moreover, from his trembling perception, the other Confucian cultivator should be coming from the other side of the spatial crack. Although Xiao Hua did not know how the Confucian cultivator had found his whereabouts, Xiao Hua knew that this should be the biggest crisis he had ever encountered. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his true essence to fly forward amidst the rumbling thunder. Xiaohua still had not thought of any countermeasures. What he needed to do was to quickly fly out of the spatial crack and not be blocked by the Confucian cultivator. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, Xiaohua's eyes suddenly lit up, and a rather large space appeared in front of him. Xiaohua was overjoyed and immediately rushed into it. However, as soon as he entered the space, he saw a three-colored haze on the other side of the space in the distance, like the rising of dawn, rapidly spreading in his direction. Damn it! How could Xiaohua still be able to calmly identify the direction? He slightly turned his head and rushed in another direction. At the same time that Xiaohua discovered the Confucian cultivator, the other party also discovered him. The Confucian cultivator also urged his true essence to surround Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already seen clearly that the Confucian cultivator had a simple face, a tall crown on his head, a thin figure, and wore the same armor as the Confucian cultivator behind him. Woo-woo. The Confucian cultivator flew for a moment, then his body suddenly emitted a similar rumbling sound. A three-colored true essence gushed out from the surface of his body. First, his figure blurred, then turned into a stream of light, and his speed suddenly increased by several times. Then, the true essence of the Confucian cultivator attacked Xiaohua like a tide. The true essence was like a flying sword, tearing Xiaohua to pieces. Xiaohua saw that he could not avoid it and patted his own head. Boom. True essence gushed out, and the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua rushed out of the spatial crack with a sword in his hand. At the same time, the green-robed Xiaohua controlled his nascent soul and landed on the other side of the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. As for Xiaohua himself, he held the sword gourd in his hand and coldly looked at the Confucian cultivator. Humph! The thin Confucian cultivator coldly snorted, and the thousands of true essences suddenly condensed into real swords that rushed towards Xiaohua. It was even more powerful than the 10,000 swords returned to origin that Xiaohua used before. Unfortunately, the current Xiaohua was no longer an ignorant person. The green-robed Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and the lightning was even more rampant than the sword light. It was born in the spatial crack, and not only did it counter the sword light, it also destroyed the thin Confucian cultivator's true essence. How can the spatial crack produce such a strong lightning? The thin Confucian cultivator was slightly startled, and the true essence in his body once again gushed out, and the flying sword became even brighter in the lightning. Kung! The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua raised his sword, and the sword light was even more dazzling than the lightning. The sword intent was even more soul-stealing than the thousands of sword intents, and it seemed as if half of the spatial crack was going to be pierced through by the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's sword. The entire sword light fell on the thin Confucian cultivator's head. How is this possible? The thin Confucian cultivator was greatly shocked. Three-colored true essences rushed out of his head and condensed into a silver pineapple flower. This silver pineapple flower was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was silver white. Boom! The sword light fell, and the silver pineapple flower trembled slightly, and layers upon layers of strong fluctuations rippled in the spatial crack. Watch this old man. The thin Confucian cultivator was suppressed by Xiaohua as soon as they met face to face, and he was somewhat angry from embarrassment. The silver pineapple flower suddenly bloomed in the air and turned into a huge sword that was several zhang long and chopped towards the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. At the same time, the thin Confucian cultivator slightly raised his hand, and the spatial crack began to boil, and strands of sword light sealed Xiaohua's surroundings. Chapter 4064. Whoosh! White light gushed out from the sword gourd, and the skinny Confucian cultivator's gaze suddenly became sluggish. Of course, in just a few breaths, an angry roar came from the Confucian cultivator's body. You dare! Just as the Confucian cultivator's gaze regained its clarity, and before he could do anything, two rays of soul execution yuan light pierced through the air and landed on his head. Damn it! Seeing the soul execution yuan light so powerful, the Confucian cultivator was somewhat frightened. He raised his fist and patted his chest. Swish! The Confucian cultivator opened his mouth, and a fist-sized sword splendor spurted out, meeting the soul execution yuan light head-on. Ka ka ka. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Xiao Hua's soul execution yuan light was unexpectedly beaten back by this sword splendor. Not only that, the silver spinach that previously turned into a huge sword suddenly turned into an inch-long small sword and attacked Xiao Hua between his eyebrows. This small sword was different from the soul execution yuan light. It was formless and intangible, and space and distance did not seem to exist. In a split second, it had already pierced between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Boom. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his soul strands, but just as they came out, they were completely shattered by this small sword. Like a huge hammer, Xiao Hua's mind buzzed, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, misfortune never comes alone. The huge sword still fell, and the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body was distorted. Waves of true qi burst out from Xiao Hua's body, and soon Xiao Hua was deflated. Damn it! Xiao Hua urged God's guidance to stabilize his dizzy head, and secretly cursed in his heart, I have many methods, but these methods can barely resist a Confucian cultivator at the 7th level of origin energy. And although these Confucian cultivators at the 7th level of origin energy don't have many methods, if one of these methods were to land on me, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Previously, the Imperial Star Stab was like this, and now this Soul Sword attack is also like this. Thinking of the Imperial Star Stab, Xiao Hua became vigilant again. His figure suddenly turned into wind, and his hands waved, and lightning like swords slashed horizontally into the air. Boom. Another loud sound, and a thick chain was struck by lightning. On the chain, sword splendor like light. If it trapped Xiao Hua, it would be very troublesome. Taoist Master Xiao really has another method. No wonder Sun Chung wanted this old man to come and help. When the Confucian cultivator saw that his secret move had been seen through by Xiao Hua again, he couldn't help chuckling. Originally, this old master thought it was unnecessary, but now it seems that this old master really has to take action. Xiao Hua looked into the void and saw that the spirit-slaying vital light had been defeated by the Confucian cultivator's sword light. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua had also been defeated by the Confucian cultivator's 5 Qis unifications. However, the green-robed Xiao Hua's thunderbolt technique was still effective, temporarily preventing the entire space from being sealed by the Confucian cultivator. Xiao Hua's divine sense condensed in midair. His delirium eyes were already closed, and his naked eyes were swiftly sweeping through the pitch-black void. Both of you are great grandmasters who are about to break through the spirit returning to emptiness realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before you advance to the void refinement realm. At that time, the sage of literature will be at your fingertips. Seniors, why do you have to make things difficult for me? Xiao Hua said faintly. If this matter spreads out, where will the immortal palace's face go? Hehe. The Confucian cultivator glanced at the struggling Xiao Hua on top of his head, and a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. The sage of literature is within reach, but the star of literature is not. If not for a special opportunity, I'm afraid this old man can only stay in the sage of literature realm for a lifetime. But this old man heard that Daoist Xiao has the aura of 9 cauldrons. If an ordinary Confucian cultivator wants to enter the star of literature, 1 cauldron is enough. Why doesn't Daoist Xiao give 1 cauldron to this old man? People often say that a word is worth 9 cauldrons. Xiao Hua smiled coldly. When Confucian cultivators temper their incantations, 1 word is worth 9 cauldrons. 1 word is enough to become a star of literature. Senior neglects the essentials and focuses on the trifles. I'm afraid you've already lost your heart. How can you set foot on the star of literature? Haha, boy, I didn't expect you to have a thorough understanding of the Confucian scriptures. The Confucian cultivator laughed loudly. Unfortunately, since there's a shortcut in front of me, why should this old man take the difficult path? There's a path on the mountain of books, and there's a path on the mountain of books. There's no end to the sea of learning. Xiao Hua sighed. You're a great grandmaster of Confucian cultivation, but you don't even understand such a simple principle? The Confucian cultivator tilted his head and said with a smile, "That's just a song to deceive children." You really believe it? This old man actually has something that I don't understand. Do you think you can persuade this old man with your glib tongue? Xiao Huan naturally didn't have such a childish plan. He was only taking advantage of his breath to find an escape route with his extraordinary spatial sense. Unfortunately, even this last hope of his was snuffed out by the Confucian cultivator. Just as the Confucian cultivator finished speaking, in the distant space, another three-colored haze filled the air and rushed over. A small voice faintly came from the void. "Sun Hao, this guy is too cunning. Don't talk to him. Did you bring your burning heaven furnace?" Of course. Hearing this, the great grandmaster of Confucian cultivation, Sun Hao, raised his hand and clapped. A lid-like imperial equipment flew out. This imperial equipment was very simple and unadorned. There were only 3 fist-sized inscriptions, and Xiao Hua actually couldn't recognize these 3 inscriptions. "Sun Cheng, this old man knew what you meant when I saw your message," Sun Hao said with a smile. "Can't you see that this old man is trying to persuade Daoist Xiao to stay and wait for your earth-casting furnace?" Good. Seeing the burning heaven furnace fly out, a smile appeared on Sun Cheng's face. This guy's body is comparable to a great demon. Without the burning heaven-casting earth-casting technique, it's hard to completely kill him. In this void, Sun Hao looked around with a somewhat awkward expression. Without waiting for Sun Cheng to speak, how could Xiao Hua, who saw that things weren't going well, dare to stay any longer? Although he had just seen a glimmer of life with his naked eyes, he still couldn't be sure. His body flashed with lightning again. The soul-punishing vital light and the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua all entered his body and fled towards the distant pitch-black darkness. At this time, where do you think you're going?" Sun Cheng laughed loudly. He raised his hand and clapped. Strands of cold air flew out from the earth-casting furnace, instantly enveloping the entire void. Xiao Hua's lightning-like figure suddenly slowed down in this cold air. Sun Hao also clapped his hand. The burning heaven furnace above his head also flashed with silver light, intertwining with the cold air and enveloping the void. As soon as this gold qi and water qi intertwined, the entire void shook, as if it was about to collapse. Xiao Hua's originally slow figure was now crawling like a tortoise. "Damn it," Xiao Hua cursed. Even his voice had been imprisoned, dragged out to an extreme length. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ambush and kill Sun Cheng in the void, but he didn't expect Sun Hao to arrive. Now that the two of them had joined forces, he was afraid that the one to be killed would be him. The void was filled with a silver brilliance and a light blue cold light. The two brilliances intertwined, not only creating a strong fluctuation that shook the void, but silver blue flames that looked like withered flowers were born one after another. These flames that filled the void didn't have any heat. Instead, they made people feel cold. However, these bone-chilling flames also had an inconceivable might. Xiao Hua's body, which had been tempered by the blood of the demon god, felt his muscles go numb the moment he touched these icy flames. Even the bronze color on the surface of his body began to melt, like a candle under the flames. "Burning heaven casting earth technique," Xiao Hua chanted silently. He raised his head and looked up. At this moment, the burning heaven furnace had already become several hundred zhong in size and descended with a rumbling sound. Looking at the bottom of his feet, the earth-casting furnace had also become several hundred zhong in size and rushed up with a loud rumble. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao saw that Xiao Hua had already fallen into their trap. With a smile on their faces, they activated their subsidiary bodies. The two subsidiary bodies each spouted 3-colored true qi onto the 2 imperial treasures. The 2 imperial treasures were already so powerful when they weren't combined. If they were truly combined, how could Xiao Hua survive? Moreover, now that the 2 great experts had joined forces to seal the void, it would be difficult for Xiao Hua to escape. In fact, there was no need to seal the imperial treasures, Xiao Hua already had no chance of survival. Now that things have come to this, don't even think about killing the enemy. Xiao Hua sighed. Let's escape from this void first. Xiao Hua had been holding back because he didn't want to expose his killing move. At this moment, he actually had no other choice. Ayo. Xiao Hua patted his head. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua let out a roar and rushed into the void. Five-clawed true dragon? Sun Hao was shocked. He looked at Sun Cheng with some disbelief. Sun Cheng's face also showed surprise. Sun Hao shouted, Sun Cheng, how could he have the true dragon vein? Moreover, it's so pure? Sun Cheng's eyes showed a trace of gloominess. He said indifferently, at this moment, regardless of whether he has the true dragon vein or not, even if he is the descendant of a true dragon, can you still stop? Sun Hao, we will kill Xiao Hua. This true dragon vein, you and I will split it equally. Sun Hao slightly hesitated, then firmly nodded and said, okay. Sun Qing naturally saw Xiao Hua's five-clawed true dragon vein long ago. However, he had selfish motives and didn't explain it to Sun Hao. The two masters both understood what the true dragon vein meant to Confucian masters. This true dragon vein's function was even more important than the 9 cauldrons in a certain aspect. However, there were always times when things went beyond one's expectations. Sun Hao just nodded his head when a burst of inexplicable and obscure draconic language came out from Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's mouth. Then, along with the draconic heavenly technique, draconic patterns appeared in the entire void. The draconic patterns rushed into the tens of millions of ice flames. Although they couldn't completely obliterate the ice flames, the powerful confinement force had already been reduced by 70%. Heavenly dragon language technique? Impossible. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao both turned pale with fright. Their mouths were opened so wide that walnuts could be stuffed in. They were immortal palaces patrolling envoys. How could they not know what heavenly dragon language technique meant? This is not a bloodline true dragon vein technique. Sun Cheng saw the opportunity quickly. His face showed incomparable ecstasy again. He shouted madly, this is a real 5-clawed true dragon. A real 5-clawed true dragon, ah. That was something from legends. Even on Dragon Island, it hadn't been seen for a long time. Greed appeared in Sun Cheng and Sun Hao's eyes again. Woo. It was also at this moment, when the two masters were preparing to use all of their abilities to capture the 5-clawed true dragon, Xiao Hua spat out a wisp of dual-colored spirit fire from his mouth. Moreover, the dragon vein technique Xiao Hua waved its body and rushed out of the void while carrying Xiao Hua. Chapter 4065. Under the gazes of the two great grandmasters, wherever the spiritual fire went, it just happened to sweep away the remaining ice flames. Following the flight of Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, it instantly rushed out a winding passage. This Xiao Hua is really an unkillable cockroach. The two grandmasters looked at each other helplessly. Their hearts were filled with the same bitterness. Even the burning heaven casting earth technique was unable to trap Xiao Hua. The two of them really didn't know what method to use to kill Xiao Hua. However, the two of them also knew that Xiao Hua only had the ability to escape when facing the two of them. He absolutely did not have the power to counterattack. As long as the two of them continued to chase, there would be a day when they would kill Xiao Hua. Thus, the two of them did not hesitate to put away their imperial equipment. They urged their figures to teleport to the place where Xiao Hua disappeared. The two of them were right, but they never thought that as early as hundreds of years ago, Daoist Jingyu of the Morning Rain continent had the same idea. Shan Xingzi and Daoist Du Yi also had the same idea. Of course, this was the outcome of the three of them. It was also not what the two of them expected. Xiao Hua originally did not find a suitable escape route. Now that he was being forced by the two grandmasters, he was already panicking and hungry. He could only fly in the direction he saw before. When he reached the edge of the space, Xiao Hua hurriedly withdrew his dragon vein Dharma body and plunged into a small space passageway. Brother Ordinary, please wait a moment. This Xiaohua is too cunning. This old man will go first. Sun Cheng hurriedly transmitted his voice from the space passageway. Unexpectedly, Sun Hao did not give way and replied, "Brother Jianzheng, don't be anxious. This old man has already arrived." While speaking, Sun Hao's figure distorted and fell into the space passageway. "Brother Ordinary," Sun Cheng hurriedly shouted, "be careful of Xiao Hua's ambush." Following Sun Cheng's voice, rumble. There was a loud sound. The space passageway was shaking. In the midst of the explosion, Sun Hao dodged out of the space passageway with a dusty face. His face was green and red. Although he did not suffer any special injuries, his face had been torn off by Xiao Hua and ruthlessly stepped on. "AI, Brother Ordinary, is too impatient," Sun Cheng said very sincerely. "This Xiao Hua is like a slippery loach. His strength can't be considered outstanding, but he has a lot of tricks up his sleeves and is full of schemes. This old man chased all the way and didn't gain any advantage either." Humph. All Taoist cultivators are like that. Sun Hao couldn't blame Sun Cheng. After all, Sun Cheng had already warned them and rushed to enter. He could only snort coldly and say, "They're used to being killed by us Confucian cultivators. They're like rats in the field, with countless holes to hide in. Hurry up and chase after him." After 2 or 3 sentences, the space channel had already calmed down. Sun Cheng urged, "Brother Ordinary, you should still stay in front. However, you must be careful of that guy's traps whenever you take a turn." "All right, I understand." Sun Hao nodded. "Since I already know, how can I still be afraid of him?" Then, the 2 grandmasters cautiously flew closer to the spatial tunnel. Xiaohua did not have the time to tidy up his emotions, nor did he have the time to repair his body. The imperial equipment of the Immortal Palace was very strange, and the demonic technique of the blood-dripping paradise was very difficult to repair. In particular, the burning heaven casting earth technique had destroyed some of the surface of his body. Now, it was also very troublesome. Now, Xiaohua was only focused on one thing, and that was to methodically lay down fire talismans along the way. Even when he had just entered the tunnel, he had specially used the capital star formation technique to lay down hundreds of fire talismans. Within the space, the green-robed Xiaohua was using all his strength. One after another, extremely powerful fire talismans were mixed with the newly comprehended lightning technique of Xiaohua. This spatial passage was rather strange. It was like an ordinary winding path in the mountains, twisting and turning. It was also thanks to Xiaohua's innate spatial sense that every time he was about to crash into an inexplicable barrier, he would stop. And every time such a situation occurred, Xiaohua would unhesitatingly place down a fire talisman. Thus, Xiaohua flew in front of his head. Behind him, firecracker-like explosions could be heard. However, after 4 hours, Xiaohua's good luck was completely exhausted. He had reached the end of the spatial tunnel, and this end was like a dead end with no exit. Xiaohua hurriedly turned around, trying to find another way out based on his memory. However, he had only returned a few hundred feet when his figure froze. This was because after entering the tunnel, Xiaohua had not encountered any other forks. In other words, there was only one way out of this spatial tunnel. With a quick thought, Xiaohua immediately flew to the end of the spatial tunnel. He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand and opened his delusion breaker Dharma Eye. A fist-sized silver beam of light shot out from the Dharma Eye and landed directly on the spatial barrier. Woo-woo. In the silver light, thumb-sized vortexes appeared. When the vortexes deepened, they all gathered together. Xiaohua waved his hand, and a bronze light flashed on his arm. A several-feet-long spatial crack was torn open by Xiaohua. Hua-hua. Just as the spatial crack opened, a gust of wind and rain poured in. The sparkling raindrops revealed a salty and moist aura. Xiaohua glanced at it and did not hurry to fly out. Instead, he retreated 100 feet. Seeing that there were still some explosions in the distance, the delirium breaker law I once again produced a silver beam of light that landed on the spatial barrier. Unfortunately, This time, the silver beam of light had already penetrated a few feet deep. Xiao Hua's hands tore the spatial barrier apart, but he did not see any aura from outside the spatial barrier. Damn it! Xiao Hua's plan to set up a trap fell through. He was just about to fly to the side to try again, but unfortunately, a somewhat weak clear light swept over. Xiao Hua's figure flashed in fright, and he tore open the spatial crack that had already mostly closed and flew out. Where is this? Xiao Hua flew out of the void and released his divine sense. He saw that the sky was filled with red clouds. Bursts of lightning flashed in the red clouds, and the pouring rain flashed a strange light in the night sky. Xiao Hua looked around and did not know where to go. He rushed towards a certain place. Wang. Xiao Hua had only just rushed out 100 zhang when his divine sense was suddenly blocked by a solid barrier. That barrier was like a heavy hammer that struck his divine sense out of nowhere. Although Xiao Hua had already tempered his divine sense to the point that it was like an iron hammer, this tremendous force of impact shook Xiao Hua's divine sense and caused it to roll back. Waves of indescribable force crashed into his Niwen palace. Not good. Xiao Hua was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Although he could not see clearly whether the person in the distance was friend or foe, he did not investigate further. His figure suddenly rushed upwards, wanting to escape from this dangerous place. You are Xiao Hua. A slightly surprised voice came from all directions. This voice was very deep. No. How did you come out from here? Could it be that Sun Jianjing's message was wrong? Damn it, is there a mistake? Xiao Hua's heart was completely flustered. 2 Confucian martial grandmasters were not enough, and a third actually came? Could it be that this Xiao is going to lose his life here? Xiao Hua did not answer, but that did not mean that the Confucian martial grandmaster who came to capture Xiao Hua would not make a move. Following that voice, pillars of vast qi rose up within 1,000 li. These pillars of qi condensed into small yellow dots the size of mung beans in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. These small dots emitted vigorous and solid fluctuations, completely enveloping the area within 1,000 li. Although Xiao Hua did his best to urge the lightning, his figure still slowed down. Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He coldly turned his head and looked at the space enveloped by the qi of earth. There was not a single drop of water in this space. Then, his gaze crossed the space and landed on a short and fat Confucian martial grandmaster in the distance. This Confucian martial grandmaster was not only fat, but his nose and eyes were also small. There were even 2 mustaches at the corners of his mouth that resembled a rat's tail. In that case, I'll kill you first. Xiao Hua made up his mind. He suddenly turned around and flew at an angle to another place. Oh. Why is this guy flying over there? Seeing Xiao Hua turn around and fly to another place, the Confucian martial grandmaster was slightly taken aback. He looked in that direction with some astonishment. However, a moment later, the Confucian martial grandmaster's doubts disappeared. After all, within his domain, no matter which direction Xiao Hua went, it was impossible to escape from his grasp. Moreover, there was nothing special about the place Xiao Hua fled to. However, for safety's sake, the Confucian martial grandmaster still urged his figure. His figure flashed and appeared not far from Xiao Hua. The Confucian martial grandmaster revealed his figure. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head. A majestic subsidiary body appeared. Moreover, the subsidiary body grabbed Xiao Hua with its big hand, just like the hand of a Taoist martial grandmaster's nascent soul. The qi of earth on the big hand surrounded Xiao Hua's body. The true qi produced a tyrannical imprisoning force, wanting to seal Xiao Hua's meridians. Roar! Xiao Hua roared. A bronze brilliance flashed around his body. He did his best to resist the Confucian martial grandmaster's imprisonment. However, because the bronze brilliance was already injured, its brilliance dimmed. Many places on the surface of his body actually began to collapse. It's only Essa. Seeing Xiao Hua's body being easily defeated, the Confucian martial grandmaster laughed loudly and slowly withdrew his arm. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. He quietly waited for the Confucian martial grandmaster to approach. However, after a few moments, the Confucian martial grandmaster's arm stopped. The other hand was also raised. It looked like it wanted to grab the other side of Xiao Hua's body, wanting to tear Xiao Hua apart. Roar! Xiao Hua roared again. As he roared, he patted the top of his head. The dragon bloodline Xiao Hua once again rushed out of his body. The true dragon might frighten the Confucian martial grandmaster so much that his face changed wildly. Immediately after, the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua used the heavenly dragon technique to destroy the nearby space seal. When the space collapsed, the Confucian martial grandmaster's subsidiary body also trembled violently. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to escape from the subsidiary body's big hand. A five-clawed true dragon? This Confucian cultivator was just as shocked as Sun Hao and Sun Cheng. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. While his eyes revealed extreme greed, his figure suddenly closed in. His sun body also reached out with his big hand, wanting to capture dragon vein Xiao Hua. Woo-woo. Just as the Confucian martial grandmaster was about to grab the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, an inexplicable beam of light suddenly blasted towards the Confucian martial grandmaster. The Confucian martial grandmaster was frightened and hastily dodged. Although the Confucian martial grandmaster's robe was only damaged by the beam of light, the Confucian martial grandmaster was still abnormally ashamed and angry. However, what made the Confucian martial grandmaster even more puzzled was that after the beam of light, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly closed in and quickly rushed over. Chapter 4066. Although the Confucian cultivator was puzzled, how could he dare to let Xiao Hua approach him? He looked at dragon vein Xiao Hua with some reluctance, and his figure suddenly faded. The Confucian cultivator was about to teleport in his own domain. At this moment, the Confucian cultivator was stunned because Xiao Hua suddenly stopped. After dragon vein Xiao Hua returned to his body, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. He poured the medicinal pills in the jade bottle into his mouth. What is he doing? Although the Confucian cultivator's figure was distorted, he didn't completely disappear. He looked at Xiao Hua's strange behavior and muttered to himself. What made the Confucian cultivator feel strange was that when Xiao Hua took the medicinal pills, the previous pillar of light soared into the sky again. However, this time, 100 nascent souls of different colors rushed out like fireworks, breaking through the already thin domain and surrounding the short and fat Confucian cultivator. These 100 nascent souls fell in the air and immediately arranged the Du Tian Xing formation according to Xiao Hua's thoughts. They sat cross-legged in the air and closed their eyes, facing the Confucian cultivator. Rumble. Hundreds of heavenly lightning bolts carrying the might of heaven and earth fell from the sky at the same time as the nascent souls appeared. Not only did they imprison the nascent souls, but they also imprisoned Xiao Hua and the Confucian martial grandmaster. The power of the first tribulation of the 100 scattered nascent souls was really great. The Confucian cultivator looked up and saw that the immature heaven and earth imprisonment had completely scattered his domain. There was also the lightning in the sky that was originally raging with thunder. How could he not know what Xiao Hua was thinking? He made a prompt decision, and a dark red color appeared on his face. Then, blood-yellow true qi gushed out from the surface of his body. The subbody that couldn't move because of the confinement force suddenly stretched out a blood-colored arm. Bang, bang, bang. It successively crushed a dozen nascent souls that were facing the initial tribulation. These dozen nascent souls exploded, and the power overflowed. Not only was the power of the Du Tian Xing formation greatly reduced, but the imprisonment of the heavenly tribulation also weakened a lot. The Confucian cultivator felt his subbody loosen, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. He said, "To catch bandits, first catch the king. Xiao Hua, this old man will catch you first." As it speaks, that huge subbody stretches out its arm and pinches towards Xiao Hua's main body. Woo-woo. Before the scholarly cultivator's arm could fall, Xiao Hua's body suddenly emitted an extremely strange fluctuation. As soon as this fluctuation fell into the air, It immediately shattered the scholarly cultivator's domain and even spread out rapidly into the distance. Moreover, from Xiaohua's body, a powerful aura spread out, and his divine sense broke free from the shackles and spread out in all directions. A sense of foreboding welled up in the scholar's heart. Xiaohua laughed coldly and took out another jade bottle. He tilted his head back and poured the medicinal pills inside into his mouth. Wu Han quickly run. Right at this moment, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao appeared at the place where Xiaohua had fled from earlier. When the two of them saw the situation before them, they were scared out of their wits. Sun Cheng even warned, "This is the initial tribulation of dispersing nascent soul. Not good." Brother Chenghua dodged quickly. "This is the heavenly tribulation of a Taoist cultivator's advancement. Xiaohua seems to be advancing." Sun Hao shouted, "Damn it, what kind of freak did I encounter?" When the short and fat cultivator named Wu Han heard this, he trembled with fear. How could he still care about bullying Xiaohua? His figure swayed, and he was about to teleport away. Unfortunately, his figure only dimmed for a moment before reappearing in the same place. The initial tribulation of 100 dispersing nascent souls had already descended, and the entire space was sealed. How could a scholarly cultivator great grandmaster escape from here? Others may not know what dispersing nascent soul is and what the initial tribulation of dispersing nascent soul means, but these three people are the inspectors of the Immortal Palace. They are most exposed to the strange things of the hidden immortal continent, especially regarding the cultivation methods of the Taoist sections. They know a lot. Seeing that they actually encountered the legendary dispersing nascent soul initial tribulation, how could the three of them not tremble with fear? Wu Han, who was among them, complained incessantly. He raised his hand and patted. 3 defensive imperial equipment flew out from his Qianquan pouch. One was a palm-sized shield, one was a golden armor, and the last one was a large dragon scale. Wu Han spat out 3 breaths of qi in succession. The palm-sized shield emitted a wong-wong sound and suddenly expanded. The inscription on the armor, which should have triggered the vast void qi pillar, was now only the size of a thumb. It was barely able to trigger the wisps of vast void qi from the cracks in the void. However, the inscription on the armor still emitted the light of law, fighting against the heaven and earth imprisonment to protect one side of Wu Han. Wu Han's armor was triggered by true qi. It was completely golden, as if it was made of gold. Dragon and phoenix inscriptions faintly appeared on the armor and slowly flowed in the golden light. Wu Han didn't dare to be negligent. He put on the armor, then raised his hand and patted. 3-colored true qi gushed out. An earthy yellow secondary body of several dozen feet in size condensed on top of his head. The dragon scale, which was triggered by true qi, emitted a faint dragon qi and fell into the secondary body's hand. The secondary body supported the secondary body with both hands. The secondary body actually turned into a thick, characteristic dam of several dozen feet in size and laid horizontally on top of the secondary body's head. After doing all this, Wu Han's face turned pale. That short and fat body seemed to have thinned out of thin air. The area within 1,000 miles was shrouded by hundreds of initial tribulations of scattered nascent souls. The area within 100 miles where Wu Han and Xiaohua were sitting was the focus. The noble qi in the void had already been imprisoned. If Wu Han wanted to mobilize true qi, he could only rely on his middle dantian. The 3 imperial equipment and the secondary body that appeared were all the results of Wu Han's struggle with the heaven and earth prison. Wu Han fiercely glanced at Xiaohua, whose body's pressure was getting stronger and stronger. His divine sense was also getting more and more majestic. He gritted his teeth, his gaze swept across the sky and landed on Sun Hao and Sun Cheng in the distance, who were somewhat at a loss. At this time, the entire space was shrouded by the thunder tribulation. All the images appeared distorted. Sun Hao and Sun Cheng saw the imperial equipment that Wu Han took out. There was a trace of comfort in their panic. Sun Cheng whispered, "Brother Ordinary, did you see the 2 imperial equipment that Wu Han just took out?" And, of course I saw it. Sun Hao's expression didn't break away from the shock, but his tone was filled with jealousy. Isn't that armor the battle immortal armor in the Immortal Palace's treasury? Isn't that dragon scale the ancient Taoist magic treasure Black Nightshade? That's right. I really don't know how Wuhan got these two treasures. Sun Qing echoed. Facing the initial tribulation of these 100 scattered soul cultivators, this old man has no confidence in escaping. But if Wuhan has these two treasures, I'm afraid he has a 40% chance. The Battle Immortal armor was used by the previous Battle Immortal general. Its defensive ability has been tested in a great battle. It should be able to protect Wuhan's body. Sun Hao frowned and replied, and the Black Nightshade is the scale armor left behind by the ancient Earth Holy Dragon on the Dragon Island. It was forcibly taken away from the Dragon Island by the ancient Taoist magic sect and refined into a defensive magic treasure. When the Taoist magic sect was destroyed, it was tempered into an imperial equipment by the Immortal Palace. Its defensive ability is even stronger than the Battle Immortal armor. However, Sun Qing was still a little worried. However, although these two imperial equipment are powerful, they are also seriously damaged. They are not as good as the previous one. It doesn't seem to be in good condition. Hee. Sun Hao sneered. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was continuously putting medicinal pills into his mouth, and said, "The initial tribulation of a scattered soul cultivator is nothing to us, who is about to step into the sage of literature. Brother Chengbo's danger is that the initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators will come at the same time. However, there is only one wave of initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators. Moreover, the center of this 100 initial tribulation is not Brother Chengbo. He is only affected by it. Although these two imperial equipment are not in good condition, they are enough to withstand it. Chengbo only needs to protect his true spirit from being destroyed and withstand the effects of these 100 scattered soul cultivators' lightning tribulation. After that, wouldn't everything be completely under our control? What I am worried about now is this Xiao Hua. Looking at his pressure, he is only at the 5th grade of essence energy. This level of heavenly tribulation can only restrict our movements. It cannot cause any harm to us. Even if he advanced to the 6th grade of essence energy, what can he do? Him choosing to advance at this time is really puzzling to me. How can Xiao Hua's strength be at the 5th grade of essence energy? Sun Qing was also puzzled. If he was at the spirit-severing stage, why would I need to call the two of you over? However, what Brother Ordinary said is right. I also feel that something is wrong. I don't know what medicine Xiao Hua is selling in his gourd. The corner of Sun Hao's mouth twitched slightly and said, "Who cares what medicine it is? Even if he has some method to kill Wuhan, even if he advanced to the 6th grade of essence energy, how can the current him be a match for you and me? Even if we have to chase him to the ends of the earth, we can still kill him." It's moving, the lightning tribulation is coming. Right at this moment, the sound of thunder boomed in the sky. Within 1,000 li, hundreds of lightning tribulations fell from the sky, as if they were rushing to the market, cheerfully landing on the bodies of the 100 scattered soul cultivators. Naturally, Xiao Hua and Wu Han, who were in the center of the lightning, were also struck by the lightning tribulation. This was the initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators. The might of this lightning tribulation was more than twice the lightning tribulation that Xiao Hua encountered previously. However, compared to the previous lightning tribulation, there were some advantages this time. That was that Xiao Hua was also advancing. His body was also shackled by heaven and earth. When the lightning tribulation fell, it first passed through different heaven and earth shackles before hitting Xiao Hua's body. The might was reduced by a lot. However, even so, Xiao Hua's body that had just been injured by the two Confucian cultivators collapsed under this lightning tribulation. Looking at Wu Han, he was inferior to Xiao Hua. Boom! Amidst the sound of thunder, the imperial equipment shield that was first summoned first appeared with many armor inscriptions, revealing Immortal Palace inscriptions. However, these Immortal Palace inscriptions were quickly destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, The armor inscriptions were shattered by the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation's might didn't stop. It roared and pounced towards the child body and the long kuei on the child body's head. Dragon patterns rushed out from the long kuei, and a coiled dragon image suddenly rose up when the lightning tribulation hit the long kuei. Roar. This dragon image was not complete. The long kuei that had just pounced out was immediately blocked by countless lightning tribulations. These lightning tribulations were not Xiao Hua's lightning tribulations. They were filled with the power of heaven and earth. The dragon image was only able to struggle a few times before it was annihilated by the lightning tribulation. The dragon scales of the main body turned into powder under the lightning tribulation. Chapter 4067. Fortunately, seeing this, Sun Chung in the distance breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. After all, Long Kuei blocked most of the lightning tribulation. Brother Qinghua should be fine. The rest of the lightning tribulation naturally fell on Wu Han's secondary body. That secondary body was condensed from earth energy, and in the end of the lightning tribulation, its arms were destroyed, but other parts of its body were not injured. Phew. The three Confucian cultivators, including Wu Han, breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before they could exhale, they saw the 100 or so scattered nascent souls sitting cross-legged around Wu Han open their eyes at the same time. Every pair of eyes contained the mockery in Xiao Hua's eyes. As the 100 or so scattered nascent souls formed lightning hand seals, the 100 or so lightning bolts once again fell on Wu Han. Sun Chung and Sun Hao were far away, but Wu Han was in the middle of the crowd of scattered nascent souls. He could clearly see the mockery in the eyes of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls. He turned his head to look at Xiao Hua beside him in disbelief. An inconceivable thought was still growing wildly in his mind. These hundreds of scattered nascent souls are all Xiao Hua's doppelgangers. It was a pity that he didn't have the time to think too much. These 100 bolts of lightning were even more powerful than the lightning tribulation earlier. Furthermore, the angle of these 100 bolts of lightning completely enveloped his subbody and corporeal body. There wasn't any blind spot. His huge subbody already had a pair of arms severed, and at this moment, it collapsed from the lightning tribulation. The battle immortal armor protecting Wu Han's physical body suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. An immortal general riding a heavenly horse waved his immortal weapon, and an almost unparalleled force met the lightning tribulation along with the golden light. Rumble. An extremely loud sound exploded in the sky. The space within hundreds of miles was continuous, and the restrictions of heaven and earth were also loosened in the waves. Kacha. In the roar, the golden brilliance that illuminated the sky was suddenly annihilated. A crisp sound fell into Wu Han's ears, and then hundreds of sharp forces poured into his physical body. Wu Han looked at the fragments of the battle immortal armor that had been cut off from his body. He gritted his teeth, and a bloody light surged around his body. A large blood-red cloud spurted out from his physical body. Kach! Like silkworms eating mulberry leaves, when the cloud was destroyed by the lightning tribulation that was nearing its end also disappeared. Wu Han's face was deathly pale. Sensing that the restrictions around him had loosened, his eyes spitting fire, he looked at Xiao Hua, who was not far from him. At this time, Xiao Hua's body was covered in molten bronze, and he was not much better than Wu Han. Good. Sun Qing said, Brother Qinghua's strength has greatly increased. It's really beyond our expectations. Today, Brother Qinghua's credit. Sons, of course, of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls who had passed the initial tribulation, the strength of scattered nascent souls, strength of scattered heavens. As for Wu Han, countless tiny whirlpools appeared around his body, and strands of true energy were produced from the whirlpools. After the heaven and earth were imprisoned, he would madly absorb the noble qi. Although the heavenly tribulation of Xiao Hua's avatar was powerful, in the eyes of Wu Han, Sun Hao, and Sun Chung, it was not comparable to the initial tribulation of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls. Even Wu Han was eager to fight. waiting for Xiao Hua's nascent soul to appear so that he could give Xiao Hua a show of strength. However, the situation was still beyond the expectations of the three Confucian cultivators. Just as the three of them were about to move, Xiao Hua's divine sense, which was suppressed by the initial tribulation of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls, crazily expanded, and the hundreds of scattered nascent souls suddenly and strangely disappeared along with his divine sense. What is Xiao Hua doing? Seeing that the scattered nascent souls disappeared and Xiao Hua's pressure increased greatly, Sun Cheng was very puzzled. Could it be that he thinks he is undergoing a lightning tribulation? How ridiculous! Sun Hao felt Xiao Hua's crazy pressure and his divine sense, which was several times stronger than that of ordinary Taoist divinity severing stage cultivators, and his face became somewhat unfriendly. He said in a low voice, "The heavenly tribulation of the fifth stage of Taoist divinity stage should be an out-of-body tribulation, so naturally there will be no lightning tribulation." However, until now, we have not seen Xiao Hua's nascent soul. Don't forget, Xiao Hua has many tricks up his sleeve. Now that Wu Han's true energy is exhausted, he is trapped in Xiao Hua's heavenly tribulation. If Xiao Hua's heavenly tribulation is big enough, it may affect his absorption of the noble qi. Without the noble qi, Wu Han will be seriously injured. How can he be Xiao Hua's opponent? But Sun Cheng was bewildered again. Xiao Hua can't move during the tribulation. And after he passes the tribulation, you and I are still at his side. How can we just watch him kill Wu Han? I don't know. Sun Hao shook his head slightly. However, I feel that this time Wu Han is most likely going to die. Just as Sun Hao finished speaking, whoa! A huge gust of wind whistled above Xiao Hua's head. Within several thousand li, a five-colored spirit tide suddenly appeared. This spirit tide was extremely dense, and it was as if patches of multicolored clouds had enveloped the sky. When this multicolored cloud appeared, Wu Han almost vomited blood. Such a dense spirit tide filled several thousand li, and it had already pushed the noble qi several thousand li away. At this moment, the void was also filled with all kinds of strange fluctuations. Even if Wu Han had stepped into the realm of literature saint, he probably wouldn't be able to absorb even a trace of noble qi from nearby, right? Wu Han's thoughts were naturally similar to Sun Cheng's. He hurriedly withdrew his cultivation technique and activated the little remaining true energy in his body. Like a poisonous snake, he quietly waited there, waiting for Xiao Hua to pass the tribulation and immediately reveal his poisonous fangs. Wu Han was trapped by the restriction of Xiao Hua's tribulation, so he couldn't see the range and power of the spirit tide. However, Sun Hao and Sun Cheng could see it clearly. Moreover, under Xiao Hua's oppressive pressure, they continuously retreated, and the expression in their eyes gradually turned into fear. This seems to be the spirit tide of a Dao sex cultivator during the spirit severing stage, right? Sun Hao whispered in shock, as if he was asking himself, but also as if he was asking Sun Cheng. Sun Cheng also murmured, "This divine sense isn't just at the out-of-body stage, right? Moreover, the spirit tide is so dense, it's simply like a spirit cloud." Even during the ancient Dao sex prosperity, there weren't many cultivators who could reach such a terrifying realm, right? But Xiao Hua's pressure is clearly at the out-of-body stage. Sun Hao seemed to understand something and said with narrowed eyes, "This bastard must have some secret technique. He suppressed the growth of his realm, otherwise he would have been discovered by my Immortal Palace's inspector." Xiao Hua has such strength. Sun Cheng nodded slightly. "I'm afraid he's even more powerful than the Grand Mist ancestor, right?" Sun Hao's figure was forced to retreat again by the spirit cloud and divine sense. He replied thoughtfully, "Of course. Therefore, this is our only chance to kill Xiao Hua. If the Immortal Emperor finds out, we won't have the chance to find the 9 cauldrons and obtain the 5-clawed true dragon." Not just the Immortal Emperor, Sun Cheng reminded. Even the Dragon Island isn't something we can provoke. This Xiao Hua is really a big fish. Sun Hao sighed with emotion. He's even bigger than the Grand Mist ancestor by 3 times. Woo. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao retreated 3 steps under Xiao Hua's heavenly tribulation. Wu Han was also waiting for an opportunity. In the end, a hurricane formed several thousand feet above Xiao Hua's head, and the 5-colored spirit cloud within several thousand miles rushed towards this hurricane, forming a huge funnel in the sky. This several thousand feet in size was naturally the location of Xiao Hua's formless nascent soul, so the 3 Confucian cultivators naturally couldn't see it. Seeing the world's origin energy within several thousand miles being swept away, a fierce wind blew from the surroundings, and the same grand aura surged in the fierce wind. Wu Han narrowed his eyes, and the cultivation method in his body surged, preparing to wait until the restriction disappeared to launch a thunderous attack on Xiao Hua. Rumble. Unfortunately, before Wu Han's thunderous attack was ready, the tribulation clouds that had just dispersed reappeared in the sky, and this time the tribulation clouds were extremely similar to the tribulation clouds of the 100 scattered nascent souls before. Wu Han was really once bitten by a snake, twice shy. While trembling with fear, he hurriedly looked around, wanting to see where the scattered nascent souls appeared again. However, other than the familiar restriction of heaven and earth that was becoming increasingly firm and binding him to the point that he couldn't even move, he didn't see a single strand of nascent soul hair. Not to mention Sun Hao and Sun Cheng in the distance, even Xiao Hua himself was at a loss. This is the first tribulation of a scattered nascent soul. What does it have to do with me? My body is perfectly fine here, so how did the invisible nascent soul above my head attract the lightning tribulation? However, at this time, Xiao Hua didn't have anything to think about. His nascent soul had been through the lightning tribulation for a longer time than the 100 scattered nascent souls. The red lightning fell, and above Xiao Hua's head, several 100 feet in size collapsed with a loud bang. Then, within the lightning, it gradually expanded from the size of a fist to 1,000 feet, and the lightning tribulation came to an end. Wu Han suddenly had a hair-raising feeling, as if the 100 scattered nascent souls were looking at him with mocking gazes. Wu Han wailed and hurriedly urged the little true qi in his body. Sure enough, the lightning strangely flew out from the top of Xiao Hua's head and landed on Wu Han's naked body like a horned dragon, instantly destroying half of Wu Han's physical body. Damn it, this is somewhat inexplicable. Sun Hao's eyes flashed with a pale golden light, and he frowned. Where did Xiao Hua's nascent soul go? Why can't I see it? Could it be the invisible nascent soul? Sun Cheng very naturally thought of the most likely result. Of course this old man has heard of the invisible nascent soul. Sun Hao was puzzled. But no matter what kind of invisible nascent soul it is, it still has to appear under the lightning tribulation. Moreover, how did Xiao Hua attract the first tribulation of a scattered nascent soul? Or, Sun Cheng held his chin and said thoughtfully, this nascent soul isn't Xiao Hua's own. Forget it, don't think too much. Sun Hao's true qi surged as he said indifferently, Xiao Hua's heavenly tribulation is past, prepare to capture him. After searching his soul, everything will be clear. Okay. Sun Cheng also urged his body, preparing to fly to the other side and let Xiao Hua escape. However, before the two of them could fly, the tribulation clouds that had just dispersed in the sky condensed again, and this time, the tribulation clouds actually had 4 colors. Following the appearance of the 4-colored tribulation clouds, a heaven and earth restriction even more powerful than before spread out in all directions with Xiao Hua as the center. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They hurriedly fled far away, for fear of being affected by this restriction. Chapter 4068. As for Wu Han, who was inside the restriction, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. His heart gradually became numb. Rumble. The lightning fell, enveloping the area within 100 miles of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's body immediately turned into a golden liquid. Within the golden liquid, there was not only dragon chi that flowed around the dragon patterns, but also five-colored true chi that flowed around the inscriptions on the armor. At the same time, the runes that were the size of ants danced together with strands of soul silk. The aura that came from the Great Desolation even set off whirlpools within the golden liquid. What is this? Wu Han's eyes were as big as walnuts, as if he had seen the most incomprehensible thing in the world. However, his confusion only lasted for a few breaths. The aftermath of the lightning tribulation destroyed his body. As the inspector of the Immortal Palace, Wu Han naturally had a secret technique to temper his body. However, his body that had been tempered thousands of times by the lightning tribulation turned into ashes like paper. In the end, Wu Han suddenly understood. This seems to be the lightning tribulation of the great monster of the monster clan. Xiao Hua is a human. Wu Han understood too late, and he didn't have the chance to think more. Poor him, he was ravaged by the lightning tribulation again and again. In the end, he finally died a worthy death, a great death, a glorious death. Moreover, a strand of his nascent soul had just escaped and had yet to identify a direction to escape to. Rumble. The second bolt of tribulation lightning struck. Even Wu Han's nascent soul couldn't escape being ravaged by the tribulation lightning. Wu Han died. His soul was destroyed. In the distance, Sun Hao and Sun Qing couldn't see the situation inside the lightning tribulation, so they didn't notice. However, when they saw the fierce great monster's lightning tribulation falling, they had already mourned for Wu Han in their hearts. How did Xiao Hua attract the great monster's lightning tribulation? Although Sun Qing and Sun Hao had doubts in their hearts, thinking about the five-clawed true dragon, the two of them were thoughtful, so no one said a word. Things had already reached this point. Even if the five-clawed true dragon could cultivate into a great saint, the two of them couldn't stop. Xiao Hua's last wave of lightning tribulation lasted for a day and a night. When the tribulation clouds dispersed and the restrictions of heaven and earth disappeared, Sun Qing and Sun Hao's burning heaven casting earth technique once again pounced over. After witnessing Xiao Hua's mysteriousness, the two of them became a lot more cautious and didn't particularly get close to him. Xiao Hua had escaped from the thunder tribulation. His entire body was brimming with true essence, and a rare eagerness was born from the bottom of his heart. As Xiao Hua breathed, the heaven and earth origin energy within 1,000 miles of him seemed to surge. Xiao Hua understood in his heart that although he had taken 2,560 dark-breaking pills and had truly stepped into the Sever Divinity stage, and his formless nascent soul was a scattered soul that had crossed the initial tribulation, and his monster body had been reconstructed during the Thunder Tribulation, he still didn't have any chance of victory against two Confucian grandmasters who were on the verge of becoming saints of literature. Motherfucker. Xiao Hua's arm flashed with a bronze color, tearing apart the shackles on the edge of the burning heaven cast earth. Relying on the strength of his physical body, he once again activated the lightning escape technique. At the same time, he cursed in his heart with regret. If I had known earlier that the formless nascent soul would have an initial tribulation and the demon body would also have 4 lightning tribulations, I would have pulled these two Confucian cultivators in as well. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Rumble. Xiao Hua's entire body rumbled with thunder. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and very arrogantly rushed towards the horizon. After only flying for a moment, the thunder that resounded through the sky became somewhat mute, as if it was molting. Xiao Hua's heart stirred. Between his eyebrows, at the top of his head, the 3 corpses Yin Thunder and 5 Qi Thunder hurriedly rushed out. Woo! A sharp whistling sound was emitted, and Xiao Hua's speed suddenly increased. What's going on now? Sun Qing and Sun Qing were startled once again. Right in front of their eyes, the dark green 3 corpses Yin Thunder and light purple 5 Qi Thunder flashed again, intertwining with the thunder around Xiao Hua's body. Thousands upon thousands of righteous qi, thousands upon thousands of heaven and earth origin energy rushed into the thunder, and the sound of thunder began to become mute. Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique, which was originally about to break through, now forcibly entered the 6 paths of lightning. The speed of the lightning escape was 3 times faster than before. Soon, it would exceed the range of the Two's clear eyes technique. I'm afraid because of the increase in his realm, his flying technique has advanced again, right? Sun Hao coldly smiled. He raised his hand and pointed at the heaven-burning furnace. The heaven-burning furnace fell under his feet and said, "Looks like we can only catch up with him first." AI, all right. Sun Cheng also helplessly smiled bitterly. He pointed at the earth-casting furnace and floated up. He helplessly said, "This old man has never felt that killing a Dao sect cultivator was so troublesome." As the two activated their Imperial equipment, the two Imperial equipment respectively surged out a silver-white cloud and a light blue cloud. They were not inferior to Xiao Hua's speed at all. Although these two Imperial equipment were far apart, in the sky, the two clouds faintly intertwined with each other, letting out a rumbling sound. Damn it! As the saying goes, when the Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's joy from the lightning escape's advancement was swept away. He unconsciously cursed in his heart. This Xiao was able to fly fast just now. These two can also activate their flying Imperial equipment. Cursing was cursing. Xiao Hua still had to activate his true essence to use the lightning escape technique. The lightning escape technique consumed a lot more true essence than the lightning travel 3 realms. When Xiao Hua activated it, a suffocating feeling was born from his lower dantian. He had no choice but to carefully deal with it. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua had already completely lost his direction. Moreover, the true essence in his body was greatly consumed because of supporting the lightning escape technique. However, because Xiao Gua and the green-robed Xiao Hua were refining pills in the space, and Xiao Hua was tempering these pills, he was not afraid of true essence drying up. However, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao were like maggots in a tarsal bone. They were not tired, nor did their true essence dry up. They still chased after him, making him extremely distressed. This time's escape was the same as last time on the Dawn Rain continent, when he was chased by Shanzongzi and Daoist Du Yi. Xiao Hua had no place to hide, and similarly, he did not know where to find a chance of survival. On the Dawn Rain continent, there was still Xue Xuehe, who had no choice but to give up her life for Xiao Hua. On the hidden immortal continent, there would not be this kind of love and familial love. Spiritual fire, devil blade, innate true water, lightning technique, heavenly laws embodiment technique, heaven shocking sword, and other divine abilities. Xiao Hua thought about all of them. Letting dragon vein Xiao Hua, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, green-robed Xiao Hua, and even soul cultivator Xiao Hua come out together to besiege the two Confucian cultivator great-grandmasters. Xiao Hua had also thought about it. However, Xiao Hua's overall strength was only at the upper middle of the 6th grade. Even if there were 10 of him, he would still not be a match for the two Confucian cultivators at the middle of the 7th grade. After all, there was a difference of 1 grade. In the eyes of cultivators, this grade could only be reached after thousands or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Perhaps there is only that mysterious white bones. Thinking about the horror of the blood bones in the demonic god's blood pool, Xiao Hua's heart had a kind of uneasiness. This uneasiness was even more intense than the devil blade. Although the devil blade had eroded Xiao Hua's mind, he could still control it. If the white bones with 3 heads and 6 arms were gathered, Xiao Hua felt that he would not be able to control it. Perhaps if he activated the white bones, he could kill the two Confucian cultivators, but what about the consequences? Perhaps it would be another demonic god's blood pool? Or perhaps it would be another mutual destruction. Xiao Hua did not know. Suddenly, looking at the distant horizon, Xiao Hua thought of Exion and the words Exion said on that rainy night. He raised his hand and took out the True Scholar's token. Since it is the True Scholar's token, it is also a protective amulet. What kind of surprise will it give you? The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. If the True Scholar comes, even if he can't help this Xiao kill the two great masters, He can at least scare him away, right? Saying this, Xiaohua's hand surged with 5-colored true qi. When the true qi entered the token, the whole token emitted mottled colors. Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Pooh! The flying sword fell on it, and the token turned into powder. A wisp of 5-colored true qi rushed straight into the void and disappeared in a moment. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed and also rushed into the sky. Of course, it didn't take long before Xiaohua couldn't find any trace of the multicolored light, so he could only fly forward. After another 10 days, he still didn't see any Confucian cultivators coming to save him. Xiaohua felt some strange fluctuations in the space around him, and some strange outlines began to appear in the pure space. What's going on? Xiaohua was puzzled. He released his divine sense, but could not find any clues. Behind him, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao were still very close. He could only brace himself and fly forward. Xiaohua did not know where this place was, but Sun Cheng and Sun Hao knew. When the two saw Xiaohua fly to this place, a smile appeared on their faces. Even the imperial equipment under their feet slowed down. After all, they had chased for so long without sleep and rest. The two of them were also physically and mentally exhausted. Okay, Brother Ordinary. Sun Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said with some certainty, "This time we finally blocked him. We don't need to force him too much. We just need to block him on the road of death and not let him find another opportunity to escape. When we reach that place, you and I can slowly kill him." "There's no need for Brother Jianjing to say anything," Sun Hao said with a smile. "Since we've reached this place, this old man naturally knows what to do. We must be steady first." Ha ha ha. At this point, the two of them laughed loudly. Xiaohua flew for several days inexplicably. He saw that the mountain-like outline to his left was becoming more and more obvious. This outline was like a dark cloud, but also like a trace of space. Moreover, the outline was very similar to the mountains on land. Some of the outlines even had some traces of trees, moss, and rivers. Where is this? Why is the scene so strange? Xiaohua was once again puzzled. This is high up in the sky, second only to the earth, fire, wind, and thunder. Where did the clouds come from? Where did the trees and rivers come from? Oh, could it be this is the Immortal Palace? No, that's not possible. Didn't Fu Jiwen say before? The Immortal Palace is not something that ordinary cultivators can find. Even if this Xiao flew randomly, I'm afraid it's impossible to be so coincidental. Chapter 4069. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more strange, exceeding his understanding, Xiaohua had the intention to fly out from these outlines. However, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao, who were following closely behind Xiaohua, were already steadily chasing after him. Xiaohua was simply unable to escape. Of course, noticing that the two were not in a hurry, Xiaohua was even more nervous, knowing that he might be flying into a dead end. Therefore, after being unable to escape from this strange place, he tried to fly towards the outline of the nearest mountain range. What made Xiaohua tremble with fear was that his divine sense had yet to come into contact with the outline of the mountain range. A kind of feeling of shock, majesty, fear, and so on came from his divine sense, forcing Xiaohua to withdraw his divine sense. With his divine sense already like this, how could Xiaohua still dare to approach? He could only fly forward. Of course, as he flew forward, Xiaohua also tried to fly to higher and lower places. However, no matter how he tried, the mountain range seemed to be eternally standing there. It was incomparably majestic, incomparably shocking, and forever something that Xiaohua could never hope to reach. I'm afraid I can only go forward. Xiaohua's eyes turned rapidly, fiercely gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, if it really doesn't work, I'll just drag the two of them into this dangerous place together. Who knows, I might be able to rely on luck to escape this calamity. Even if there's no luck, then it's better to die together. Just as he thought of this, the sound of armored horses came from afar. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in Xiao Hua's ears. Who's there? Quickly stop. This is Black Ruins Mountain, the forbidden area of the Immortal Palace. Ordinary people cannot approach. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Sun Jian? Perfected Lord Qingyuan? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Damn, I really came to the Immortal Palace? Seeing an acquaintance, Xiao Hua's eyes turned, hurriedly shouting, Perfected Lord Qingyuan. I am Xiao Hua of Black Wind Mountain. I have great information about the 9 provinces of the hidden Immortal Continent. I ask Perfected Lord to report it to the Immortal Emperor. Sun Jian naturally recognized Xiao Hua. Standing on the flaming chariot, he shouted, Xiao Hua, this is not the Immortal Palace. If you want to see the Immortal Emperor, you'd better turn back. If you continue, don't blame this true monarch for being merciless and killing you here. Boom. Sun Jian waved the 3-pointed, double-edged blade in his hand. The thousands of immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind him all circulated their true energy, and the inescapable net appeared in front of Xiao Hua's head again. Damn it! Seeing Sun Jian like this, Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. This is what it means to have a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Where should I run to? As they spoke, Sun Hao and Sun Cheng's clear gazes swept over, landing on Xiao Hua and Sun Jian's bodies before withdrawing. Even the speed of their pursuit slowed down. Xiao Hua looked at Sun Jian, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind Sun Jian, and even the inescapable net in front of him. He then said, Perfected Cultivator Qingyuan, the battle between you and me in the Black Wind Ridge didn't end. Even though we didn't really fight, this Xiao respects you as a true man. Even if you cut off all ties with the Xiao, this Xiao Hua will still regard you as an old friend. So this Xiao Hua will tell you frankly, you and the immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind you are simply not the Xiao Hua's match. If you don't want to die under this Xiao Hua's hands, and if you don't want your subordinates to die under this Xiao Hua's hands, then get out of the way immediately. Now that Xiao Hua has been forced into such a situation by your Confucian cultivator, this Xiao Hua has no more scruples. If this true monarch doesn't get out of the way, you'll kill this true monarch? Sun Jian's expression didn't change as he asked indifferently. Xiao Hua nodded. That's right. This Xiao Hua is being chased by 2 Confucian martial grandmasters behind me with no way out. I can only rush into this Immortal Palace's forbidden area to escape. If you don't get out of the way, then this Xiao Hua can only attack. Sun Jian raised his eyes to look at Sun Hao and Sun Cheng, who were slowly approaching. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Hua again. He asked, Do you know why those 2 martial grandmasters aren't in a hurry to kill you? Naturally, it's because of this forbidden area. Xiao Hua answered somewhat impatiently. But do you know where this forbidden area is? Sun Jian asked again. Xiao Hua sneered. Didn't you say this place is Black Ruins Mountain? Correct, this place is Black Ruins Mountain. Sun Jian nodded, but this place has another name. It's called Heaven's Prison. Heaven's Prison? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. You came to guard the Heaven's Prison? This Heaven's Prison is the Immortal Palace's prison? The Immortal Palace's prison isn't here. Sun Jian explained, This place is the Heaven's Prison. Any cultivator who enters the Heaven's Prison, no matter how high their cultivation is, can never come out alive. Immortal Emperor? Great Sage? Mahavairakana, Revered One? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, They also can't come out alive. Any cultivator. Sun Jian answered word by word. This Xiao Hua understands. Xiao Hua finally understood why Sun Hao and Sun Cheng weren't in a hurry to kill him. You're guarding this place to prevent cultivators from entering by mistake. Of course. Sun Jian nodded, then looked at the approaching Sun Cheng and Sun Hao and said indifferently, Since you know this is the Heaven's Prison, then turn back. This true Lord's duty is here. I can't let you pass. Damn it, I already know this is the Heaven's Prison. How can this Xiao Hua still go in? Xiao Hua was speechless, but he still felt lucky in his heart and asked in a low voice, "Then what's the heaven's prison like?" "No one knows." Sun Jian shook his head. "No one has ever come out from there, so no one knows what's inside." "Has anyone ever gone in?" Sun Jian looked at Xiao Hua, knowing that he had not given up, and said indifferently, "Billions of years ago, there seemed to be a Wenxing who rebelled against the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace laid down an inescapable net, but couldn't kill him. Later, he was forced into the Heaven's prison and disappeared." "All right." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say any more." After saying that, Xiao Hua turned around, his eyes flashing with determination as he looked at the two Confucian cultivators approaching. Sun Jian controlled the flaming war chariot and retreated a few li, coldly looking at everything that happened in front of him. The inescapable net in front of him had not been removed. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao flew to the front, and each of them pointed their feet. The burning sky furnace and the earth-casting furnace flew up into the air, and the earth-casting furnace landed on the ground, spinning around, waiting for an opportunity to pounce on Xiao Hua. "You too." Xiao Hua looked at the two Imperial equipment aggressively, took out a Qianquan bag and held it in his hand and said, "This is what you want. This Xiao Hua will give it to you. However, after you take it, can you let this Xiao Hua live?" Sun Qing smiled and clapped his hands. "People often say that a wise man submits to circumstances. Daoist Xiao is indeed a wise man. If you had done this earlier, why did you have to tear apart everyone's face?" This Xiao Hua thinks that he is the kind of person who will not turn back until he hits the south wall, and can't be considered a wise man. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. But now, this Xiao Hua has no way out, and can only choose to compromise. As long as the two of you swear an oath, this Xiao Hua will immediately send this Qianquan bag over. Sun Qing looked at Sun Hao, and the two of them exchanged glances. Sun Qing said somewhat regretfully, "Daoist Xiao, if it was before Liao Jiang, or before your tribulation, not to mention swearing an oath, even if we directly let you go, it would not be impossible. But now, do you think that we still have the qualifications to let you go? But we must ask Daoist Xiao to make a trip with us to know the result." Sun Hao also said, "But this old man feels that Daoist Xiao need not worry. If you use this item to atone for your crimes, you may still have a way out." Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed, kept the Qianquan bag, and said, "If the two of you let this Xiao Hua go now, this Xiao Hua can naturally give that item to you without worry. But if you want this Xiao Hua to be captured without putting up a fight and wait to be dealt with, that won't do. If the two of you push too far, this Xiao Hua will rush into Black Ruins Mountain and let you draw water with a bamboo basket." "Haha." Sun Cheng laughed loudly, pointing at the inescapable net, and said, "Daoist Xiao, what do you think Daoist Master Qingyuan is doing here? Without his Immortal Palace Imperial equipment, can you enter the heavenly prison? Besides, Daoist Xiao," Sun Hao also advised, "once you enter the heavenly prison, you will definitely die. But if you follow this old man and the others back, you may not necessarily die. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself?" Xiao Hua pinched his chin, thinking to himself. He understood in his heart that if it was purely because of the 9 provinces cauldrons, he really didn't need to be too afraid. But the problem was that the Immortal Palace didn't only have a grudge with the 9 provinces cauldrons, there were also those 100 nascent soul cultivators and also Yaotai Mountain. He had a lot of secrets on him, and he couldn't reveal any of them, so how could he just let himself be captured without putting up a fight? Forget it. Xiao Hua looked at the two Imperial equipment approaching and made a decision in his heart. Just as Xiao Hua was about to take out White Bone from the space, the heaven-burning furnace and the earth-casting furnace suddenly moved. Hundreds of vast chi pillars shot out from the void, landing on the two Imperial equipment. The two Imperial equipment expanded to several miles in size in a few breaths, firmly locking Xiao Hua inside. "Haha." Xiao Hua laughed. "So the two of you didn't plan to let the Xiao go. This Xiao has always been asking a tiger for its skin." When the two Imperial equipment moved, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao naturally moved as well. The two of them urged their bodies to move, and still released the three-colored genuine qi. Under the burning heaven-casting earth technique, the area around Xiaohua within 100 miles was enveloped in silver-white and light blue flames. Layers of righteous qi surged into the flames like waves. The surface of Xiaohua's body was naturally burned by the flames, but at this time, although the flames were fierce, they couldn't melt Xiaohua's body. Only some of the flames landed on his body, creating deep fire scars, but these fire scars quickly healed under the bronze brilliance. However, the power of the domain within the flames was heavily pressed on Xiaohua's body by the giant peak, and all of his true qi couldn't be mobilized. However, when the two Confucian cultivators saw Xiaohua's calm expression, they didn't dare to be negligent. Each of their sub-bodies appeared, and the sub-bodies waved their arms, urging the two imperial equipment to gradually close. Chapter 4070. Come out. Xiaohua finally decided. His mind entered the space and took out the three-headed, six-armed white bone. Seeing the white bone appear on top of Xiaohua's head, the two Confucian cultivators were slightly startled. However, although the white bone's body flashed with traces of lightning, the lightning didn't change in the flames. Even the white bone itself didn't change at all. It was just like a soldier puppet, without any vitality. Quick, make your move. Sun Hao frowned and urged Sun Cheng. We will quickly capture this guy. Don't let him cause any more trouble. This white bone looks really strange. Okay. Sun Cheng also nodded. The two of them flew out and landed on the two sides of the two imperial equipment. They each stretched out their hands, one down and the other up. Rumble, rumble, rumble sounds could be heard in the air, and the closing speed increased. Bone-tempering fellow Taoist. At this moment, Xiaohua was calm and said in a low voice, I'm afraid only you can activate this strange white bone. Okay. Bone-tempering Xiaohua's voice was very loud. The indomitable and desolate figure walked out of Xiaohua's body and landed on the white bone. Boo! An indescribable aura came out from the white bone. This aura actually blew the flames in the space away. Not good. This white bone is really strange. Sun Cheng was alarmed. His body emitted a three-colored brilliance. The burning heaven cauldron vibrated and accelerated its descent. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed and took out the blood bone from his Naiwan palace. His calm mind was a bit confused. He really didn't want to go to this step. However, seeing that his body was a bit bent under the pressure of the two imperial equipment, he clenched his teeth and placed the blood bone on top of the white bone. Swoosh! The moment the blood bone landed on the white bone, the entire space seemed to be silent. Immediately after, the white bone issued a kacha sound of vibration. Strands of lightning were born from the cracks of the white bone. After that, a desolate aura that was 10 times more powerful than the bone-tempering Xiaohua emitted from the white bone. Like a flood, it instantly covered an area of several thousand miles. Immediately after, roar. An angry roar that was even louder than Dragon Vein Xiaohua's roar came out from white bone's three heads. It was as if it wanted to release the aura that it had held back for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. This furious roar was so shocking. Not only did it shake Xiaohua to the point of trembling, even the immortal soldiers and immortal generals guarding Black Ruins Mountain fell limp in midair. Quick, retreat. Sun Jian's flaming chariot was now out of flames, and his face was also filled with shock as he hurriedly gave the order. Not only that, just as the furious roar fell, the blood bone on top of white bones had suddenly emitted a faint blood light. This blood light was like the soul slaying Yuan light. It streaked across the sky and landed on top of Xiaohua's head. Wang Wang. Xiaohua's body trembled, and a blood shadow flew out along with the blood light and landed on white bones. White Bone's body instantly emitted a blood light, and a faint blood membrane covered White Bones. This blood membrane swelled for a moment before it stopped growing and turned into a layer of skin. A skinny three-headed six-armed celestial that was several hundred feet tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at Xiaohua again, once the blood shadow appeared, his entire body went limp in midair. Not only was his face deathly pale, his body also did not have a trace of strength. Other than being conscious, he could not even move a finger. That blood bone had already sucked out all of Xiaohua's blood essence. Boom! Once the celestial took shape, the void within several li immediately collapsed, and the previously incomparably powerful silver and blue flames were immediately extinguished. One of the celestials' heads looked up, while the other head looked down again. Two of the celestials' arms slightly drew a line in the air. Crack, crack. Two crisp sounds rang out. No one could see how the celestial did it, but the heaven-burning furnace and the earth-casting furnace immediately exploded from the inside out, and the imprisonment within 50 kilometers was swept away. Just as the imprisonment disappeared, ka-cha-cha, within 1,000 li, violent thunder once again set off. Countless lightning bolts, some in the shape of a ball, some in the shape of a ball, crazily fell down. The celestial's body could be seen with the naked eye. Boom. At the same time, a familiar foreign star power fell down from the lightning bolts, and a barbaric aura rushed out from within 1,000 li. An indescribable sound came out from the celestial's mouth, and a strange aura that could destroy heaven and earth was once again emitted from the celestial's body. Wherever this aura passed, all the space collapsed one after another, and nothing was spared. The inescapable net set up by Sun Jian and the other immortal soldiers and immortal generals was torn to pieces by this aura. Even the outline of the mountain range that Xiaohua's divine sense did not dare to approach before was now extremely distorted and flowing. This. Not to mention Sun Jian. Even Sun Hao and Sun Cheng were dumbstruck. They turned around and fled, because how could they resist this aura that was even more powerful than Wenxing's? Ka-cha-cha. Just as the space within several hundred li was collapsing, an incomparably majestic fluctuation fell down along with a thunderbolt. Wherever the fluctuation went, all the space recovered extremely quickly. The thunderbolt fell, smashing precisely on the celestial's blood bone, and the aura that could not be contained by this world was immediately extinguished by more than half. This is the laws of heaven and earth. Although Xiaohua could not move, and could only watch as he released a crazy demon that could destroy heaven and earth, when the fluctuation and thunderbolt fell, he could clearly feel the heavenly Tao aura inside. He also understood that this celestial was definitely not an existence of the 3 continents, and was also not an existence of the 10,000 demon realm. The aura formed by a celestial was also not something that this world could contain, so the laws of heaven and earth descended to seal and eliminate the celestial's aura. However, even if the celestial was sealed, his strength was enough. The celestial slightly opened his mouth, and his entire body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had fallen on top of Sun Cheng's head. Seeing this, Sun Cheng was really frightened. He urged his subbody, and the Imperial Star Pierce was also shot out. Crack. A stream of light splashed from the celestial's body. The Imperial Star Pierce did not hurt the celestial at all, and the celestial raised his hand and grabbed downwards. The entire space of a few miles was imprisoned, and then with his poof sound, Sun Cheng's subbody broke apart, exploding into 3-colored true qi that rushed in all directions. Woo! The celestial opened his mouth and inhaled, and all the true qi fell into his stomach. At the same time, the celestial's other hand reached into the void. Poof! The multicolored light around Sun Cheng swayed, and the bony arm passed through his body. Sun Cheng opened his mouth to call for help, but the celestial's other head opened its mouth and spat out a green light that fell on his forehead. A faint shadow was pulled out by the green light and fell into the celestial's stomach. Not only that, the celestial's third head opened its mouth again, and a blood shadow flew out of Sun Cheng's body. It was also swallowed by the celestial, and Sun Cheng's body quickly withered and turned into dust. Ha! The celestial killed Sun Chung, opened its skeleton mouth, and looked at Sun Hao at this moment. In the distant space, layers of light and shadow flashed, and a human figure appeared in the distorted space. As soon as this human figure appeared, it immediately turned into a sub-body that was hundreds of feet tall. This sub-body was not solid, or a shadow, and was very ethereal. Wensheng? Xiao Hua floated in the air involuntarily. When he saw the void refinement realm sub-body, he immediately said in a low voice, "The celestial actually alarmed the Wensheng? You?
Who are you?"
The Wensheng looked at the celestial in surprise, and then his gaze fell on Sun Hao, who was escaping in a sorry state. He asked, "Where's Xiao Hua?" Sun Hao was shocked, and he forced himself to calm down. He raised his hand and said, "Senior, Xiao Hua is behind this monster. We accompanied Xiao Hua to train, and suddenly we met this almost invincible monster. Xiao Hua was injured by this monster, and I'm afraid he will die soon." Damn it! Xiao Hua understood, and was secretly anxious. This is a real Confucian cultivator. He came to save me. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua could not speak at all, and the Xiao Hua inside the celestial seemed to have lost his mind, and he would not explain. The Wensheng raised his head, squinted his eyes at the celestial, and asked curiously, "Where did you meet this monster?" This thing does not seem to be from the hidden immortal continent. Just as the Wensheng said this, the celestial moved again. The celestial's target was naturally Sun Hao. Let's see how the Wensheng would let the celestial succeed. The Wensheng smiled slightly, and his sub-body moved. He raised his arm, and a four-colored light flashed, falling towards the celestial's white bones. Boom! The four-colored light was defeated, and the celestial's white bone hand was also blocked. Oh! The Wensheng was stunned, and looked at the celestial in disbelief. Then his body swayed, and his huge sub-body suddenly turned into multicolored light, like a peacock spreading its tail, covering hundreds of miles around. However, this multicolored light only spread slightly, and then suddenly converged, condensing into a four-colored fist, and hit one of the celestial's heads. Boom! In a huge explosion, the fist flipped the celestial's body. Roar! The celestial's body did not stand upright, and with a roar, he swung his two arms forward. Ka-cha-cha! Two lightning bolts comparable to tribulation lightning and more powerful than the horned dragon hit the Wensheng sub-body. Woo! The Wensheng sub-body quickly teleported, wanting to merge with the void, but the nearby space was once again imprisoned by the lightning. In an even louder explosion, not only was the Wensheng's sub-body sent flying, but the surrounding space was also shattered into pieces. Granny, this is troublesome. The flood rushed to the Dragon King Temple. Xiao Hua was somewhat anxious, and called for the Xiao Hua in his heart. However, before he could get in touch with bone-honing Xiao Hua, a sudden change occurred. The second body of the unknown literary sage that came to save Xiao Hua had just landed, and before he could even straighten up, Sun Hao, who was not far from him, suddenly flashed and appeared beside him faster than lightning. Sun Hao strangely stretched out his hand, and his arms suddenly lengthened. With a boom, it pierced into the literary sage's second body. Chapter 4071. Ah! When Sheng let out a blood-curdling scream, the originally illusory sub-body suddenly solidified, trembling uncontrollably under Sun Hao's sneak attack. When Sheng turned his head with great difficulty, looking at Sun Hao with extreme confusion. However, a cold smile appeared on Sun Hao's face. A layer of inscriptions appeared on his arm. As the inscriptions entered his body, when Sheng's sub-body gradually shrank, and in the end, Sun Hao opened his mouth. Woo! A four-colored blood shadow fell into his mouth, and Wensheng's physical body along with his sub-body completely disappeared. Sun Hao killed a Wensheng faster than a Devis killed a martial grandmaster. Wung wung! Sun Hao's body expanded uncontrollably as the inscriptions poured in. The subbody that appeared above his head previously also expanded and disappeared into it. After Sun Hao's body flickered a few times, suddenly, like when Sheng before, it became illusory, becoming one with the surrounding space. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Immediately after, a powerful Wen-Chu star energy came from the void and landed on Sun Hao's body. A dazzling star-like battle armor formed with the naked eye. Seeing everything that happened so suddenly, Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. His heart once again fell into an ice cave. This is a Wenxing? How can Sun Hao be a Wenxing? Why did he attack that Wensheng? Boom. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to think, Sun Hao's figure flashed and appeared in front of the Devis. Sun Hao didn't take out any imperial equipment, directly smashing a fist towards the Devis' head. Woo! The Devis naturally wouldn't show weakness, swinging his fist to meet the attack. The two fists collided, letting out a rumbling sound. Immediately after, as the two waved their hands and raised their legs, lightning surged, as if thousands of lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in the entire space. The might of this lightning was so powerful that the entire Black Ruins mountain was shaking. Sun Hao was from a military background. It looked like his fists and legs were very powerful, and the Devis skills were also extraordinary. Big Dipper Divine Fist and Ethereal Steps were methodical, not losing out. This isn't Sun Hao. This definitely isn't Sun Hao. Xiao Hua's figure was pushed towards Black Ruins Mountain by the lightning from the punches and kicks. He gradually approached Sun Jian, but Xiao Hua didn't care about any of this. He only stared at the battle between the diva and Sun Hao. After watching for a while, he finally understood. This Sun Hao should be his so-called master's clone. Xiao Hua, what's going on? Sun Jian's voice came from behind Xiao Hua's back. Xiao Hua couldn't turn his head and said, don't mention these two, say something. Sun Jian urged, just now, that Confucian martial grandmaster actually killed a literary sage. Where did he come from? Damn it, it's not that I don't want to talk. Xiao Hua shouted, I already said it. You can't hear me. Sun Hao, Sun's eyes. Xiao Hua, Wen, Sheng, Xiao Hua's, Wen's. Xiao Hua looked at true monarch Qingyuan, who was loyal to the immortal emperor, and said with a bitter smile, Sun Jian, if you didn't come, you might still be alive, but since you helped me up, I'm afraid you'll be killed by Sun Hao like that sage of literature. Sun Hao? Sun Jian looked over, seeming to understand something. The one who died just now was called Sun Cheng, and the one I killed was called Wu Han. Xiao Hua explained, they took a fancy to something I had and wanted to take it away. That's why they chased me all the way from Liao River to Black Ruins Mountain. That sage of literature just now was a true Confucian cultivator. He was invited here by me using the True Confucian's token. True Confucian? You have the True Confucian's token? Sun Hao looked at Xiao Hua in surprise, obviously not believing him. Xiao Hua nodded and didn't explain further. At this moment, Sun Hao's figure was struck by lightning by the Devis. A small part of his body was damaged, and waves of starlight gushed out. Ka. The sound of a sword rang out, followed by the cries of phoenixes and the roars of dragons. A long sword appeared in Sun Hao's hand. The hilt of this sword was shaped like a heart, and the heart was engraved with the patterns of dragons, phoenixes, and other beasts. Also, the edge of the sword under the sword light didn't look sharp, as if it hadn't been sharpened. There were no spikes at the tip of the sword, only an oval shape. The cries of phoenixes and the roars of dragons came from the patterns of the 10,000 beasts. The sword light of the treasured sword was different from ordinary sword light. It didn't have the coldness of killing, but instead had a heart-penetrating warmth. The silver sword light contained 10,000 layers of sword intent. The inner layer of this sword intent was the mountains and rivers, the middle layer was the myriad phenomena of the world, and the outer layer was the pavilions of the sky and the chains of inscriptions. Although the Devis' desolate aura was heavy, it instantly collapsed under this warm sword intent. Tian, son of Heaven's sword? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded again. This was really fate. In the blood pool of the gods and devils, the son of heaven's sword suppressed the blood bone, and here, the Devis encountered the son of heaven's sword again. Could the Devis defeat the son of heaven's sword this time?
No.
Unexpectedly, Sun Jian exposed the truth. This isn't the real son of heaven's sword. This is only the outer layer of the son of heaven's sword. However, the son of heaven's sword was the son of heaven's sword. It was only the outer layer, and similarly, the Devis sealed by the laws of heaven and earth couldn't compare to it. When the son of heaven's sword landed on the Devis flesh and blood rapidly withered, and the aura that could tear the void was also swept away. Roar! Bone-honed Xiao Hua roared in pain, and landed in front of Xiao Hua with the Devis that were only bones left. Quickly take out that piece of blood bone, Xiao Hua shouted. Sun Jian reached out and took out the blood bone. Xiao Hua's mind swept, sending the lifeless, white bone into the space, and the bone-honed Xiao Hua fell into Xiao Hua's body. Sun Jian. Sun Hao held the son of heaven's sword and said coldly, "Bring Xiao Hua here, then swear that you won't speak of today's matter. This old man can spare your life." Sun Jian laughed coldly. He grabbed Xiao Hua with one hand and placed the blood bone into his bosom with the other. He said, "You spared my life, but can you also spare the lives of the Black Ruins mountain garrison?"
No.
Sun Hao shook his head. "Anyone who saw today's matter must die." "Haha, is it because they saw you holding the son of heaven's swords?" Sun Jian laughed loudly.
Who are you?
"You actually dare to hold the son of heaven's sword that only the immortal emperor can possess? Could it be you still want to report this matter to the immortal emperor?" Sun Hao asked with interest. Sun Jian laughed coldly. "Everyone has the right to punish the unfilial son of heaven and earth. Do you think that by sparing my life, I won't report it to the immortal emperor? Foolish loyalties." Sun Hao sighed. "This old man really doesn't know what benefits the immortal emperor gave you to actually treat him like this. I am a true lord of the immortal palace and a military disciple. Naturally, I have to be loyal to the immortal emperor." Sun Jian said word by word. "I don't need any benefits. Since that's the case, then you can die. Be loyal to that dog's hit immortal emperor of yours." Sun Hao waved the son of heaven's sword calmly, and the sword's light enveloped an area of several thousand li. At that moment, there was a loud hum. The thing Sun Jian had been hiding beneath him all this time moved. A beam of light shot behind him, and the void-shattering eye between his brows opened. The grayish-white beam of light followed the previous one and landed on the distant empty black ruin. The Kunlun mirror? Sun Hao was shocked. Didn't the immortal emperor take it back already? As he spoke, Sun Hao hastily raised his hand, and a sealing force instantly controlled the area within 1,000 li. However, Sun Hao was still too late. The Kunlun mirror and void-shattering eye's beam of light landed on empty black ruin, emitted a strange sound, and a thumb-sized crack appeared in the mountain's outline. Then, a black wind rushed out from within, following the beam of light and enveloping Xiao Hua and Sun Jian. Wherever the black wind passed, forget Sun Hao's sealing force, even the son of heaven's sword's light was broken. Many of the immortal soldiers and immortal generals stationed around MT Black Ruin were swept in by the black wind. Damn it. Sun Hao cursed, and the son of heaven's sword in his hand hastily slashed down. Boom. The sword's light landed, and a huge spatial crack appeared. However, in front of the crack, the black wind still fell into MT Black Ruin. Xiao Hua, Sun Jian, and hundreds of immortal soldiers and generals fell into MT Black Ruin. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sun Hao cursed loudly, and the son of heaven's sword in his hand slashed down again. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Pft, pft. Sounds of flesh and blood bursting rang out. In just a few breaths, Sun Hao had killed all of true monarch Qingyuan's immortal soldiers and generals. In the end, Sun Hao's eyes flashed with the eye-clearing art. He swept his left and right, then rubbed his hands together. Heavenly fire descended, enveloping everything within 1,000 li. All of the corpses, including Sun Chung and that literary sage, were burned to ashes. Only then did he disappear into the void with a dark expression. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see Sun Hao's actions, when Sun Jian approached him, he already knew the fate of Sun Jian and the troops stationed at MT Black Ruin. Sun Hao, who had taken out the Son of Heaven sword, couldn't possibly let anyone know he possessed it, even if it was just the outer shell of the Son of Heaven sword. However, what he didn't expect was that Sun Jian, who had severed all ties with him, would actually save him. Of course, the instant the black wind rose and swept him in, Xiao Hua also understood in his heart. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sun Jian was an upright person. Since he had severed all ties with him, then he had severed all ties with him. This Sun Hao had the outer shell of the Son of Heaven's sword in his hand. It was very obvious that among the Confucian cultivators, he was a power that could stand up to the immortal emperor. If he fell into Sun Hao's hands, not to mention the 9 cauldrons that he had never revealed to Sun Jian, even the bones of the celestial being were a great threat to the immortal emperor. Sun Jian wasn't actually saving him, but preventing him from falling into Sun Hao's hands. He didn't want to cause trouble for the immortal emperor and the immortal palace. Damn it! The blood bone of the celestial being is still in this bastard's possession. Xiao Hua was speechless at this loyal Sun Jian. This bastard couldn't have left the blood bone in MT Black Ruin, right? Although Xiao Hua thought so, he only had a body of divine abilities. Besides his mind, he couldn't even move anything else. He could only allow Sun Jian to drag him into the spatial crack created by the black wind. Chapter 4072. The space crack is pitch black and devoid of light. There's not even a trace of sound. It's as silent as a tomb. With Xiao Hua's strength, he can barely see the situation around him. At this moment, Sun Jian seems to be in the same situation as Xiao Hua. His body is powerlessly floating in the darkness. His hands and feet are blown away by the black wind. However, his left hand is still firmly holding onto Xiao Hua. Strange. Xiao Hua is somewhat bewildered. This heavenly prison doesn't seem to be as powerful as Sun Jian said. The ignorant were naturally fearless. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and looked around, while Sun Jian and the immortal soldiers and immortal generals who were dragged into the heavenly prison all revealed a look of horror. They exerted all their strength to circulate their true energy to protect themselves. Sun Jian. Xiao Hua opens his mouth. However, his voice is extremely long. It's so long that even Xiao Hua himself can't hear it clearly. Sun Jian seems to have heard Xiao Hua's voice. He slightly turns his head. There's an inquiring look in his eyes. He opens his mouth and also drags out the syllables, "What do you want?" Xiao Hua is helpless. His eyes inexplicably turn, and he agrees. Sun Jian doesn't know what Xiao Hua means. However, he nods at Xiao Hua and clenches his left hand again. His eyes are telling Xiao Hua to be at ease. All right. Xiao Hua secretly nods in his heart. Although this Sun Jian is an immortal emperor's loyal follower, he's also a trustworthy person. In this heavenly prison, having such a person to support each other can be considered a kind of luck. Although the black wind is powerful, it's impossible to determine the distance in the heavenly prison. Therefore, for an entire incense stick's worth of time, the two of them don't stop moving. However, the two of them don't realize how far they've been blown by the black wind. The floating immortal soldiers and immortal generals around the two of them also maintain their previous posture. There's no change. Could it be that we're just floating like this? Xiao Hua suddenly has a kind of enlightenment. A trace of fear appears in his heart. This heavenly prison is endless. As long as a cultivator falls into this heavenly prison, they'll just float until the end of their lifespan? Isn't that so? This heavenly prison doesn't have the world's origin energy. There's no righteous energy. Cultivators who come here can't cultivate at all. Sun Jian and the other immortal soldiers and immortal generals were no different from me. They couldn't even move their bodies. What were they cultivating? I can only slowly grow old here and die. Thinking of quietly waiting until I die of old age, an indescribable fear arises in Xiao Hua's heart. This is the terror of the heavenly prison. Xiao Hua floated peacefully for more than 10 days. If it wasn't for the howling of the black wind, Xiao Hua felt as if he hadn't moved at all. Even his blood essence that had been absorbed by the Celestials didn't recover in the slightest. What's more, the surroundings were always pitch black, and it was impossible to distinguish any changes. Xiao Hua and Sun Jian could only express their intentions through the movement of their eyes. Sigh. For no reason, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. At this point, he already understood that the sky prison of Black Ruins Mountain was a warning sign of his sudden impulse. It was a huge crisis that could not be avoided, regardless of whether one was training or cultivating in seclusion. The root of this crisis was the 9 continents cauldrons. If he was training, he couldn't avoid looking for the Yuzhou cauldrons. Sun Chung was guarding the Yuzhou cauldrons, waiting for him to come. He would definitely walk right into the trap. And if he didn't come out of seclusion, Sun Hao would also follow Sun Cheng's clues to find him. With Wenxing's strength, with the power to control the Son of Heaven's sword, with the ambition to confront an immortal emperor, Sun Hao would definitely find him. He might even find the Fortune Gate in the soaring Dragon Mountain range. At that time, the one who would lose would not be Xiao Hua himself, but the entire Dao Gate. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. After all, he had left enough things in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and the disciples there were enough. In the future, the Fortune Gate would definitely stand out and occupy a place in the hidden immortal continent. It's just a pity that the disciples in this Zhao's space. Xiao Hua felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have brought them out. Although Xiao Hua's mind could move, ever since he entered the heavenly prison, Xiao Hua found that his mind could not enter the space, so he couldn't see the situation in the space. But suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. This Xiao has drifted in the heavenly prison for a lifetime, but the space is independent. Fu Jiwen and the others can also live a wonderful life. Moreover, the Fortune Gate controlled by green-robed Xiao Hua also has its own life. Although I don't know what the space will be like after I die, I know that as long as I'm alive, the space will exist, and everything inside will be wonderful. Damn it! So, what if the heavenly prison? So, what if I drift quietly like this for a lifetime? For these disciples, for Xue Xue and Master in the dark side of the space, I also have to live. For every day I live, they can live. After thinking this through, Xiao Hua's mind became clear. The fear and terror from before all disappeared. This boundless darkness and boundless loneliness had all become fleeting clouds. Besides, don't the Xiao have true monarch Qingyuan by his side? It can't be said that I'm lonely. It's a pity that this guy is a man. If it were Xian, that would be even better. Looking at Sun Jian floating beside him, the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curled into a smile. Sun Jian seemed to have noticed Xiao Hua's abnormality. With some difficulty, he slightly tilted his head and looked at Xiao Hua. At this time, Xiao Hua seemed to have seen something terrifying, and his face changed greatly.
Oh?
Sun Jian was also shocked. He hurriedly followed Xiao Hua's gaze and saw that in the pitch-black darkness, not more than 100 feet away from the two of them, there were 2 dazzling threads of light. These threads of light twisted into an irregular shape, and on the other side of the threads of light were the 3 immortal soldiers who had fallen into the heavenly prison with Sun Jian. These 3 immortal soldiers were unable to move like Sun Jian and the others, and they also floated forward. However, the moment the threads of light appeared, the 3 immortal soldiers' hair began to turn white, and wrinkles began to appear on their faces. Then, their hair turned into nothingness, and their flesh began to disappear. In the end, the 3 immortal soldiers had turned into white bones. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 3 immortal soldiers' bones turned into dust, and the immortal armor on their bodies rusted, slowly broke, and finally disappeared. The passage of time? Innate restriction? Looking at the familiar scene, Xiaohua's heart shook greatly. He naturally thought of the mysterious innate formation in the depths of the West Ocean. Therefore, he hurriedly looked at Sun Jian. Fortunately, Sun Jian didn't change at all. On the other side of the two twisted threads of light, all the immortal soldiers and immortal generals didn't change at all. They didn't seem to have aged rapidly with the passage of time. Moreover, from the edge of the threads of light, there was a faint obscure fluctuation. Xiao Hua was shocked, and Sun Jian was scared out of his wits. Seeing this situation, how could he not know what was so terrifying about the heavenly prison? The law of time. No immortal palace's cultivators, including immortal emperors, could survive in this law of time. Naturally, no one could leave the heavenly prison alive. My essence blood has a trace of recovery? The obscure fluctuation passed through Xiaohua's body, and he suddenly felt a trace of it. Suddenly, Xiaohua's expression changed. Could it be that fluctuation? Yes, that fluctuation might be the fluctuation of the law of time. Xiaohua understood. There weren't any fluctuations in the darkness before, so there was no time, so my essence blood couldn't recover for a long time. Now this area has the law of time, so I can recover my essence blood. So, in the other area I saw just now, the law of time there is different from here? Then, is it because their time is faster? Is our time slow? Or is it that we saw them die of old age extremely quickly, and they see us die of old age extremely quickly too? Even though we saw them die of old age, they're still living well in that area like us? In an instant, Xiaohua thought a lot, and Sun Jian grabbed Xiaohua's hand with more force. Not good. Just as Xiaohua's essence blood was recovering slightly, many halos flashed in the darkness in front of him. These halos weren't circular, and like the threads of light they saw before, they were abnormally distorted and didn't have any shape at all. These halos were originally as gorgeous as fireworks in the mortal world, but now in the eyes of Xiaohua, Sun Jian, and the others, they were like the most terrifying weapons of time. Everyone's eyes revealed despair. They clearly knew that behind each halo was a world of its own. In this world, there was no such thing as strength or cultivation. Everything was controlled by the fluctuations of time. The power, reputation, and strength that they had been pursuing would all disappear in an instant after a fluctuation. Shua. Just as everyone was panicking, another fluctuation appeared out of thin air. However, this fluctuation didn't have any effect on them. Everyone looked at each other in panic, but no one felt anything special. However, Xiaohua was different from the others. He felt as if he had come back from the jaws of death. His heart was filled with ecstasy. Isn't this a commonly seen fluctuation in the void? No, this fluctuation is even sharper than the fluctuation of this Zhao's nascent soul. It seems to be similar to the fluctuation of the blood bone in the blood pool of the gods and devils. If this fluctuation falls into the formless nascent soul, it will definitely stimulate the cultivation of the nascent soul. This Xiao understands. At this moment, although Xiaohua didn't know what this fluctuation was, he had a faint understanding in his heart. When this Xiao was pregnant in the void, I relied on this fluctuation. Moreover, that day when the nascent soul pill fell into my stomach, it also turned into a kind of strange fluctuation. In the blood pool of the gods and devils, it was also a kind of fluctuation that tempered the body. Could it be that this fluctuation is the essence of the world's origin qi, noble qi, or even the essence of dragon qi? In the immortal world, I need to use fluctuations to cultivate?
No.
The immortal world is the legendary immortal qi, and the dragon domain is the dragon spirit qi. Could it be the cultivation method of this fluctuation is higher than that of the immortal world? Chapter 4073. Xiaohua pondered again. However, that might not be the case. There's no spiritual energy in the wilderness, so how did the human race cultivate back then? Perhaps this fluctuation is the cultivation path of the Empyreans in the wilderness? The fluctuation was like a straw, giving Xiaohua, who was on the brink of death, a sliver of hope. However, Sun Jian and the others weren't in such a good mood. They watched as the colorful halos split everyone into several groups. Sun Jian stared fixedly at the two people closest to him. As expected, the two of them also turned into withered bones. Sun Jian hurriedly turned to look at a distant halo. That halo had long since been empty. The immortal generals inside were nowhere to be found. Sun Jian panicked. He turned to look in another direction. Several immortal soldiers were floating strangely on one side of the halo. They didn't move at all. Whether it was the expression on their faces or the shock in their eyes, they were all still. When he looked at the other side of the immortal soldiers, he saw 3 to 5 toddlers waving their chubby arms and gradually disappearing into the pitch-black night sky. This bizarre scene caused Sun Jian's hair to stand on end. He couldn't help but look down at his own body, then at Xiaohua, who was on his arm. "Can you see?" Sun Jian knew that Xiaohua couldn't hear him clearly, but he still couldn't help but ask. After all, 10 days of fear had made his heart grow like grass. Not speaking would make him anxious. "I see it," Xiaohua said. "You catch me, sigh." Sun Jian naturally knew that Xiaohua was powerless against this bizarre situation. He sighed and looked to his left. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals who had been swept into Black Ruins Mountain with Sun Jian and Xiaohua had now scattered into different halos and different time domains. Perhaps only the heavens knew if they were still alive or not. Swoosh! Sun Jian had just sighed when several more fluctuations rushed over. They were like drizzling rain. Sun Jian trembled inexplicably. Only after seeing that there were no changes to his body did he relax. Xiaohua hurriedly urged his invisible nascent soul to absorb the fluctuations into his nascent soul. At the same time, after one of the fluctuations, Xiaohua's essence blood recovered another strand. Several more days passed, and no more halos appeared in front of Xiaohua and Sun Jian's eyes. Clearly, this large area was governed by the same laws of time. Moreover, in this area, Yuan Qi fluctuations and other strange fluctuations appeared one after another. Xiaohua's blood essence had yet to be replenished, and his body still couldn't move. Therefore, he couldn't try to absorb other energy fluctuations. As for the space, Xiaohua's mind was still unable to enter it. However, the space had already loosened a little. Xiaohua knew that this was most likely related to the laws of time within the area. There's another ring of light ahead. In the pitch-black space, any light would always travel far. Sun Jian warned them from afar. Xiaohua didn't bother to answer. He just waited for his essence blood to recover. Swoosh! After passing through a layer of halo, Xiaohua and Sun Jian's figures suddenly became illusory. Their heads were already a day away, while their feet were still at the place where they had just entered the region. Looking at this strange scene and the deformed corporeal body, Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred. He thought to himself, in this heavenly prison, there's no such thing as Zhang or Li, right? There's only the sky and the moon. However, in different regions, the sky and the sky, the moon and the moon, the year and the year, can they be compared? Of course, after several days, when Xiaohua and Sun Jian flew out of this region, their legs also rushed through the halo along with their heads. They didn't really stay in the other region. And in this region, Xiaohua's face gradually regained its color. Although the blood essence that had been extracted by the Sky Man's white bone hadn't completely recovered, it was enough for Xiaohua to move. Sun Jian. When Xiaohua opened his mouth, both of them were shocked, because this voice was extremely similar to what they usually spoke. Taoist Master Xiao. Sun Jian hurriedly retracted his arm. With an indescribable expression on his face, he asked, "Who is that Sun Hao? And what is that white bone of yours?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He urged his magic power to stop, but no matter how he urged it, his flying body couldn't stop. Under the laws of time, I'm afraid there's no laws that can resist it. Xiaohua seemed to be deep in thought. His gaze looked towards the pitch-black distance. Perhaps in other regions, there'll be an opportunity to urge my magic power to stop. If I don't stop, sooner or later I'll fall into an unpredictable region and die without a burial place. After thinking it through, Xiaohua looked at Sun Jian with a bitter smile and replied, Sun Jian, you and I have fallen into the Black Ruins Mountain. Since ancient times, no cultivator has ever been able to escape from there. What's the use of you asking so much? Could it be that you can report to the immortal emperor?
Besides, I also don't know who Sun Hao is.
Saying that, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, Give me that blood-colored bones. No. Sun Jian had just said half a sentence when he dejectedly took out the blood bone from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. He said, You're right. Since you and I can't get out, what's the use of asking these things? Yeah, since we can't get out, what's the use of those magic treasures? Xiaohua said with a smile, I seem to have seen you have a Kunlun mirror before. Why don't you give that treasure to me as well? That's not the real Kunlun mirror. Sun Jian ignored Xiaohua's teasing and said, That's just the outer shell of the Kunlun mirror. Without the core of the Kunlun mirror, there wouldn't be a Kunlun wonderland inside, let alone the real Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua looked into the distance and held his chin with his hand. He said thoughtfully, Sun Jian, you and I can be together now, but drifting in this heavenly prison, can we be together forever? Impossible. Sun Jian shook his head, perhaps after the next halo. Even if I pull you, you and I will still be separated. Then, do you think you can get out of this heavenly prison alive? Xiaohua asked again. Sun Jian looked at Xiaohua in confusion and asked curiously, What does Daoist Xiao mean? Nothing. I'm bored. I'm just casually asking.
Xiaohua said with a smile.
Let's not talk about the time fluctuation first. Sun Jian said, Under that fluctuation, I don't have any power to resist and will definitely fall. Even if there is no fluctuation in that pitch-black space like before, I can't cultivate and my lifespan can't increase. I will still die of old age here. If you can cultivate, you have a chance to live? Xiaohua asked back. Sun Jian waved his hand and ignored Xiaohua, as if what Xiaohua said was a joke. Give me the outer shell of the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, Maybe I will give you a surprise. Although Sun Jian knew that his Kunlun mirror was trash in the heavenly prison, he was still not moved by Xiaohua's words. He replied indifferently, The Kunlun mirror was bestowed by the immortal emperor. If you don't say it, how can I give it to you? Damn it. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I forgot that the Kunlun mirror was bestowed by the immortal emperor. How can you casually take it out? It's just that Xiaohua's mind couldn't easily enter the space, so he naturally couldn't take out his Kunlun mirror. Therefore, he thought for a moment and didn't say anything. After flying for another 100 days, the two of them passed through 4 to 5 different time zones. Not only did Xiaohua's blood essence recover, he could also enter the space. When Xiaohua's mind entered the space and asked a little, he was stunned again. Because whether it was the green-robed Xiaohua, Fu Jiwen and the other disciples, none of them felt any change in time. The entire space was the same as before. Moreover, the time that passed was similar to Xiaohua's estimation. I understand. After pondering for a moment and calculating the time that he estimated was different from the time that the green-robed Xiaohua said. Xiaohua somewhat understood. The time in this space is originally independent, just like the stacked jade legacy realm. However, because my mind is somewhat connected with the space, the time in the space is the same as the time zone that I came out of. Just like after the opening of the stacked jade legacy realm, it gradually synchronized with the time of the Dragon Island. Previously, when I entered the Black Ruins Mountain, there were no time fluctuations. Therefore, time also didn't flow in this space. Of course, the time zone in this heavenly prison is different from the Xiantian Great Formation at the bottom of the West Ocean. That great formation forcibly stimulated time. Although there is time passing in this time zone, I can't see it. I can only see the time passing in the outside area. Those fallen immortal soldiers might have already died of old age in my eyes, but they might still be living well in there. However, Xiaohua's thoughts were all based on his own understanding. Whether they were correct or not, he himself didn't know. However, when he took out his Kunlun mirror, Sun Jian was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the two almost identical Kunlun mirrors in disbelief and asked in a low voice, Daoist Zhao's Kunlun mirror, is there a Kunlun immortal realm? There is. Xiaohua replied without the slightest hesitation. If true monarch Qingyuan is willing, you can also go in and cultivate. How is that possible? Sun Jian shook his head. This place can't activate magic treasures. It's impossible for you to take me in. Xiaohua smiled faintly and waved the Kunlun mirror in his hand, saying, Hee, if you give your Kunlun mirror to me, I might give you a pleasant surprise. Hee, Daoist Xiao must be joking. Sun Jian said with a smile, this place can't refine magic treasures. How are you going to refine two magic treasures that are originally one?
Tell me.
Are you going to give or not? Xiaohua revealed his greedy nature.
Give.
Why wouldn't you give? Sun Jian raised his hand and stuffed the Kunlun mirror into Xiaohua's hand, saying, I still want to see the difference between the real Kunlun Immortal Realm and Peng Lai Immortal Realm. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He took Sun Jian's Kunlun mirror and sent it into the space along with his own Kunlun mirror for green-robed Xiaohua to refine. Then he suddenly realized something, saying, True monarch Qingyuan, what do you mean? What is the relationship between Peng Lai Immortal Realm and Kunlun Immortal Realm? Why do you want to see the difference between them? Chapter 4074. This. Sun Jian hesitated, as if he had some secrets he didn't want to say. After a while, he said, The Kunlun mirror has the Kunlun Immortal Realm. Then the other magic treasures also have the Peng Lai Immortal Realm. What magic treasures? Xiaohua was confused. Also, the Peng Lai Immortal Realm. Isn't it in the Immortal Palace? This is a secret of the Immortal Palace. I only learned about it by chance, so it's not detailed. Sun Jian's words were a little vague. Xiaohua sneered. You and I are already prepared to die in the heavenly prison. What secrets do you still want to keep? This is the Immortal Emperor's secret. The more Sun Jian explained, the more information he revealed. In the end, Sun Jian simply stopped talking. Hee. Xiaohua laughed and didn't ask anymore. He began to sit cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, allowing his body to drift into the depths of the heavenly prison while he calmed his mind to capture the fluctuations that were gradually becoming denser. There were many fluctuations in this area, and it could be said that they were heterogeneous. Xiaohua could only distinguish the fluctuations of heaven and earth yuan qi, and couldn't distinguish the other fluctuations. Seeing Xiaohua sitting down as if he was cultivating, Sun Jian was a bit bewildered. However, seeing that there wasn't a trace of the world's origin energy around him, Sun Jian couldn't help but bitterly smile. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment before his thoughts became chaotic again. Not good. Another few days passed. Xiaohua was selecting and testing the fluctuations when Sun Jian suddenly cried out. Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw many rings of light in front of him. They were connected to each other, forming a very strange pattern. Oh no! Xiaohua frowned and squinted his eyes. After a while, he sighed and said, Perfected Lord Qingyuan, if there is no miracle, I'm afraid this is where you and I will part ways. Yes, it should be. Sun Jian's gaze is somewhat complicated as he looks at Xiaohua. He clasps his hands and says, I have known Daoist Xiao for a while. I also know that Daoist Xiao is a good man who is loyal to his feelings. It's a pity that you and I are different from each other. I was demoted to Black Ruin Mountain because of you, and now I'll be buried in the heavenly prison with you. We're even. Ah? Xiaohua was stunned. You came to guard Black Ruin Mountain because of me? Oh, I understand. In an instant, Xiao Hua understood a lot. He nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then this Xiao will definitely repay you." However, before Xiao Hua could say a few words, the two of them suddenly sped up, and several indescribable auras rushed towards the two of them like hot air in the cold winter. When these auras landed on Xiao Hua's body, Xiao Hua involuntarily had a strange feeling. It was as if there were people talking and people fighting within these auras. There was even the fragrance of the earth and the dampness of the rain. Of course, these auras felt different, but it gave Xiao Hua a misconception that there was a small world within each of these auras. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to ponder. That net-like halo quickly appeared in front of the two of them, and even a faint strand of light landed right in front of them. As Xiao Hua expected, wrinkles quickly appeared on Sun Jian's face at the other end of the light thread. "Don't struggle." Xiao Hua didn't care whether Sun Jian could understand his words or not. He took out the Kunlun mirror with his mind, and then hurriedly released it to wrap around Sun Jian. However, Xiao Hua forgot that these were two different time zones. His eyes could see them, but his mind couldn't find them. Damn it. Xiao Hua didn't forget to hold the Kunlun mirror with one hand. His mind was like looking for a needle in a haystack, randomly waving around. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly streaked past Sun Jian, and a fist-sized black box appeared in Xiao Hua's field of vision. At the same time, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the distance. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. His mind swept towards the distance, and Sun Jian and the black box disappeared from Xiao Hua's sight at the same time. Phew! Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, and withdrew his mind like a waterfall. Sun Jian and the black box fell into his space. At this moment, Xiao Hua's figure rushed into another area. After that halo, Xiao Hua's mind was actually cut off by 30%. Damn it, that was close. Xiao Hua patted his chest very naturally. With his mind cut off, he could still cultivate through the sun-shrouding art and secret techniques. If he was half a step late, Sun Jian would have really died in that area. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to check Sun Jian and the box at this moment, because in the immediate area, countless fluctuations surged over like a flood, drowning Xiao Hua in a moment. Only after several tens of days did Xiao Hua finally raise his head happily from the drowning of the fluctuations. His face was filled with pleasant surprise as he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, have you all noticed the abnormality of these fluctuations?" "All right, I'll let you know." Bone Hone Xiao Hua said first, "I have already found a fluctuation similar to the one in the blood pool of gods and demons. I can use this fluctuation to temper my bones." Phoenix Body Xiao Hua naturally didn't want to fall behind, and replied, "I also found a fluctuation suitable for myself. Although I haven't tried it yet since fellow Taoist can use it, I can also use it." He fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua of the Dragon Veins smiled even more. This poor Taoist is formed from the dragon spirit chi of the dragon domain. There are actually 4 or 5 of these fluctuations that this poor Taoist feels familiar. This poor Taoist can cultivate with them. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked, "Can this fluctuation be activated with the Heavenly Dragon speech technique?" "Of course not." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua replied, "This fluctuation contains a higher level of dragon spirit energy. I can use it to cultivate, but if it's activated with the Heavenly Dragon speech technique, it won't work." "And I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. "It should be that this Heavenly Dragon speech technique is too low level." "Yeah. In that case, this fluctuation, it's strange again." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua replied, "Little brother can also use it." A low voice timidly replied. It was the demonic spirit Xiao Hua. Hearing this voice, who would know that it was a demonic spirit that devoured blood? "Oh." Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, "Demonic spirits need black flames and demonic blood, with demonic energy." "Oh, I understand. Demonic energy can also be contained within fluctuations." "Exactly." The demonic spirit's voice was still very low, and within this fluctuation, there are almost 10 types that I can devour. What about Confucian, immortal friend? Xiao Hua was somewhat concerned about Confucian, immortal friend Xiao Hua. Confucian, immortal friend Xiao Hua said proudly, "Don't worry, immortal friend. If it was before I obtained innate true qi, I would still be somewhat confused. But after understanding the 5 Qis unifications technique and the essence of true Qi cultivation, I don't need to rely on external objects to cultivate Confucian cultivation techniques to the literary star realm. Of course, within this fluctuation, I also discovered 2 fluctuations that were similar to righteous Qi. After I cultivate the 9 cauldrons and core of essence, I will concentrate on the matter of fluctuations."
Good.
Xiao Hua looked at the pitch-black heaven prison, as well as the specks of light within the boundless darkness, and said with a smile, "In the eyes of others, this heaven prison is the end of life. In our eyes, it should be the starting point of a wonderful life. The fluctuations that others can't use to cultivate are the essence of heaven and earth that we casually pluck. And the death zone that others can only sit and wait for death is the paradise for us to cultivate. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to think too much. Just treat this disaster as a closed-door cultivation." "That's right." Confucian, immortal friend Xiao Hua said with a smile. Immortal friend Xiao Hua always wanted to go into closed-door cultivation, but in the end, you didn't have the time to do so. Because of the mundane affairs, you flew all over the hidden immortal continent. Now, even the heavens can't stand it anymore and gave you this chance to go into closed-door cultivation. Why don't you make good use of it?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, touched his nose and said, "Immortal friend, this kind of closed-door cultivation opportunity, I feel that it's better to have less of it. In the hidden immortal continent, I always know that I'm alive. But in this place, who knows when I'll be able to escape from here? Perhaps our closed-door cultivation this time is a closed-door cultivation where we'll never be able to come out." "Don't tell me there's no chance to go out?" Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said in a low voice. "For example, that space crack in the folded jade legacy realm? This place is not a space tunnel where you can find the exit." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "Even if I's illusion breaker magic I can tear the void, it can't be used here." Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua's heart moved, then he frowned and said, "However, when we first entered this area, there were several indescribable auras extremely strange. It was completely different from the deathly stillness in this heavenly prison." "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment, let I think." After a moment, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again. "Everyone must still remember the situation that day, right? In this heavenly prison, there were originally no halos, but because the time rules were different in the places where the time zones touched, they produced dazzling halos. In the beginning, between the 2 halos, we didn't discover any strange aura. That's because the 2 halos were very close to each other. But recently, there were more halos, which means that the time zones also increased at the same time. The places where these halos didn't touch should be the places where the time zones didn't cover. That aura should be emitted from these time gaps." "That's right." Confucian immortal Xiao Hua shouted. "These time gaps are some fragments of the heavenly prison, which is our chance to escape. The problem is..." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua shook his head. "How do we use these fragments? I have been to the stacked jade legacy realm. The situation there is different from here. It seems that we don't have any power to escape here. Even if we find the real time gaps, it still won't work." Confucian immortal Xiao Hua was silent for a moment, then said, "Having hope is better than nothing. Now let's think about how to find the time fragments to return to the hidden immortal continent. Naturally, we'll use fellow Taoists' divine sense to find it." Bone-honing Xiao Hua also suggested, "Perhaps we can find it." Hiss. Xiao Hua suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he thought of something. Sure enough, Confucian immortal Xiao Hua smiled. "Fellow Taoist seems to have forgotten fellow Taoist, soul cultivator. He has the way south opposite north technique. Moreover, fellow Taoist's universal transference token has the mark of the Black Wind Mountains transmission array, and it seems that fellow Taoist also left a divine sense mark on the snowy mountain of the Western Paradise's Linglong Temple. If fellow Taoist's divine sense is strong enough, or fellow Taoist soul cultivator's way south opposite north technique is profound enough, we might have a chance to get out. Chapter 4075. Fellow Immortal is right. Xiao Hua nodded. First of all, we should cultivate diligently and cultivate our techniques to the extreme. Maybe some kind of magical ability can help us escape from the heavenly prison. Second, I should fly towards the depths of the heavenly prison. Maybe we can find some usable time fragments and have a chance to escape. Finally, I should refine my divine sense and let fellow Taoist refine the soul technique and the going south way north technique. Once we find the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark between the fragments, we can use the going south way north technique to escape from here. But, Demon Spirit Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, we can't use any magical ability here. We can't use it here, but it doesn't mean we can't use it elsewhere, especially near the time fragments. Xiao Hua smiled. Moreover, if we can find the divine sense mark there, the going south way north technique can also be used. We'll listen to fellow Taoist instructions. The group of primordial spirits were overjoyed. They agreed and went to cultivate. Xiao Hua's psyche entered the soul formation sky and explained everything to the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. When the soul cultivator Xiao Hua flew out from the mysterious dark clouds, he didn't leave Xiao Hua's body. Immediately, his body flashed with brilliant green light and countless energy waves rushed into his body like moths to a flame. The green seal appeared out of thin air and fluttered around him. There's a strong aura of desolation here. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua said happily. I should cultivate here. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and nodded. As long as you don't leave I's body, you can cultivate anywhere. However, fellow Taoist must focus on the going south way north technique. This is the foundation of our escape. Fellow Taoist, don't expect too much from this technique. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua shook his head. Not to mention whether this technique can take us back to the Pure Land from here, even if it can, I can't practice it with my current cultivation. In fellow Taoist's opinions, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't naively think that he could leave the heavenly prison immediately. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua thought for a moment and replied, solitary sky is the most basic condition. Xiao Hua was a little dumbfounded when he heard this, but what made him dumbfounded was still behind. I'm afraid that it will be 1,000 years before I can cultivate to the silent sky realm. 1,000 years later? Xiao Hua was stunned and blurted out, such a long time? Hee, it only takes a little more than 1,000 years to complete soul cultivation. Fellow Taoist, don't you think you're blessed by the heavens? Soul cultivator Xiao Hua mocked. That's right, I was too greedy. Xiao Hua was disappointed, but he immediately came to his senses. Fellow Taoist, take your time and cultivate. Don't be anxious. Right now, we are in seclusion. Whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, we can only leave seclusion once we succeed. All right. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua replied, then began to cultivate. Xiao Hua's consciousness retreated. He looked at the many primordial spirits cultivating, then entered the space again. This area in the space was exactly the same as the Kunlun Wonderland. Sun Jian, who looked like a withered old man, was sitting there with a black box beside him. Perfected Lord Qingyuan. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua still transformed into Xiao Hua's appearance and landed in front of Sun Jian. Sun Jian turned his fish-like eyes and looked at Xiao Hua indifferently, as if he didn't recognize him. After half a cup of tea's time, he hesitated and asked tentatively, Xiao Hua? That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. It's me. Perfected Xiao. Sun Jian suddenly seemed to come alive. He jumped up with difficulty and pulled Xiao Hua, saying, Didn't we still escape from the heavenly prison? Seeing Sun Jian like this, Xiao Hua felt a little bitter in his heart. He said in a low voice, Perfected Lord Qingyuan, don't be anxious. Tell me what happened first. What happened? Sun Jian let out a bitter laugh. There were actually some tears in his eyes. You and I fell into the Black Ruins Mountain. Previously, we were still drifting in the heavenly prison together. As immortal soldiers and immortal generals fell one after another, it was time for us to part. Too much time has passed. I already can't remember what you said at that time. I only know that after you finished speaking, you didn't say anything. No matter how I talked to you, you ignored me. You stopped outside the halo, not moving at all. Later, I also got tired and stopped paying attention to you. I drifted in the pitch-black, heavenly prison, by myself. Perhaps it was 2,000 years, or 3,000 years. I don't know exactly how long it was. I only remember that I was getting older and older, and my lifespan was getting closer and closer. Finally, another huge force pulled me out of the pitch-black darkness. This pull lasted for several hundred years. Then you came. At this point, Sun Jian looked around and asked again, Why didn't you change at all? Isn't this the hidden immortal continent? Where is this place? Xiao Hua held his chin. His heart was in a perilous situation. To him, it was merely a short moment. But to Sun Jian, it was actually 3,000 years. Time law is indeed the most profound law in this world. Sun Jian didn't pursue the matter. 3,000 years of time had given him enough patience. Xiao Hua replied, True monarch Qingyuan, do you still remember the Kunlun mirror case you gave me? Could it be, this place is the Kunlun immortal realm? Sun Jian said in shock. Then you yourself. I am naturally still in the heavenly prison. Xiao Hua nodded and said, You just fell into that time zone. I immediately used the Kunlun mirror to take you into the Kunlun immortal realm. To me, it was merely an instant. But to you, it was different. Therefore, I didn't change at all. I understand. Sun Jian nodded slightly and said with a sigh, It was merely an instant. My life has reached its end again. Xiao Hua looked at Sun Jian's withered face and asked, Fellow immortal, your lifespan has reached its end? Sun Jian shook his head. Fellow immortal, can you cultivate in the Kunlun immortal realm? Since Fu Jiwen could cultivate in the space, Sun Jian could naturally cultivate as well. However, Xiao Hua still asked. Sigh. Sun Jian sighed. Looking at the picturesque Kunlun immortal realm, he said, The path of cultivation has already left me 1,000 years ago. You and I are no longer on the same path.
Ah.
Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Sun Jian had stayed in the heavenly prison for 3,000 years. He couldn't cultivate. 3,000 years was enough to change everything. You have already lost your cultivation? Xiao Hua asked probingly. Sun Jian shook his head. If I didn't have my cultivation, how could I have lived until now? However, right now, my cultivation is almost the same as not having it. I only want to devote my remaining life to the mountains and rivers. I hope that Taoist Master Xiao will give me this opportunity. Don't you want to try cultivating? Xiao Hua advised. When I just came in, I thought about it. Sun Jian finally spoke the truth. Furthermore, I also tried it. I can cultivate in this Kunlun immortal realm. However, my lifespan is almost up. If I can't break through my realm, I'm afraid I can't live for another year.
Haha.
Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, Since Taoist Master Qingyuan is willing, then it's easy. While speaking, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pointed his index finger at Sun Jian's forehead. At the top of the Voidbreaker Eye, a strand of crystal light entered it. Sun Jian's body shook and he hurriedly closed his eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, when Xiao Hua moved his finger away, tears flowed out from the corners of Sun Jian's eyes. Without opening his eyes, he shouted, The ancient said that it's enough to die at night. I finally understand. After speaking, Sun Jian opened his eyes and was about to throw himself on the ground and kowtow to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his sleeve and helped him up. He said with a smile, Taoist Master Qingyuan, although you and I are different from Taoists and Confucians, what you said in Black Ruins Mountain was right. You and I have become friends, and both of us are hypocritical. Now that you are in the heavenly prison because of me, how can I not save you? Of course, It's still too early for me to say anything about saving you out of the heavenly prison. This 5 cheese unification technique, just treat it as a small token of my appreciation. I can accept your appreciation, but I can't forget the ceremony of teaching. Sun Jian thought for a while and replied stubbornly, Master Xiao, just call me Sun Jian in the future. Thinking about Sun Jian's loyalty to the immortal emperor, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, As you wish. Sure enough, Sun Jian immediately asked, Can I tell the immortal emperor about this 5 cheese unification technique? Xiao Hua said helplessly, Let's not talk about this first. We'll talk about it after we get out of the heavenly prison. Yes, Master Xiao. Sun Jian nodded. Haha, Sun Jian, no need to be so polite. Xiao Hua said with a smile, It's best if it's the same as before. Otherwise, I'll feel awkward too.
All right.
Sun Jian said with a smile, I understand. Then you should hurry up and cultivate. Xiao Hua said, If your lifespan is almost up and you still haven't broken through, just tell me. I might have other ways. Actually, it's not that I can't break through to the 5th grade of essence energies. Sun Jian said with a smile, It's that I'm not willing to break through. Because I feel that there are some flaws in my cultivation technique. If I break through to the 5th grade of essence energy, there will be some flaws that are hard to fix. Now that I have Master Zhao's cultivation technique, breaking through to the 5th grade of essence energy is just around the corner.
Ha, that's good.
Xiao Hua took out a transmission talisman and said, If you have any questions or want to find me, you can send a transmission talisman to me. This transmission talisman can be sent outside of the Kunlun immortal realm? Sun Jian was a little confused. Xiao Hua's figure flew up and said with a smile, Of course not. But I have a clone cultivating in the Kunlun immortal realm. Master Xiao is actually a clone right now. Sun Jian was extremely astonished. What cultivation level is Master Xiao at? I'm not a literary star either. Xiao Hua said as he flew, Fellow immortal son can use it as a target to try. Haha, of course. Sun Jian laughed loudly and said heroically, I still have to find Sun how to settle the score. How can it be possible without the strength of a literary star? Jade Archive Xiao Hua flew up into the air. With a wave of his hand, the black box that was placed not far away from Sun Jian previously appeared in his hand. This box looked very ordinary. There were no runes on its surface, nor were there any fluctuations. However, even Jade Archive Xiao Hua's gaze could not see through such an ordinary item. Damn it! How can something that can appear in the heaven prison and not be destroyed by the time array be ordinary? Jade Archive Xiao Hua did not dare to carelessly destroy this box. After thinking for a while, he carefully sent the box to a corner of the space and then flew out of the barrier around Sun Jian's area. Chapter 4076. As soon as the Jade Archive Xiao Hua appeared in the space, the green-robed Xiao Hua appeared in front of him with a rare serious expression. He said, Fellow Taoist, this is the biggest crisis we have encountered in our lives. That's right. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded. But we were lucky enough to survive in the heavenly prison. I didn't have time to cultivate in seclusion, so I will cultivate in seclusion to my heart's content this time. Fellow Taoist, you should take charge of the cultivation of the formless nascent soul and those scattered nascent souls. Let's see how far you can cultivate. All right. The green-robed Xiao Hua also knew the danger of this trip, so he agreed. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua left the space and fell into Xiao Hua's lower dantian, urging the formless nascent soul to cultivate. Seeing that everything was arranged properly, Xiao Hua looked at the endless darkness, sat down cross-legged, and continued to refine his divine sense. His divine sense was like a hammer, but it was still far from being able to find the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark in the heavenly prison. Cultivators often said that cultivation was without time, and cultivating in the heavenly prison was even more without time. Following Xiao Hua's seclusion, his figure floated past one time zone after another. These time zones either had fluctuations used for cultivation, or were empty and silent, or had some chaotic fluctuations. When there were fluctuations, Xiaohua began to cultivate. When there were no fluctuations, Xiaohua closed his eyes to comprehend. Day after day, year after year. Years after years passed like flowing water, passing in front of Xiaohua's eyes like fluctuations. In the beginning, Xiaohua would occasionally count the days, but as time passed, he was too lazy to count. In short, one divine ability after another was cultivated, one realm after another was broken through, and secret techniques were also cultivated one after another. Xiaohua's seclusion achievements were harvested one after another. In this long process of cultivation, Xiaohua had other discoveries. The time and the space was actually not exactly the same as the time in the heavenly prison. Just like the folded jadeite forgotten realm, Xiaohua's mind did not enter the space. Although the time and the space was moving according to inertia, it was still slower than the heavenly prison. Moreover, the more Xiaohua's mind did not enter the space, the slower the time was. However, as long as Xiaohua's mind entered the space, the time law in the space would forcibly coincide with the heavenly prison, speeding up the flow. Therefore, in the end, Xiaohua's mind would not rashly enter the space unless it was absolutely necessary. Even so, an earth-shattering change had occurred within the space. The size of the space increased once again. When Xiaohua's spiritual sense reached 60,000 miles, the space expanded to 60 million miles. All the spiritual pets in the space were hatched. The Ice Worm King, Water Pattern Butterfly, Dream Mirage Butterfly, and so on were placed into different seals by Jade Archive Xiaohua. As for Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede, they had also undergone incredible changes. On the other hand, the rainbow conch that Xiaohua brought out from the Xiantian Grand Array at the bottom of the West Ocean was not affected at all. Within the space, the one who was most helpful to Xiaohua's cultivation was Xiaogua. Ever since Xiaohua's ancient golden core in the Dragon Island's stacked jadeite legacy realm, Xiaogua had learned an even more profound alchemy technique from this so-called golden core. In particular, from this ancient golden pill, Xiaogua had comprehended the realm of Dao sect pills. Although Xiaogua had not reached the spirit-severing stage or the unification stage, it could still help Xiaohua refine suitable pills and help him break through. There was also a lightning tribulation in the heavenly prison. The lightning tribulation in the heavenly prison was different from that in the hidden immortal continent. This lightning tribulation wasn't attracted by Xiaohua's tribulation, but by chance he encountered it in different time zones. The lightning tribulation wasn't a thunderbolt or a flash of lightning, nor was it a dense cloud. Like the chi of heaven and earth, it was also a fluctuation. It was just that this fluctuation was abnormally tyrannical, and the power it contained far surpassed that of the hidden immortal continent. Although the fluctuations of the lightning tribulation were very difficult to see in time zones, Xiaohua could always encounter it a few times in 10,000 years. Therefore, not only was his Dao sect cultivation close to the middle Mahayana stage, even Xiaohua's formless nascent soul and those scattered nascent souls had all transcended 8 lightning tribulations and become rank 8 scattered nascent souls. It was worth mentioning that 5,000 years after Xiaohua fell into the heavenly prison, Buddha Subhuti came out of seclusion. As soon as Subhuti came out of seclusion, there was immediately endless Buddhist essence that seeped into Xiaohua's mind like a sweet rain. This sweet rain made Xiaohua, who was somewhat impetuous, calm down immediately. Although Xiaohua said that he treated the falling heavenly prison as a closed-door cultivation, this closed-door cultivation was different from a real closed-door cultivation. During the 5,000 years, Xiaohua had flown through many time zones, experienced many time fragments, and was disappointed again and again. This made him as confused and dispirited as Sun Jian was back then. This negative emotion directly affected the cultivation of the other primordial spirits. And after Xiaohua shared these Buddhist essences with other primordial spirits, these messy and harmful negative emotions were immediately strangled. The pleasant surprise that Buddha Subhuti brought to Xiaohua was not limited to this. As early as before Subhuti came out of seclusion, he passed on some true essence of Sarira and physical body cultivation. And after Subhuti came out of seclusion, he thoroughly comprehended the foundation of Sarira cultivation, pushing the comprehension of Buddhist divine ability to the peak. The most direct result was that Xiaohua had the possibility of being completely separated from his other primordial spirits, making up for the consequences of Xiaohua's previous rash splitting of his primordial spirit. Moreover, what made Xiaohua pleasantly surprised was that after green-robed Xiaohua obtained this kind of comprehension, he thought of Shanghua's underworld human-bodied snake-tailed deity statue in the space. Xiaohua naturally knew that the deity statue had some secrets that he didn't know, but even if he entered the space with the identity of Jade Archive Xiaohua, he couldn't see any trace of it. However, after green-robed Xiaohua obtained the Buddhist essence, he immediately entered the space. In order to not affect the time inside the space, Xiaohua's mind didn't enter the space. Green-robed Xiaohua came out of the space in just a moment, holding a fist-sized 7-colored crystal in his hand. This crystal was extracted from the chest of the deity statue by green-robed Xiaohua using the Buddhist essences. Xiaohua's divine sense, Buddhist sense, and soul sense couldn't penetrate the crystal. Only Xiaohua's divine sense could. When Xiaohua saw what was inside, he was ecstatic. It was a drop of blood essence. The blood essence exuded a powerful aura, and after Xiaohua easily swallowed the blood essence, the Thousand Demon Realm external avatar technique appeared clearly in Xiaohua's mind. At this time, Xiaohua understood that the deity statue had always had the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique, but without the foundation of the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique, it was impossible to perceive the existence of this secret technique. Shang Huaming's cultivation technique was only the most basic of the basics. Even after cultivating it, he still wasn't qualified to cultivate an avatar. Even if the 10,000 Demon Realms goddess gave him some cultivation techniques and the Heavenly Abode Rivers technique, it still wasn't enough. On the contrary, Ku Tuchuo's Buddhist secret technique about the flesh and Sarira made up for this gap. This allowed Xiaohua to obtain this secret technique from the deity statue and have the ability to cultivate it. After obtaining the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique, many of the primordial spirits were overjoyed. While comprehending their own techniques, they also seized the opportunity to comprehend the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique. Afterward, Buddha Bodhi's cultivation continued step by step. In the heavenly prison, Bodhi couldn't sense the power of faith, so he couldn't use the fluctuations in the heavenly prison. Therefore, he studied the Buddhist scriptures and carefully cultivated the exquisite temple dharma. He also used the Sarira to cultivate. A long time was enough for Bodhi to thoroughly comprehend the Buddhist techniques, condense the 8 feet golden body, and practice the Buddhist 8 syllables. As for the other Buddhist secret techniques, such as the power of mountains, the power of sound, the power of stars, the power of karma, and so on, there were countless of them. Soul cultivator Xiaohua's cultivation was of the utmost importance. The Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique was the foundation of Xiaohua's escape from the heavenly prison. Therefore, the cultivation of soul magic was the focus of Xiaohua's attention. Soul cultivator Xiaohua was even more blessed than the other primordial spirits. The heavenly prison had many fluctuations of the primitive aura, which he could use many times more than the other primordial spirits. Moreover, the Magus Codex in the mysterious dark cloud had a complete record of green seal script. With the help of the underworld fruit, soul cultivator Xiaohua reached the solitary sky realm in about 5,000 years and had mastered 360 green seal scripts. Previously, when he entered the forbidden spring ocean, soul cultivator Xiaohua risked his life to see the green seal script of the 3 heavens beyond the heavens. Therefore, soul cultivator Xiaohua knew that he still had a long way to go. After he mastered the green seal scripts in the Magus Codex, he continued to search for other green seal scripts among the inheritances of the 12 deities. The inheritances of the 12 deities were as vast as the sea. Soul cultivator Xiaohua was immersed in them and gained a lot. Of course, The Thousand Demon Realm Avatar technique that Xiao Hua valued the most, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua had already succeeded in cultivating it before he comprehended the inheritances of the 12 deities. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's cultivation was also very smooth. He was originally formed from the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pond, so he was very sensitive to fluctuations of energy. Apart from the earliest time when Dragon Vein Xiao Hua cultivated with the help of some dragon crystals, he completely relied on the fluctuations of the heavenly prison. What was special was that the complete dragon jade not only contained the heavenly dragon language technique, but also the complete set of cultivation techniques of the Dragon Island. In the end, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's strength was not inferior to Phoenix Body Xiao Hua. Of course, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua's cultivation was also very successful. The Supreme Saint bloodline in his body was constantly fusing with his monster body. Every time a fluctuation of time passed by his body, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua would be able to comprehend the profoundness of the primitive catalog. However, the Supreme Saint bloodline was really too profound. It was an inheritance of the monster race for some unknown purpose. 10,000 years of cultivation was not enough for Phoenix Body Xiao Hua to uncover the veil of the Supreme Saint bloodline. Phoenix Body Xiao Hua's cultivation had only just begun. Bone Tempering Xiao Hua failed to control the white bone deities in front of the Black Ruins Mountain and was instead controlled by the deities' blood bones. After entering the heavenly prison, his arrogant attitude had clearly changed. Later on, when Bone Tempering Xiao Hua was cultivating, he became even more courageous after knowing shame. He was even more hardworking than other primordial spirits, wanting to lend Xiao Hua a helping hand at crucial moments. Chapter 4077. It was a pity that Xiao Hua's other cultivation methods were all complete, but he didn't have many cultivation methods for tempering his bones. He didn't even have a complete cultivation method for tempering his bones. His current fire origin was quickly cultivated to the pinnacle by him. His entire white bones had turned into a brilliant golden color. After finishing the bone tempering, Xiao Hua practiced other techniques. He cultivated the 5 elements escape technique he obtained from Yazi Auction House to the extreme. As for the most difficult to find wind escape technique, because he didn't have any techniques, Xiao Hua could only cultivate it to the intermediate level. Devil Spirit Xiao Hua wasn't a part of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit, but he was controlled by Xiao Hua using Blood Shadow technique. Devil Spirit Xiao Hua first obtained the blood bones fluctuation in the God Devil Blood Pool. His heavenly cave had already undergone a qualitative transformation. Inside the heavenly prison, there were even more fluctuations. The devil race was similar to the monster race. They relied on devouring blood and devil chi to cultivate. This kind of strange energy wave was much more useful than blood. The devil spirit Xiao Hua's growth in this heavenly prison was extremely fast. It was even higher than Xiao Hua's Dao sect cultivation by a large margin. Sometimes, when Xiao Hua saw devil spirit Xiao Hua's cultivation base advance by leaps and bounds, Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. However, devil spirit Xiao Hua's cultivation base increased the most rapidly. Unexpectedly, it was Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. When he first entered the heavenly prison, Xiao Hua felt that there was no noble spirit chi here. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's cultivation might stagnate. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua also found the noble spirit chi's fluctuation, but this fluctuation was extremely small. However, the true chi in Xiao Hua's chest had been cultivated for a long time and had even reached the 18th layer of the chi refining realm. After the seal was lifted, this true chi transformed into the true chi of a Confucian cultivator and finally formed the true 5 chi's unification. This process was the most tortuous, but also the longest. Therefore, after obtaining the innate true chi kindling, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua embarked on the correct path of Confucian cultivation. Although he borrowed the fluctuations of the heavenly prison, he didn't just rely on those fluctuations. He used his internal organs to stimulate the 9 cauldrons, cultivated the 5 qis unification, and finally condensed the 3 flowers of his innate true qi on the basis of the 5 qis unification. While Xiaohua's Yuanshen had made great progress, Xiaohua's disciples had also made unimaginable progress. Although Xiaohua's mind avoided entering the space to accelerate the flow of time, thousands of years still passed in the space. For ordinary Dao sect cultivators, these thousands of years were enough for them to cultivate to the void refinement realm. For disciples like Lu Yi, reaching the void refinement realm was even easier. However, since Xiao Hua understood the principle of good preparation, he also had all kinds of experience in cultivation. When he asked the green-robed Xiao Hua to guide his disciples in their cultivation, he deliberately suppressed their breakthroughs. Even when they were in the aura refining realm, he also made them attempt to break through to the 18th layer of the aura refining realm. When they were pregnant, he also imprinted all the meridians in their bodies into their minds. Of course, not everyone would be able to successfully refine all the meridians in their nascent soul. Everyone's meridians would be different depending on their aptitude. However, just by relying on these nascent soul meridians, how could they be a little bit stronger than other Dao sect cultivators? Moreover, under Xiao Hua's instructions, the green-robed Xiao Hua made them cultivate other orthodoxies' cultivation methods. Lu Yi cultivated Buddhism, Wang Bianfei cultivated Confucianism, Wu Tian cultivated divination, and so on. Therefore, on the surface, Xiao Hua's disciples' cultivation was only at the 6th or 7th grade, but each of them had the strength and standard to establish a sect. The green-robed Xiao Hua was in charge of the Fortune Gate. Although his disciples didn't learn as many things as Lu Yi and the others, there were many disciples whose cultivation was stronger than Lu Yi and the others. This made the green-robed Xiao Hua flaunt in front of Xiao Hua for a long time. As for the Fortune Gate's development, it made the green-robed Xiao Hua smile from ear to ear. Because the world's spiritual energy was abundant in the space, and there were no other sects, the Fortune Gate's original 30,000 disciples cultivated to an extremely high level. Moreover, as the disciples married, the Fortune Gate rapidly expanded, reaching 200,000 disciples in the end. Later, under Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's suggestion, the Fortune Gate no longer recruited disciples, but chose to impart suitable cultivation methods. Therefore, almost 2 million people in the space cultivated Dao sect, and they were all considered Fortune Gate disciples. Then there were the 2 million people in the space. Where did they come from? The green-robed Xiao Hua didn't know, nor did the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Only Xiao Hua knew in his heart that these were the souls reincarnated from the Yin side of the space. In Wuyuan County, Jingwei County, and Fancheng County, Xiao Hua had taken in more than 100,000 people who were killed by the Infernal Judge's clone, but the number of souls he absorbed with the Netherworld origin power was 10 times more. These souls lived and grew on the underworld fruit, and when the Yin and Yang side of the space intersected, they would be born from the Yin side of the space to the Yang side of the space. When the Yang side of the space reached the end of its lifespan, the souls would be transferred to the Yin side of the space and enter the underworld fruit again. This kind of reincarnation of life and death was the most primitive law of heaven and earth. After this law was born, there was a mysterious law power that entered Xue Xue's soul. Of course, although Lu Yi's mother and Fu Jiwen's parents were nourished by the world's spiritual energy, they couldn't escape death. After using the rejuvenation pill, they still fell into the Yin side of the space and reincarnated as humans. Xiao Hua couldn't see through all the mysterious changes happening in the space, but the heavenly Dao Xiao Hua and Karma Xiao Hua were watching everything from the inside the space at all times. Thus, they were able to comprehend all kinds of mysteries. All of this might not be of any use to the current Xiao Hua, but it would be of vital importance to Xiao Hua's future cultivation. On this day, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and looked at the darkness around him and asked, "Green-robed fellow Taoist, how many years have passed?" "Let me tell you, fellow Taoist, what you and I have experienced is probably 20,000 years. Green-robed Xiao Hua replied with a smile, Nascent soul stage cultivators like us should have passed through the 8th stage. Every 1,000 years there would be a tribulation, so it would take 8,000 years. Moreover, the lightning tribulation can't be encountered all the time, so it should be 20,000 years.
Damn it. 20,000 years. Ah.
Xiao Hua took a deep breath as if he had a toothache. 20,000 years of seclusion. I only reached the Mahayana realm. Speaking of which, the last few realms actually took so much time. Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile, although it is said that 20,000 years have passed, there is a lot of time without any fluctuations for cultivation. I'm afraid you, and I have only cultivated for 10,000 years. Besides, the cultivation method is very clear. Generally speaking, it takes 600 years to cultivate the gold core realm, 1,200 years to cultivate the nascent soul realm, 2,400 years to cultivate the spirit separation realm, 5,600 years to cultivate the void refinement realm, 11,200 years to cultivate the body integration realm, and nearly 10,000 years to cultivate the mid-Mahayana realm. You can calculate it yourself. How many years will it take? Fellow Taoist only used 20,000 years to cultivate to the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. It is already very rare in the world. Don't mention the cultivation method of the Taoist sect. Xiao Hua waved his hand with a wry smile. Now, I don't even know if my cultivation method is still in the Mahayana realm. Fellow Taoist Longmai has already completely left my meridians. I don't have any meridians in my body at all. Fellow Taoist Longmai is just relying on the secret technique of the dragon race to temporarily live in Ai's body. Although you don't have any meridians, your Taoist sect's cultivation method, true essence, and tempering fluctuations can still rely on your body. As long as you have a body, you are still a Taoist sect cultivator. Green-robed Xiao Hua replied with certainty. Xiao Hua didn't refute and said, "You and I have been debating about this for thousands of years. I have long been tired of it, so let's not talk about it in the future." "Up to you." Green-robed Xiao Hua shrugged and said, "I also don't have any meridians. Aren't I still a Taoist sect cultivator? What about the time and the space?" Xiao Hua changed the topic and asked. Green-robed Xiao Hua replied, "It has already been 10,000 years since fellow Taoists last came to the space. The time and the space is still stable, more than half of the time in the heavenly prison. It should be around 6,000 years now. 6,000 years in the space." Xiao Hua smiled wryly and said, "Then I'm afraid it will be 5,000 years in the hidden immortal continent. When we go back, things will remain the same, but people will change. I am looking forward to it. I wonder if the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate or Ai's Fortune Gate is more powerful." Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a hint of showing off. Xiao Hua didn't miss the opportunity to remind green-robed fellow Taoist, "Don't forget that the heaven and earth origin energy in the space is different from the hidden immortal continent. I don't know if the Fortune Gate's disciples can come out of the space."
"I have already thought about this."
Green-robed Xiao Hua replied confidently. Although these disciples are gestating their nascent souls in the space, and their nascent souls are condensed from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the space, they still have their physical bodies. With the protection of their physical bodies, they can definitely appear in the hidden immortal continent. Don't forget about fellow Taoist Longmai. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "He can't even enter the space at this time. He seems different." Green-robed Xiao Hua scratched his head. "I seem to have forgotten something. Fellow Taoist Longmai can definitely enter the space." "What about that black box? Did you find anything?" Xiao Hua thought of something again. "No. That box is normally very tight. Other than not being able to open it, there is nothing unusual. Forget it, let's wait for the opportunity." Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the dazzling light in the distance. It was like the aurora he saw in the dawn rain continent. He said, "How can the things in the heavenly prison be ordinary?" "That's right. Let's wait for the opportunity." Green-robed Xiao Hua agreed. "I don't know how many time fragments we have flown past in the past 20,000 years, but we have never found the divine sense mark of the Western paradise. Now that we are getting further and further away from the Black Ruins Mountain, the hope is getting more and more uncertain.
Who knows where the opportunity is?
Green-robed fellow Taoist. Xiaohua looked at the time halo in the distance and didn't care about it. He asked again, "Say, if I cultivate in the heavenly prison and pass the tribulation, will I ascend to the immortal world?" Chapter 4078. That won't happen. Green-robed Xiaohua replied resolutely and decisively, "If you were in the hidden immortal continent or the daybreak continent, even if you were sealed by a powerful enemy, as long as you cultivate to the crossing tribulation stage, all the seals and formations in the world would be destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth, and you would be able to escape. However, this is the heavenly prison, filled with the laws of time. The so-called lightning tribulation is nothing but a wisp of fluctuation inside. The power of the laws of the immortal world is absolutely unable to surpass the laws of time. You absolutely cannot use the power of the heavenly tribulation to escape from the heavenly prison." Speaking up to here, the layers of halos had already approached, and a strange aura and a noisy feeling assaulted his senses. Facing disappointment after disappointment, facing this unfamiliar aura, Xiaohua casually urged his soul technique and mixed his soul sense with his divine sense. However, after a moment, he was disappointed again. Previously, in Xiaohua's imagination, he used his divine sense to explore the divine sense mark he left on the Great Snow Mountain, but when he actually used it, he discovered a huge flaw. After all, no matter how powerful his divine sense was, it couldn't exceed the distance of the transmission channel. If he could really use his divine sense to perceive the Great Snow Mountain in Elysium, why would he use the transmission channel? He could directly teleport there. And when Xiaohua successfully practiced the going south-north-north technique, Xiaohua understood that soul techniques already had a way to sense the divine sense mark with his soul sense. Using the power of the soul to sense it was many times more brilliant than using divine sense to explore. Therefore, when Xiaohua later detected the divine sense mark, he used his divine sense and soul sense to urge his soul technique to complete it. However, even with such a wonderful soul technique, in this vast and boundless heavenly prison, in the cracks of the few fragments of time, he didn't sense any trace of divine sense. Sometimes, Xiaohua began to doubt whether his soul technique was useful in this heavenly prison, or whether he had drifted too far away in these 20,000 years, and his soul technique couldn't sense the divine sense mark of the Great Snow Mountain. After being disappointed, Xiaohua looked at the traces of time passing through his body without setting off any ripples, and once again raised a question. What's going on with this Xiao's half-god body and the great god's aura in my body? Could it be that this Xiao had other opportunities? Also, I didn't use my divine sense to explore the first time fragments. Could it be that I have already missed the way back when I entered the heavenly prison? Withdrawing the soul technique, Xiaohua withdrew his soul consciousness and divine sense from the time fragment. His divine sense had already been cut by 10% by the time fragment, but his soul consciousness didn't suffer too much damage under the protection of his divine sense. Just as Xiaohua was about to withdraw his soul consciousness and nourish it, a strange aura came from the oval time fragment between the three rings of light not far away. Xiaohua was a little lazy. Allowing his body to slowly float by, he didn't release his divine sense or soul sense. However, when he was halfway through, Xiaohua couldn't help but use his soul technique, releasing his divine sense and soul sense into this time fragment. Just as Xiaohua's figure was about to float away, Xiaohua's body suddenly shook violently. His face was filled with incomparable ecstasy, and he almost shouted, "Fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator, quickly activate the going south way north technique." Ah? Good. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was surprised at first, then suddenly realized. Pooh. With a muffled sound, it was no longer soul strands gushing out from between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Instead, it was a fountain of green seal characters that directly spurted out. Then, Hundreds of soul strands almost instantly touched these 300 or so basic green seal characters. Wung wung. Another rumbling sound. After all the green seal characters were lit up by Xiao Hua's soul strands, these green seal characters suddenly flew crazily and combined together. In just a moment, a flickering strange fluctuation, a green seal character the size of a fist appeared in the darkness. After that green seal character appeared, it didn't stop rotating at all. With a hong sound, it began to rotate. Strands of black and white light flashed out from this green seal character. Under the black and white light, the tadpole-like green seal character began to roll, swell, and swim towards the depths of the time fragment. Then, an extremely distorted and incomplete transportation channel appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Because this transportation channel wasn't complete, it was filled with the power of space tearing. Moreover, the scattered fluctuations in the time fragment constantly attacked the channel, as if countless large hands were vigorously rubbing this channel. The distortion would change from time to time. Looking at this incomplete transportation channel, Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. After all, this was a plan that he had been brewing countless times for more than 10,000 years. The formation of this transportation channel was more than 10 times faster than before. Although the channel wasn't complete and was abnormally distorted, Xiao Hua understood that everything in the time fragment was distorted by the power of time. Although it looked incomplete, it might not be incomplete on the inside. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out the Grand Cosmos Shifting Token. The green light between his eyebrows shone brightly, enveloping his entire body. Then, within the light, tens of millions of soul strands fell onto the transportation channel. Buzz. Another thunderous rumble sounded. A layer of human-shaped fluctuations appeared around Xiao Hua's body. This fluctuation produced a strong adhesive force that prevented Xiao Hua from flying. Although Xiao Hua was now at the Grand Ascension stage, it was beyond his ability to resist the power of time. In the face of this situation, Xiao Hua, who had been comprehending the laws of time for more than 10,000 years, didn't panic. He knew that this was because he wanted to leave the time region. The time region produced a natural attractive force. Xiao Hua's body moved slightly, and he rubbed his hands. Although it was a lightning technique, there was no lightning or thunderbolt. Only some strange fluctuations appeared from his hands. Moreover, these fluctuations didn't spread in all directions, but rushed in one direction according to Xiao Hua's hand gesture. When the ripples fell within the ripples of the time zone, Xiao Hua's figure spun around, and the adhesive force toward the teleportation channel greatly increased. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dark green light around Xiao Hua's body flashed, and his figure was actually pulled toward the teleportation channel by the adhesive force of the time zone. Haha. Seeing his body fall into the transportation channel as he wished, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Although he often used the principle of borrowing force to exert force with his fists and feet, he couldn't help but feel proud that he could use such a simple technique to bully the powerful power of time. Now that Xiao Hua had entered the tunnel with the greater universe shifting writ, the tunnel, which had been collapsing, immediately stabilized. It was true that the Soul Cultivator's teleportation tunnel couldn't block out the endless ripples of time within the fragment of time, but the entire tunnel had been established. Countless green seal characters surged like tadpoles, and strange shapes and strange lights emerged from the black and white runes. Xiao Hua's body streaked across the murderous ripples as he flew deeper and deeper into the tunnel. Xiao Hua didn't have time to carefully investigate the situation of the transportation channel. He urged the Soul Scholar to connect the transportation channel with the vague divine sense mark in the time fragment. The divine sense mark was like a small lamp in a stormy sea, and wasn't particularly obvious. Xiao Hua even felt that this divine sense mark was somewhat unfamiliar and extremely weak. However, this divine sense mark was exactly the same as his own soul, so Xiao Hua couldn't doubt it. Maybe it's because this shell floated in the heavenly prison for too long and is too far away from the snowy mountain in the western paradise. Xiao Hua slightly closed his eyes and urged the soul technique to think. This divine sense mark is distorted in this time fragment, so this Xiao Hua has this kind of feeling. However, this time fragment is too frightening. Almost every inch of the area has different time fluctuations. Apart from this Xiao Hua, who has the body of a half-god and can survive in this time fragment, any other cultivator in the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid they can't survive here for even half a moment, right? The time fragment, as the name implied, was the shattering of time. Just as Xiao Hua perceived, every inch of the time law was different. The entire area was like fireflies rippling on the surface of water. Not only was the transportation channel shattered, even Xiao Hua's own body was also shattered. A body bearing thousands of different time fragments, no immortal or mortal could survive. This was also the reason why no cultivator could escape from the heavenly prison. Xiao Hua admittedly had a way to escape, but he also had a body soaked in primal chaos energy, so he could escape from the heavenly prison with the help of this unimaginable time fragment. Of course, if he could comprehend the time law in the heavenly prison, he could even more comprehend it in this time fragment. Xiao Hua relied on the soul cultivator Xiao Hua to urge the soul technique, and he took the time to comprehend the time law between the fragments. He clearly knew that this kind of opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. Of course, while Xiao Hua was comprehending the time law, his heart was also hanging. After all, the divine sense mark of the snowy mountain was really too weak, and the transportation channel was only supported by this divine sense mark. Sometimes, when the divine sense mark was weak, Xiao Hua's soul technique almost couldn't sense it, and he could only rely on a trace of his soul to maintain the transportation channel. Behind Xiao Hua, the transportation channel had already collapsed, and Xiao Hua had no way back. And this time fragment was different from the time region in the heavenly prison. If Xiao Hua was trapped in this time fragment, he probably wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Just when Xiao Hua was worried, the transportation channel around Xiao Hua suddenly issued a rumbling sound. The originally distorted black and white brilliance suddenly stopped, and at the same time, it emitted a brilliant brilliance. The surging green seal characters also seemed to have calmed down and started to move around the channel in an orderly manner. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands in joy because the time fragment surrounding him suddenly disappeared, and his comprehension also came to an abrupt end. At this time, how could he not know that he had already left the time fragment? Chapter 4079. Unfortunately, without waiting for his two palms to hit each other, boom, the entire transmission channel once again issued a huge explosion sound. Ouch, not good. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who was doing his best to urge his soul technique, cried out in alarm. Our divine sense mark has disappeared. I can't sense it at all. How is this possible? Didn't we already escape from the heavenly prison? Xiao Hua, who had just experienced extreme misfortune, instantly felt his heart turn cold. Just now, inside the time fragment, although the divine sense mark was weak, he could still find it. Why was it that after leaving the time fragment and reaching a safe place, the divine sense mark actually disappeared? Unfortunately, at this time, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think about it. The transmission channel that was originally set up in front of him collapsed with a rumbling sound. Within the black and white brilliance, the malevolent fangs of the power of space were revealed. Seeing this, Xiao Hua suddenly had a familiar feeling. An unimaginable thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that I also experienced the collapse of a transmission channel before? Of course, the current Xiao Hua was no longer an ignorant person. His whole body flashed with a dark green brilliance, and countless soul threads were released, supporting the transmission channel several hundred zhong in front of him. Then, he rubbed his hands together, and a thick crystal light fell in the surrounding air. In an instant, a huge ball of lightning formed a huge sphere to protect the transmission channel. Kacha kacha. Outside the lightning, The sound of explosions could be heard all the time. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on Xiao Hua's forehead. After all, contending against the power of heaven and earth with one person's strength was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Under Xiao Hua's protection, the transmission channel still moved somewhat disorderly in the void. Xiao Hua was already powerless to control its direction. Moreover, Xiao Hua also didn't know where the Elysium was. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out after half a cup of tea's time. The space within a radius of several hundred miles shook violently. Amidst the tremors, Xiao Hua flew out with lightning. At this moment, the void was torn apart and shattered. Rays of light and shadow flashed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua seemed to see a huge starry sky. He saw an azure star that looked like a broken sphere. On one side of this azure star, there was a thick blood mist shrouding it. Woo! A strange wave came from afar. Before Xiao Hua could react, the green light around his body naturally followed the wave and extended out soul strands. That lightning even shattered the void. Xiao Hua's figure was actually pulled into the strange wave. Then, a huge teleportation force came from all directions and landed on Xiao Hua's body. This is a teleportation array. Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment before he suddenly came to a realization. Even though this Zhao's teleportation channel exploded, but it just so happened that someone activated the teleportation channel and passed by this place. This Zhao's body still has the ripples of the teleportation channel, and this ripple was attracted by the ripples of the teleportation channel, and sent this Xiao into this teleportation channel. Damn it! This Zhao's luck is really unparalleled in the world. I can finally return to Hidden Immortal Continent. The pressure inside the teleportation channel was extremely great. Xiao Hua's entire body flickered with lightning. Moreover, because of Xiao Hua's sudden addition, the entire teleportation channel gave birth to a strong repulsive force. The teleportation channel was also somewhat distorted. However, this kind of mutation was as easy as flipping his hand for Xiao Hua, who was proficient in the art of going in the opposite direction. A few green seal characters fell into the teleportation channel between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, and the entire teleportation channel immediately stabilized. After no less than half a cup of tea's time, the pressure on the teleportation channel began to gradually lessen. This must be the ancient teleportation channel left behind by the Elysium world. Xiao Hua knew that the teleportation channel was about to end. He couldn't help but become somewhat pensive. No matter if it's Daybreak Continent or Hidden Immortal Continent, there doesn't seem to be such a long-distance teleportation channel. Swoosh! Seemingly, a white light flashed. Xiao Hua's figure suddenly sank. His feet landed on the ground, and he sensed that kind of solidity coming from the ground. Xiao Hua's tears almost flowed out from his eyes. He had been wandering in the heavenly prison for 20,000 years. When did he have this kind of solid feeling? Moreover, when Xiao Hua breathed through his mouth and nose, the heaven and earth origin energy that was close to that of a blessed land's heavenly passage swarmed in, making Xiao Hua unable to adapt. Senior brother, quickly save me. Without waiting for the dizziness in Xiao Hua's mind to disappear, a woman's delicate voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. His head was still dizzy. The effect of the teleportation channel had not been eliminated. Although it was not to the extent where the sky and earth were spinning, he was still unable to think normally. Xiao Hua could clearly see that in front of him was actually not a teleportation channel, but an enormous mountain range. The mountain range was filled with huge rocks of different sizes. The left side of the huge rocks was filled with bloodstains. In the bloodstains, some magic weapons and bones were discarded. The magic weapons had all lost their brilliance. The bones did not have any flesh. In the sky above the bloodstains, a petite woman wearing an emerald green dress was holding a whip in her hand, blocking left and right. The clothes on the woman's body seemed to be a protective magic weapon, emitting a dark green brilliance. This brilliance was like a cold flower that protected her entire body. Around her, several monsters covered in pitch-black scales flapped their wings that were tens of zhang in size, tightly surrounding her. However, in this encirclement, there was only one monster with a similar figure to this woman, but it was also covered in scales. It was spitting out pitch-black flames from its mouth as it fought with this woman. The woman's body also had some scars that dyed her emerald green dress red. As the woman waved her whip, it was like a raging wave of whip shadows pouncing out. Those layers of heaven and earth origin energy turned into wind blades that crazily chopped towards the monster in front of her. However, these whip shadows were reduced to ashes in the flames. When the wind blades landed on the monster's scales, they only produced sparks. They were unable to cause too much damage to the monster. When the woman saw Xiaohua, her eyes were filled with ecstasy as she hurriedly shouted. When this woman's voice came out, it naturally attracted the attention of many monsters. They all turned their heads to look at Xiaohua. Senior brothers? Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly looked down at his arm and asked curiously, Miss, when did I become your senior brother? Brother. At this moment, from under Xiaohua's feet, a low voice sounded. This uninvited brother, I am her senior brother. Xiaohua looked down and then hurriedly jumped to the side. He bowed and said, Sorry, it was all my carelessness. I apologize to you, brother. The place where Xiaohua was previously standing was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. Xiaohua had stepped on him between the huge rocks. At this moment, the man's bruised and swollen face poked out from the crack in the rock with difficulty. He raised his similarly bloody arm and pointed his index finger at his nose that had a corner cut off. Roar. Without waiting for the man to speak, the several monsters surrounding the woman roared. As if they had a tacit understanding, they spread their wings and surrounded Xiaohua and the man in the middle. Huff. At the same time, several black flames mixed with black smoke rushed toward Xiaohua. Brother, be careful, the man said. A red brilliance sprayed out from his mouth. A small sword flashed with flames and stabbed towards one of the monsters. When did the hidden immortal continent have Taoist cultivators? Xiaohua was slightly surprised, but he laughed and said, Hee, no need to worry. It's just a few monsters. Watch this Zhao's method. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hands. Rumble. Huge thunderous sounds came from his hands. Several bolts of lightning that were even more arrogant than a huge sword appeared and landed on the bodies of several monsters. Clang! The man's flying sword landed on the monster's body first. Sparks splashed out from the monster's scales. Soon after, the flying sword ruthlessly pierced into the monster's body. Xiaohua's thunderbolt came down with a loud bang. Roar! Several monsters only let out half a scream before they were turned into powder under the thunderbolt. Ah! The man who was about to fly out from the crack in the rock was dumbstruck. The woman who had been paying attention to this place was also stunned. It was also at this moment that the monster spread its wings. The tail with sharp thorns pierced through the dark green brilliance and landed in front of the woman's soft breasts. Ah! The woman woke up, but everything was too late. The pitch-black tail dripping with pus was already less than 3 inches away from her heart. The woman's beautiful face turned pale, but in the blink of an eye, she felt a sudden warmth at her waist. Then, her body strangely retreated. She watched as the tail of the monster suddenly moved away. Then, there was another bright flash of lightning. The monster was reduced to ashes in the flash of lightning. Everything seemed like an indescribable dream. However, at this moment, a breath that was like sunlight filled the tip of her nose, causing her heart to abruptly jump and her pretty face abruptly heated up. Miss, Xiaohua's gentle voice sounded, Are you okay? The woman woke up and hurriedly struggled from Xiaohua's embrace. She bowed and said, Thank you, Senior, for saving me.
Junior is fine.
Hee, that's good. Xiaohua pinched his chin. He looked to the left and said with a smile, Is this hidden immortal continent or pure land? Which sect are you disciples of? This Xiao hasn't returned to the three continents for a long time. It's really unfamiliar. Hidden immortal continent? Pure land? Three continents? The woman pursed her lips and smiled. She replied, "Seems like Senior's transfer array is also wrong. This is not the three continents Senior wants to go to. This is the ruins. Junior's name is Yuming Xian, a disciple of fragrant religion." Boom. Yuming Xian's words hit Xiao Hua like a thunderbolt. He looked around in disbelief and released his divine sense. Woo. A huge wind whistled around Yuming Xian. Yuming Xian looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. An indescribable pressure slowly spread out from Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, Yuming Xian did his best to resist this pressure. At the same time, Yuming Xian's reverence for Xiao Hua increased. The man in the distance had just jumped out from the crack in the rock. Before he could fly over, he was also shocked by Xiao Hua's divine sense hurricane and pressure. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He stood there respectfully and quietly waited. Chapter 4080. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua retracted his divine sense. A strange expression appeared on his face as he looked at Yumingxin and said with a smile, "Since this is not the three continents, why are your words?" However, Xiao Hua only spoke half a sentence before he was stunned. When he saw Yumingxin and heard what he said, he was ecstatic. Moreover, his head was dizzy, so he didn't care and casually answered. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the words spoken by Yumingxin and that middle-aged man were not the language of the hidden immortal continent or the Western Paradise. They were also not the language of the Dawn Rain continent. However, these words seemed to be engraved in Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua couldn't help but say it out loud. "What's wrong with Junior's words?" Yumingxin blinked his bright eyes and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. The way he tilted his head was very cute. "Where is this place?"
Xiao Hua panicked.
"Have you heard of Lu Town? Have you heard of Western Paradise, Hidden Immortal Continent, Dawn Rain Continent, or Thousand Demons Sacred Realm?" "Senior, what you said is very strange. I don't think there's such a name in my cultivation world." Yumingxin thought for a while and shook his head. "The place Junior is at is called the Ruins. It's a remote corner of the cultivation world. Or perhaps the place Senior wants to go is somewhere else. However, if Senior wants to leave the ruins, it's a bit troublesome now." That man respectfully flew over and bowed. "Junior Yu Changming of the Incense Cult greets Senior."
"And I?"
"Xiao Hua, you can call me Daoist Xiao." Xiao Hua said to Yumingxin and Yu Changming absent-mindedly, "Why can't I leave the ruins?" "Yes, Daoist Xiao." Yumingxin's eyes lit up as he explained. "Daoist Xiao, you should know that the ruins is a small corner of the cultivation world. It doesn't have many transfer arrays to other places in the cultivation world. Usually, it's very peaceful. However, hundreds of years ago, for some unknown reason, there was a problem with the transportation formation that led to the outside world. Not only could it not be transported out, but people from the devil world also suddenly appeared in the ruins. Now, the ruins are surrounded by the devil dwellers. The three major sects and hundreds of small sects in the ruins are trying their best to defend against the devil dwellers. Although the immortal's dermic powers are great, it won't be easy for you to leave immediately. The reason why Daoist Master Xiao was able to come here with me was because of the deviation in the transmission array around the ruins." Yu Changming hurriedly explained. "Cultivation world. Ruins." Xiao Hua pinched his chin as he thought to himself, "Since this place isn't one of the three continents, nor is it the Daybreak continent, then there must be a problem with this Zhao's transportation channel, causing it to deviate in direction and be transported here. Maybe it's because I've been drifting in the heavenly prison for too long. Even though I've only been in the world's edge for 20,000 years, maybe I've been in the hidden immortal continent for 1,000,000 years. Everything has changed. Of course, even if millions of years pass and people and things change, the three continents won't change, right? Could it be that even the three continents have changed? If that's the case, then I can only say that I've been transported to the wrong place. But the divine sense mark that I sensed in the heavenly prison was the divine sense mark on the Great Snow Mountain. It was personally marked by me. How did I get transported here? Taoist Master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Yuming Xian probed, "There's an ancient saying that goes with the flow. Since Taoist Master Xiao is already here, why don't you wait and see? Perhaps it won't be long before the transmission array in the ruins is repaired. At that time, it won't be too late for Taoist Master to leave." That's right. That's right. Yu Chongming also agreed. Taoist Master Zhao's methods are exceedingly high. Now that my ruins is being attacked by the devil dwellers, if Taoist Master can lend a hand, my Chuanxiang school, Misty School, and Xindao sect will definitely be endlessly grateful. Misty School? Xiao Hua stared blankly and asked curiously, "There's a Misty School in the ruins?" That's right. Yuming Xian felt a bit strange and hurriedly replied, "Not only is there a Misty School in the ruins, there's also a Xindao sect. That Xindao sect is a branch of the famous Tai Bai sect in the cultivation world." Tai Bai sect? Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. Never heard of it. But I've heard of Misty School. Hee, Taoist Master must be joking. Yuming Xian pursed her lips and smiled, revealing two small dimples, and said, "Misty School is a sect in the ruins. Even though it's one of the three major sects in the ruins, how can it be compared to Tai Bai sect? Xindao sect is only a branch of Tai Bai sect, but it can be compared to Misty School. No matter how famous Tai Bai sect is, what does it have to do with me?" Xiao Hua smiled. "I've never heard of it, so I've never heard of it." Xiao Hua's words caused Yuming Xian and Yu Chongming to stare blankly. After all, even though Xiao Hua's words revealed a kind of arrogance, but in reality, he was belittling Tai Bai sect. Perhaps brainless people would see Xiao Hua in a new light, but Yuming Xian and Yu Chongming both knew of Tai Bai sect's power, so they could only have doubts in their hearts. The two exchanged glances, and Yuming Xian asked probingly, "Taoist Master Xiao, you've really never heard of Tai Bai sect?" Indeed, Xiao Hua nodded and asked curiously, "Could it be that Tai Bai sect is especially famous?" Yuming Xian smiled bitterly and asked again, "Then where did Taoist Master Xiao come from?" "3 continents." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the two's reaction and replied, "You two probably haven't heard of it." Indeed. Yuming Xian nodded. Junior has indeed never heard of the name of this outside world. Of course, if Senior came from outside the cultivation world, it's normal that you haven't heard of Tai Bai sect. However, Tai Bai sect and Kunlun sect are the two biggest cultivation sects in our cultivation world. Not only do they occupy a star field by themselves, they also spread their power to many star fields. If Senior wants to return to the 3 continents, I'm afraid you'll have to form a good relationship with either Tai Bai sect or Kunlun sect. Kunlun sect? Xiao Hua was startled. He couldn't help but recall that when he was in the Dawn Rain continent, someone once warned him that although the Dawn Rain continent's Kunlun sect wasn't particularly powerful, it was one of the most profound cultivation sects in the Dawn Rain continent. However, thinking about what Yuming Xian said and the surrounding situation, Xiao Hua also knew that this Kunlun sect was definitely not the same Kunlun sect. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua asked again, "Outside world? Apart from the cultivation world, what other world do you know?" This. Yuming Xian hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, "Junior's cultivation is shallow, and the sect has strict orders. Without reaching the void refinement stage, Junior can't get involved in these outside world matters. Junior has only heard some rumors. It can't be considered true." Yu Chongming smiled and said, "If Taoist Xiao wants to know more, then please follow me back to the Fragrance Sect's mountain gate. Junior will ask the sect's senior to clear up your doubts." That's right. Yuming Xian also echoed, "Senior's matter of returning to the 3 continents. I'm afraid only the sect's senior can help. Senior, why don't you follow me back to the mountain gate?" Is the Misty School's mountain gate the same as your fragrant sex mountain gate? Xiaohua didn't directly answer, but asked back. Yu Chongming didn't dare to hide. He shook his head and said, My fragrant sex mountain gate is in the 7-mountain range. The Misty School is in Ping River. The distance is very far. Yuming Xian hurriedly said, Senior, if you want to go to the Misty School, Junior can lead the way for you. Xiao Hua really wanted to go to the Misty School to see if the Misty School was the Misty School in his memory. However, when he heard the names of the 7-mountain range and Ping River, he didn't have any reaction in his mind. Naturally, he also knew that this Misty School might not be the Misty School he was looking for. Moreover, the Devil Race was currently besieging the ruins. If he rashly went to the Misty School, it might cause some misunderstandings. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said with a smile, Now that the Devil Race is rampant, you might encounter some danger on the way back to the sect. This Xiao will send you back to the 7-mountain range first. Yuming Xian smiled sweetly and bowed. Thank you, Senior. However, in the next moment, her face became sad again. She looked around and said, If only Senior had come earlier. Hearing this, Yu Chongming also felt sad. He raised his hand and said, Senior, please wait for a moment. Junior will clean up these corpses. There is a transmission array of my fragrant religion in the tribute wasteland. Junior will bring Senior there in a moment. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and looked around. He said, You can clean it up. The dead should be respected. They are disciples of the fragrant religion. They also died in battle to protect the ruins. Their corpses should be brought back. Senior should know. Yuming Xian explained in a low voice, They are not disciples of the fragrant religion. They are just disciples of other sects who were in the same group as Junior. And then we should bring their corpses back and send them to their sect. Let their souls rest in peace. Xiao Hua sighed. At this moment, Buddha Bodhi in the Naiwan Palace suddenly said, Tanyu, there is something strange here. Oh. Xiao Hua was surprised. He waved his hand at Yuming Xian and Yu Chongming, hinting them to clean up the corpses. His figure flashed, and he turned into a rainbow and flew into the sky. He then asked, Little monk, what did you find? Tanyu, Buddha Bodhi said, This poor monk found a lot of souls nearby. They seem to be the souls of the cultivators who just died. There are even some who died before. In an ordinary place, souls would immediately enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, these souls seem to be imprisoned here and can't leave. Therefore, a lot of wandering souls have gathered. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He slapped his forehead and opened his delirium eyes. Sure enough, on the ground and in the air nearby, there were a few fine green patterns drifting about. They were ownerless wandering souls. These wandering souls were either complete or incomplete. There were more than what Buddha Bodhi said. What is going on? These souls can't return to the 9 underworlds? Xiao Hua was a bit confused. He looked at Yuming Xian and Yu Chongming, who were focused on cleaning up the corpses. He knew that the two of them knew very little. Even if he asked, they might not know. Chapter 4081. These wandering souls need to be dealt with immediately. Buddha Bodhi said, Either this poor monk reincarnates them, or Tenyu takes them into the space. Let this Xiao do it. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, Since these wandering souls can't return to the 9 underworlds, even if you use the Buddhist mantra, it might not be effective. The population of our space has reached the limit. We need these wandering souls to replenish it. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted and said, Let's do as Tanyu says. Wu. Xiao Hua released his mind and activated the spiritual energy of the underworld. Winds and clouds surged within 10,000 miles, and the wandering souls were all taken into the space by Xiao Hua. Yumingxin. Xiao Hua transmitted, Wait here for this old man for a moment. Senior. Yumingxin looked up in surprise. Seeing Xiao Hua waving his hand, she hurriedly transmitted, "There are a lot of tribute wastelands." Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, Xiao Hua's figure moved slightly, and he'd already vanished from where he stood. Seeing Xiao Hua teleport away, Yumingxin's heart felt empty for no reason. However, she shook her head slightly and carefully cleaned up the corpses on the ground. In fact, under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the ruins would use their magic power to store the corpses of the devil cultivator into their Sumeru ring. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's solemn words, Yumingxin and Yu Changming did not dare to be negligent and personally cleaned them up. After the two finished cleaning up, they looked up at the sky and released their divine sense. Unfortunately, there was no trace of Xiao Hua within 100 kilometers. Yu Changming asked worriedly, "Junior sister, do you think Senior Xiao has left?" Yumingxin smiled and replied, "Although this is the first time I saw Senior Xiao, from his words and actions, I feel that he is a trustworthy person. He won't leave without saying goodbye. In fact, the most important thing is that Senior Zhao's spiritual power is unfathomable. If he wants to leave, we can't stop him. Since he promised to go with us to the Seven Ridge Mountains, he will definitely go." "Of course I understand," Yu Changming said with a wry smile. "However, there is nothing special around the tribute wastelands. Why would he go elsewhere?" "I don't know." Yumingxin shrunk his neck slightly, looked at the gradually setting sun, and said, "Senior Xiao wants us to wait, then let's wait." The two of them waited for several hours. Seeing that the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, Xiao Hua appeared in front of them. "Senior." Seeing Xiao Hua's figure appear from the void, Yumingxin called out with a smile, "Senior." Yu Changming hastily followed Yumingxin and bowed, "Senior is back." "And?" Xiao Hua agreed. He raised his head and looked at the unfamiliar star chart in the night sky. Earlier, when the stars were shining, Xiao Hua had already observed it. The star chart here was different from the Morning Rain continent and the Hidden Immortal continent. This ruins was definitely not the Hidden Immortal continent. The time fragment that he was worried about didn't bring him to the Hidden Immortal continent that was very, very far in the future. Where did Senior go? Yumingxin's bright eyes moved, and said with some concern, "Devil dwellers occasionally appear around the tribute wastelands." "Hee." Xiao Hua laughed, raised his hand and took out 2 devil dwellers from the space, and said, "Previously, this old man thought that they were monsters, but after hearing you say that they were devil dwellers, this old man felt very strange. Because these devil dwellers were different from what this old man saw, this old man went to capture a few to see." "Senior." Yumingxin and Yu Changming were stunned. There were countless experts in the ruins, and there were also many capable people who could kill devil dwellers. However, to capture devil dwellers as easily as Xiao Hua, there weren't many. At least, the two of them had never seen such a thing. "I'll give them to you." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the 2 devil dwellers fell in front of the two of them. Yumingxin and Yu Changming understood Xiao Hua's intention, and were even more ecstatic. They both stretched out their hand and activated a ring on their finger, collecting the devil dwellers, and then bowed and said, "Many thanks, Senior Xiao." "You're welcome." Xiao Hua looked at the rings on the two's hand, and said with a smile, "Is this a universe ring?" "Oh, this is a Sumeru ring." Yumingxin knew that Xiao Hua wasn't a cultivator of the cultivation world, and didn't know that the ring on her hand was a Sumeru ring, so she hurriedly explained. Moreover, she was very lucky and took out a slightly exquisite Sumeru ring from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "Senior, this is Junior's Tongxi ring. The space inside is much larger than the Star Lake ring on Junior's hand. If Senior doesn't mind, please kindly accept it." "This?" Xiao Hua smiled. His space was now several million miles away, and he didn't know how much larger it was than a Sumeru ring. How could he use a Sumeru ring? He waved his hand and said, "No need. This old man has his own universe ring and other things. I don't need this Sumeru ring." Yumingxin didn't take back the Sumeru ring, and still insisted, "Senior saved Junior's life. this junior has nothing to repay. Just take this Tongxi ring as junior's thanks. Haha, good. Xiao Hua saw Yu Mingxin's insistence and raised his hand to take the Sumeru ring into his bosom. He waved his hand and took out 10 dragon crystals, saying, "This old man doesn't have anything particularly precious. These are dragon crystals. I don't know if the ruins have them, but I'll give them to you as a plaything." The dragon crystal was very strange. In the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, it was a crystal, but in this place, it was shining brightly. Moreover, there was a crystal-clear dragon shape that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the light. What was special was that it was night, so the light was even more obvious. Dragon crystals? Seeing the 10 dragon crystals were like 10 little dragons dancing in the air, Yu Mingxin's eyes immediately lit up. She covered her mouth with her hand in surprise and said in surprise, This is the legendary dragon crystals of the dragon world? It's really too beautiful." Not to mention Yu Mingxin was surprised. Even Yu Changming's eyes were filled with envy. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked Yu Changming with a smile, "Is the dragon world near the cultivation world?" "I'll let Senior Xiao know." Yu Changming retracted his gaze and respectfully replied, "The dragon world is very far from the cultivation world, and it is said that the barrier between the dragon world and the other worlds is very strange. Besides the dragon race, other races can enter at will. Therefore, the dragon crystals rarely flow out." Xiao Hua frowned and said, "This old man knows of a dragon realm, but I don't know if this dragon world is the dragon realm." "This." Yu Changming shook his head awkwardly. "This junior doesn't know. This junior has never heard of the dragon realm." He Daoist Xiao. Yu Mingxin came back to her senses and put the 10 dragon crystals into her Sumeru ring and said with a smile, "This junior seems to have heard of the dragon realm." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Hua was overjoyed and asked, "Tell me about it." "This junior." Yu Mingxin looked at Yu Changming and said with some embarrassment, "More than 10 years ago, when I was on duty at the Bright Palace, I occasionally heard the sect master and the other seniors talk about a few words, and there seemed to be a dragon realm inside. Of course, this junior didn't hear it clearly. Maybe the dragon realm and the dragon realm that senior is talking about are not the same. That dragon realm should be one of the lower realms of the dragon world. Of course, what the other lower realms are, this junior doesn't know." See? Xiao Hua couldn't help but be shocked. In the eyes of the Dragon Island, the dragon realm is the upper realm, and in the eyes of the dragon world, the dragon realm is the lower realm. What's more, this cultivation world is on the same level as the dragon world. Then what realm is this cultivation world? Xiao Hua was completely confused. "Senior," Yu Mingxin said in a low voice, "this is something that this junior occasionally heard. It can't be taken seriously. Moreover, there are countless worlds outside the cultivation world. It's not strange to have 1 or 2 people with the same name." Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's go back to the 7 Ridge Mountains first." "Yes, Senior." Yu Changming said respectfully, "Senior, please follow this junior." "Oh, these 2 dragon crystals are also for you." Xiao Hua nodded and handed the 2 dragon crystals to Yu Changming. "Many thanks, Senior." Yu Changming hastily received the dragon crystals and happily said, then led Xiao Hua to the transmission array. The transmission array of Fragrance Religion was located on top of a mountain peak, and it was only a few dozen li away from here. Xiao Hua had already discovered it when he released his divine sense. Before flying to the mountain peak, Xiao Hua had already learned from Yu Mingxin that the devil race had really set up a trap here. They had killed a group of 10 people, and only Yu Mingxin was left alive, so that the disciples of Fragrance Religion would come to rescue him. Unfortunately, Yu Mingxin had sent a message early and didn't clearly explain the dangers of this place. When Yu Changming received the message, he anxiously rushed over and didn't inform his fellow disciples. If it weren't for Xiao Hua accidentally bumping into his transmission channel, not to mention rescuing Yu Mingxin, even Yu Changming himself would have been trapped in this wasteland. Yu Changming took out a long jade pendant from his sumeru ring, which was engraved with ancient symbols. As Yu Changming chanted, the surrounding heaven and earth origin chi gradually gathered. Then, Yu Changming's hands formed a seal, and the jade pendant turned into a fist-sized halo that fell into the array. Boom! The array was activated, and a burst of light and shadow flashed, like a blooming daisy, and 100-jong-wide transmission array appeared in front of Xiao Hua and the others, exuding obscure fluctuations. Xiao Hua had been paying attention to Yu Changming's spellcasting and saw that the magic power fluctuations were similar to what he knew, but the spellcasting was completely different. Of course, the power of this spell seemed to be stronger than that of the Dawn Rain continent. Daoist Xiao. Yu Mingxin saw the transmission array appear and said with a smile, if Daoist Xiao hadn't mistakenly entered Senior Brother Changming's transmission channel, Senior Brother Changming should have come out from here. Didn't this Xiao come here to save you? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and looked at Yu Mingxin. He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he replied with a smile, if this Xiao fell here, wouldn't there be no way to save you? Chapter 4082. Hee, that's right. Yu Mingxin smiled faintly and was about to say something when the moonlight in the sky suddenly shone brightly. An extremely obscure and broad wave of energy swept across the night sky. In the air, an inexplicable cloud appeared, and the originally dense heaven and earth yuan qi became even denser. At this time, Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming's faces turned serious. They stopped activating the teleportation formation and put their hands in front of their chest to greet the moon. When Xiao Hua saw the two acting so respectfully and the strange movements of their hands, he knew that this was some kind of ritual. Hence, his figure flashed and retreated several dozen feet. When the fluctuation fell on Xiao Hua's body, the spirit of the formless, nascent soul shook. The cultivation art in his body was activated, and the nebula-like core was immediately filled with bright moonlight. Oh, Xiao Hua frowned. He was a little surprised and a little happy. After the time it took to finish a meal, the two of them stood up. Yu Changming went to activate the teleportation formation while Yu Ming Xian said with a smile, I'll let you know that this is the moon sacrifice of our ruins. Normally, it happens once a month. However, there are some abnormalities with the invasion of the devil race. Sometimes it takes half a month, sometimes it takes 2 months. What is moon sacrifice? Xiao Hua looked at Yu Changming carefully, taking out the origin stones and putting them on the teleportation formation. His movements were jerky, and he knew that activating the teleportation formation would take some time. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't have any reaction to the moon, Yu Mingxin naturally knew that Xiao Hua didn't know what moon sacrifice was. However, she still probed, there is a moon palace in the moon god realm. Everything in the moon god realm, including the heaven and earth origin energy, is bestowed by the moon palace. The people of the moon god realm naturally have to worship the moon palace? Could it be that spiritual master Zhao's 3 continents don't worship the moon palace? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and replied, although our 3 continents have moon essence, I have never heard of the moon god realm. Spiritual Master Xiao, could it be that you came from outside the realm? Yu Mingxin was a little dumbfounded. This junior has never heard of the realm outside the moon palace, even if there are other realms nearby. Speaking until here, Yu Mingxin was shocked. She looked at Yu Changming, who was setting up the teleportation formation, and hurriedly sent a sound transmission. Senior Xiao, you better not say that you came from outside the realm. Also, don't say that you don't know of the moon god realm. Why? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Yu Mingxin bit her lips slightly as she sent a sound transmission to Yun Che. Senior, please know that the moon god realm is commonly known as the cultivation world in the mouths of us disciples. In my moon god realm, all cultivators must worship the moon palace. The purpose of this junior's cultivation is also to enter the moon palace. Anyone who doesn't respect the moon palace will be seen as an alien, just like the devil race. Senior, you're a kind person. Although you don't know about the moon palace, you are still part of our Dao sect. Therefore, it is best to avoid any misunderstandings. See, Xiaohua couldn't remember how many times he had sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, when he was doubtful, he faintly felt that something was wrong, but at that time, he didn't know what it was. Only now did he realize it. The Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent ascended to the immortal world. The dragons of the Dragon Island broke through the void and arrived at the Dragon Field. If this world of cultivation was higher than the Dragon Field, then how could these Taoist cultivators ascend? Where are they going? Now, Yumingxin said what Xiaohua wanted to know. The Moon Palace was actually the place where the cultivators of the cultivation world, the ruins, ascended. This was definitely a subversion of Xiaohua's understanding. Sigh. Just as Xiaohua was about to open his mouth again, Yumingxin raised his eyes to look at the moon and said with a sorrowful tone, "It's a pity that our ruins is a remote corner of the cultivation world. It has already been a long time since the Moon Palace's emissary came to select disciples. In these millions of years, many seniors went to other places and many sects were destroyed. Otherwise, when the devil race invaded, we wouldn't have fallen into such a sorry state." Xiaohua somewhat understood. Perhaps there was a convenient way to reach the Moon Palace in the cultivation world. However, this way was man-made. If no one came to select disciples, this way would be closed. It was not as good as the hidden immortal continent. As long as one cultivated, as long as one had enough strength, they would be able to ascend. There was no need to look at the faces of those people, nor did they need to rely on the charity of others. Senior, Yu Changming had already finished setting up the transfer array. He flew over and said respectfully, "The transfer array is ready. Senior, please enter the transfer array. Junior will activate the array." Xiaohua nodded and entered the teleportation array. After that, Yuming Xian and Yu Changming chanted incantations at the same time and formed hand seals. A fist-sized rune appeared in the teleportation array, and a black and white pillar of light shot up into the sky. The three of them disappeared from the teleportation array, leaving behind only the light of the teleportation array. Then, the teleportation array slowly came to a stop. Inside the transfer array, the spatial pressure was very strong. Yumingxin and Yu Changming's body flashed with a faint brilliance, blocking the pressure. The three figures in the transfer array were slightly distorted. Xiaohua tried to open his mouth, but his voice seemed to be dragged out. It was somewhat similar to the heavenly prison. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua felt the pressure on his body gradually lessen. He knew that the transfer array was about to end. He didn't ask how far the wasteland was from the fragrance cult, but it definitely didn't seem close. Boom! Just as the three figures became clear, the entire transfer array suddenly trembled. Then, the rotating black and white brilliance suddenly exploded. Yu Changming was shocked. When the brilliance cracked, a strong black flame rushed out from the crack. Then, a black devil claw stretched out. The devil claw was 10 feet long and had 6 pitch-black fingers. Each finger was wrapped in black flames, and each finger had a strange, innate devil pattern. When the devil claw reached out, the space around Yu Changming was enveloped by the black flames. He couldn't use his magic power at all. Even under Yu Changming's robe, a faint yellow brilliance flashed. Then there was a burst of sound. It seemed like his personal defensive treasure was broken. Yu Changming's complexion changed.
Ka.
At this critical moment, an iron rod blocked the devil claw. The huge force not only dispersed the black flames, but also crushed the 2 fingers of the devil claw. Ayo! A clear roar came from outside the transfer array. It faintly entered Yu Changming's ears. Then, the devil claw suddenly retracted. But when it retracted to the edge of the transfer array, another devil claw fell down. Rumble. It sounded like a boulder rolling down the mountain. The transfer array was actually torn apart by the devil claw. Xiaohua and the others felt the space around them shake. The black and white brilliance disappeared, and the transfer array also turned into fragments. Xiao Hua felt a little dizzy, but at this moment, he could clearly see that because of the sneak attack of the devils, they weren't sent to the real transfer array. At this time, the three of them were in midair. In addition to the three of them, there was another demon in the air that looked similar to the one they had killed in the wasteland. However, this demon was several times larger than the one they had killed in the wasteland. Moreover, this demon looked somewhat similar to the human race. When he looked around again, he saw balls of black and white light emerging in midair. Taoist cultivators either escaped from the light or had their limbs severed. Around the black and white light, there were one or two devils spreading their pitch-black wings. Their fiendish claws that flickered with black flames were plunged into the light. Not only that, in midair, there was a huge lotus-like mountain. In the middle of the mountain, there was a huge transfer array. Around the mountain, there were dozens of smaller transfer arrays. At this time, the transfer arrays were slightly rotating and issuing a rumbling sound. Around the transfer array, there were hundreds of cultivators of the Tao sect. Each of them was holding a magic weapon and fighting against the devils. The devils outnumbered the humans, and their methods were much more cruel. The whole mountain was filled with blood qi, and shouts of killing shook the sky. Roar! Just as Xiao Hua saw everything in front of him, the devil in front of them roared angrily. Black flames madly rushed out of its wings. The flame threads in the black flames passed through the void and completely enveloped Xiao Hua and the other two. It was like a kind of domain power that imprisoned the space.
Oh.
It's a little strange. Xiao Hua had cultivated the devil arts of the blood drop paradise. Naturally, he was very familiar with the cultivation methods of the devil race. However, seeing the somewhat mutated black flames and the formidable power of the black flames, he was slightly startled. Under the black flames, not to mention Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming, even Xiao Hua's true essence was forcibly imprisoned. He couldn't activate it at all. Moreover, just as this imprisonment was formed, the devil swung its tail. An incomparably sharp spike with the smell of blood unexpectedly emerged from the void behind Xiao Hua and strangely pierced towards the back of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. He heard Yu Mingxin's miserable cry, "Daoist Xiao, be careful." Xiao Hua slightly turned his head and said with a smile, "Miss Mingxin, don't be afraid. I am here." Seeing Xiao Hua's smile, Yu Mingxin's heart relaxed for no reason. Looking at Xiao Hua again, as he spoke, several thumb-sized thunderbolts emerged from his hand and struck the devil's tail. Lightning flickered, and the spike was unexpectedly torn apart. Even the lightning didn't stop and rushed towards the void. Wherever the lightning passed, the void was also torn apart. Previously in the transfer array, Xiao Hua didn't dare to use the lightning technique for fear of destroying the transfer array. But in midair, Xiao Hua naturally didn't have any more taboos. Puff! Xiao Hua opened his mouth again, and a light purple lightning arc quickly rushed out and landed on the devil's heart. The devil looked down at his heart with some disbelief. That place was originally engraved with devil patterns, and ordinary magic treasures couldn't break it. And now, a fist-sized hole had appeared in that supposedly indestructible place. The edges of this hole were still flickering with strands of lightning. Boom! Just at this moment, a low explosive sound came from within the devil's body. The devil's heart was killed by Xiao Hua. The devil slightly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Then, the black flames were annihilated, and the devil's body fell from the sky. Chapter 4083. Woo! Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't let the devil's body fall here. With a sweep of his mind, the devil's corpse was already stored in his space. Daoist Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua easily killing the devil, Yu Mingxian hastily called out from the side, "Quickly, this is one of the 9 transfer centers of the ruins. There are many transfer channels converging here. If the devil race occupies this place, not only will many transfer channels be cut off, there will also be many fellow Taoists who will fly like moths to a flame and fall into the devil race's trap.
And
Xiao Huan nodded and replied, "The two of you will lead the way for this old man. Wherever this old man needs help, bring this old man there. After that, the two of you will gather the disciples this old man rescued and rise up to resist the devil race." Yes. Yuming Xian and Yu Chongming were very familiar with this transfer center. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, they immediately brought Xiao Hua to the center of the transfer array. However, before Xiao Hua could get close, rumble. The sound of explosions came from the distance of the transfer array. The light of the transfer array was also extremely bright. Soon after, the rumbling sound of the transfer array disappeared. Not good. Yuming Xian said anxiously, "The transfer array was destroyed by the devil race. How are we going to return to the sect?" Quickly, Yu Chongming urged, "Daoist Xiao, let's save the other transfer arrays." After saying that, Yu Chongming brought Xiao Hua to fly to the nearest transfer array. Xiao Hua patted his forehead with one hand and opened his illusion breaker eye. After quickly looking around, he shook his head slightly. These devils are proficient in the Tao of space. They have already started from the transfer channel and destroyed the transfer array from the inside to the outside. We are half a step late. I'm afraid this transfer array will be destroyed. What should we do? Yu Chongming was somewhat anxious. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked around. After a slight estimation, he said, "Don't worry. Let's first drive the devil race away. We will slowly repair these transfer arrays." Just as Xiao Hua's words landed, a human-shaped devil flew out from the central transmission array and rushed towards Xiao Hua not far away. Thin black flames were surging all over this humanoid devilish being's body, making it appear as if it were wearing a set of clothes. Furthermore, this devilish being's facial features were far more pleasing to the eye than the previous devilish being. Aside from the addition of a crimson horn that was over 3 inches long on its forehead, it appeared to be quite similar to an ordinary human being. Before the devil landed, he immediately shouted arrogantly, "Where did this Taoist cultivator come from? How dare you have designs on this old man? Haha, the demon race has learned the etiquette of our human race? You call yourself an old man?" Xiao Hua sneered and waved his hands. 2 sword-like thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and pierced towards the chest of the demon. "Damn it!" The demon cursed in a low voice and released the aura of the demon race from his body. He raised his hand and took out a long spear from who knows where. One of his hands waved the long spear towards Xiao Hua, while the other hand waved and 100 feet long devil fire rushed towards the thunderbolts. Hong long long. The thunderbolts were originally condensed like swords. As soon as they touched the devil fire, the thunderbolts immediately turned into the shape of a horned dragon and rushed towards the devil fire. A huge explosion sounded, and the overwhelming might of the heavens and earth rumbled within 100 feet. The devil fire was instantly extinguished by the thunderbolts. At the same time, another loud noise sounded. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the wishful steel staff appeared out of thin air and hit the devil's spear. In an instant, the devil's spear was sent flying. The devil looked at Xiao Hua with some disbelief, as if he had never thought that a human race cultivator could be so fierce. Woo! With a muffled sound, Xiao Hua's divine will hammer was born again and smashed towards the devil. The demon was scared out of his wits as he looked at the invisible divine sense that was falling from the sky like a meteor. Crimson-red light rushed out of his body, and the horn on his forehead suddenly released a fist-sized light shadow. The light shadow trembled and rushed into the sky like a demon. Every time the light shadow flew an inch, the space collapsed, and blood-red liquid seeped out of the cracks in space. A fishy smell that could corrode everything spread out from the light shadow. In the blink of an eye, the divine will hammer fell and hit the shadow. The devil was instantly smashed into thousands of fireflies. Under the strong wind, The fireflies had just turned into a smaller devil and had just let out a horrifying smile in the air when they were immediately crushed by the strong wind. What was special was that the divine hammer didn't slow down after destroying the shadow. It still carried the power of 1,000 caddies and still rushed towards the devil. The devil spread his devil wings and just disappeared into the void. The divine hammer fell and smashed on one of the devil's wings. Zilala. Like water falling into a pot of oil, the divine hammer was corroded at the same time, and the devil's wing was also destroyed by the divine hammer.
Ah!
The devil once again let out a heart-wrenching roar. His whole devil body surged with devil flames and was about to disappear into the void. At this time, a 3-inch long lightning thread was spat out from Xiao Hua's mouth. Shua! The lightning thread flashed and immediately disappeared. Then, the space between Xiao Hua and the devil rumbled like a drum. The devil's body that had disappeared appeared again. The devil looked around in disbelief, and his blood-red eyes were filled with fear. Crack. What was even more bizarre was that the devilish body of the devilish being suddenly cracked. Then, as if it was made of glass, the devilish being shattered into pieces. Within the pieces of solidified devilish flames, there were still streaks of lightning flashing like cobwebs. This is a bit strange. Seeing that his lightning technique was so powerful, even Xiao Hua was a bit surprised. Although he was now at the Grand Ascension stage, and his strength was comparable to that of a Tribulation Transcending stage cultivator, it was still far beyond Xiao Hua's expectations that his lightning technique would be so perfect. After Xiao Hua killed this demon general, he finally attracted the attention of the other demon generals. Near the center of the teleportation formation, a series of ghostly wails and howls suddenly sounded. Several demon generals surged with demon qi and joined hands to activate a bloody light. From below the teleportation formation, they surged towards Xiao Hua like raging waves. Humph. Xiao Hua coldly snorted and slapped the top of his head. Pfff. A burst of 5-colored qi more ferocious than a volcanic eruption rushed into the air. Then, accompanied by an oppressive pressure, it spread in all directions. Rumble. Wherever the 5-colored qi passed, all of the blood-red light was destroyed. All of the devil flames were also extinguished. Even the devil qi around the devil generals was thinned by this unparalleled and overwhelming aura. The originally arrogant devils in the devil qi all shrunk their necks and hid in the devil qi. What kind of divine ability is this? Yuming Xian and Yu Changming were already full of admiration for Xiao Hua. At this time, when they saw the qi of a refined void stage cultivator, they were even more shocked. In their perception, this qi of a refined void stage cultivator was incomparably firm and sharp. It was the natural enemy of devil qi. Not only that, but when they looked at Xiao Hua again, he rubbed his hands again, and several thumb-sized crystal lights fell into the air. Hundreds of fluctuations were generated from his body and quickly rippled out to 1,000 miles away. Rumble. Countless lightning flashed and thunder roared in the void. All of the teleportation formations on the mountain peak were covered by these lightning bolts. An unparalleled mountain pressure was generated around Yuming Xian and Yu Changming. The two of them found it difficult to even breathe, let alone use their true essence. Domain, such a large domain? Yuming Xian and Yu Changming didn't know how to hide the shock in their hearts.
Boom.
Boom. Boom. One after another, the sound of explosions came from the various teleportation formations. One by one, the weaker devils were killed by Xiao Hua's lightning power. At the same time, the equally powerful devils abandoned the human cultivators that were attacking them and appeared from the void. They used their divine abilities to destroy Xiao Hua's domain. Xiao Hua slightly raised his hand, and 9 sword qi appeared out of thin air. The sword qi was as strong as the rising sun, and with a wave of Xiao Hua's hand, it fell on the 2 devils closest to Xiao Hua. One of the 2 devils was holding a devil hammer in his hand, and the other was holding a black short spear. Half of their bodies fell into the void. They seemed to want to escape, but under Xiaohua's domain, neither of them could escape into the void. The two devils had no choice but to stimulate their devil qi. Their bodies expanded like black smoke, and at the same time, they faced the flying sword qi. Ka. With a soft sound, the sword qi fell without a trace. The two seemingly indestructible devil tools were split in half by the sword qi. Moreover, the sword qi didn't stop. It flew towards a tall devil general several li away. Seeing the sword qi fly half a li away, the devil horns on the two devil generals' foreheads emitted a faint blood-red light. Then, a faint blood-red light rushed out of the devil horns, and the devil horns were split in half. At the same time, the bodies of the two devil generals were neatly split in half, and they fell from the sky with a loud bang. Ka. Similarly, the devil general several li away wasn't Xiaohua's opponent. When his devil tool was split in half, his body was also split in half. Senior martial brother. Yuming Xian's eyes curved into bright moons. She looked at Yu Changming with some pride and whispered, Senior Xiao might be a great expert of the 5th stage of the Dao transformation realm. An outer realm cultivator we casually picked up actually has such a powerful divine ability. Hee, that's right. Yu Changming touched his face and said with a smile, not long ago, this Dao transformation senior actually stepped on me and apologized to me. My heart is drunk. That's right. Yuming Xian agreed. It's rare for Senior Xiao to be so approachable with such a profound cultivation. If he didn't reveal such a method, I would have thought he was just a void refinement realm cultivator.
Indeed.
Yu Changming prostrated himself in admiration. Senior Zhao's method is brilliant, but the most important thing is his bearing. This is the first time I've seen someone like him. This bearing is like an unattainable mountain, but also like the sun and the spring breeze, making people feel comfortable. I don't know how to describe it. This kind of person is an outstanding person. Even the leader of the Moon Palace can't compare to him, right? Yuming Xian's eyes revealed a trace of strangeness. Chapter 4084. While Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming were praising Xiaohua, Xiaohua's sword had already swept through several teleportation arrays and killed dozens of demon generals under his flying sword. At the same time, from these teleportation arrays, hundreds of Dao sect disciples also flew out with difficulty. They looked at Xiaohua with longing as he killed the demon generals like cutting melons and vegetables. Damn it! Mahayana cultivation? No, the strength of the 9th level of essence qi is really not to be trifled with. Xiaohua's hands were a little soft. Although these demon generals had strange figures and could freely travel through the void, in front of him, this method was not worth mentioning. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to save the Dao sect disciples in the teleportation arrays, he would be too lazy to kill them. How about, I let Lu Yi and the others out to practice? However, just as this thought appeared, he immediately extinguished it. After all, he still did not know what kind of realm the ruins was. The information he got from Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming was far from enough to let him see the true appearance of the ruins. He could not let his disciples take too much risk. Within the space controlled by Xiaohua within 1,000 miles, nearly half of the teleportation arrays had been cleared, and more disciples of the Dao sect were flying out. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen explosions were heard near Xiaohua, but at the location of these explosions, more than a dozen demon monarchs that were at least 100 feet in size appeared with sinister smiles on their faces. These dozens of demon monarchs had strange fluctuations around their bodies, and the entire space trembled with these fluctuations, resisting the power of Xiaohua's domain. Moreover, although these dozens of demon monarchs had huge figures, except for the faint demon runes around their bodies, they did not look any different from humans. Some of them even looked quite handsome. I wanted to lure a few void refining brats to have a taste. who knew that it would actually attract an elder of the three sects. One of the demon monarchs tore Xiao Hua's domain with his hand and looked at Xiao Hua's flying sword with a smile. Look at the sharpness of this flying sword. If this demon monarch is not wrong, this should be the Taibai sect's flying sword technique. The other demon monarch nodded and said, the true qi that killed the demon general was similar to the Xiantian true qi of the Taibai sect. This human must be an elder of the Shundao sect. This matter is a little troublesome. The demon monarch, who was the furthest away from Xiao Hua, held a huge magic wand in his hand and stepped on a demonic beast. However, he shook his head and said, the Shundao sect's elder is too ruthless. His cultivation level should be above the third stage Dao transformation realm. We might not be his match. Now that things have come to this, do we still have a choice? A demon general sneered. The demon horn on his forehead turned blood red. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a river of demon water gushed out. This demonic water did not directly rush towards Xiao Hua. Instead, it spread towards the other demon generals. Indeed, the demon monarch, who was the first to speak, nodded. Being able to kill an elder of the Shundao sect is also a great contribution to us. When the time comes, the demon emperor will definitely reward us. Even if we can't kill him, he definitely won't be able to stop us from escaping. Such a good thing, why not? Kill him. The demon monarchs seemed to ignore Xiao Hua's invincible methods. After a short discussion, they spoke in unison. Rivers of blood gushed out, and the demon monarchs also disrupted Xiao Hua's domain. Then, layers of spatial ripples rose up within 1,000 miles. Under the gaze of Yu Mingxin and the other Dao sect cultivators, Xiao Hua, the demon monarchs, and the demon generals who hurriedly flew out of the teleportation array disappeared into the void. Not good. Yu Mingxin saw this, and his expression changed greatly. He said in alarm, this is the demon race's spatial teleportation technique. Senior Xiao is a human. In this space, he definitely won't be able to withstand the demon race's innate divine ability. Senior Martial Brother,
Yes.
How can we help Senior Xiao? Yu Changming was also at his wit's end. Following Xiao Hua's disappearance, the domain that enveloped the entire space also disappeared. The Dao sect cultivators were all able to move. They were all overjoyed to see that they had escaped from death's door. The ones who disappeared before were all powerful demons. Now, although there were still some demon generals and demon soldiers killing humans in these teleportation arrays, these demons were no longer a threat. Some Dao sect cultivators organized themselves and headed towards these teleportation arrays to kill the demons. At the same time, some cultivators flew into the sky. Senior Martial Brother Yu. Several fragrance cult disciples called out.
Who was that senior just now?
This little brother doesn't seem to have seen him in the sect before. Senior Martial Brothers? Yu Mingxin shouted. This senior is called Xiao Hua, Daoist Master Xiao. He is an outer realm cultivator. Because the demon race besieged our ruins, he mistakenly entered the ruins during the teleportation process. He doesn't know much about the demon race. Now, he even fell into the demon race's void demon formation. We have to quickly think of a way. Isn't Daoist Master Xiao a senior of our white sect? A disciple of the Godly Knife School flew in the air and shouted, that old man's flying sword looks very similar to our Taibai School's heaven-shocking sword. It doesn't matter whether he is a senior of the white sect or not. Yu Mingxin said unhappily, right now, we have to help Daoist Master Xiao get out of the demon formation. Those are 18 demon monarchs. Even if he is a senior of the white sect, it is inevitable that he will suffer losses in there. The Shundao sect disciple stopped there awkwardly. He bit his lips and frowned. Then he said in a low voice, but that demon formation was set up by more than 10 demon monarchs. How can we help Daoist Master Xiao? Is there a disciple of the Misty School here? Yu Mingxin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out, I am from the Misty School. A handsome male disciple in the distance hurriedly raised his hand and answered. Junior Martial Sister. Yu Changming seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, what are you going to do? Of course, I am going to ask the Moon Beast to help us. Yu Mingxin answered calmly, her eyes filled with determination. Are you crazy? Yu Changming said anxiously, if it were any other time, we would have asked the Moon Beast to come down to the mortal world. But now, the demon race has joined forces to seal the area around the ancient ruins. Let alone 10 years, even 100 years is not enough to break the seal. Also, if the Moon Beast is useful, the sect leaders would have asked it to come down to the mortal world. Why would they fight so hard against the demon race? Of course, I am not crazy. Yu Mingxin said with a smile, my life was saved by Taoist Master Shao. How can I watch Taoist Master Shao get trapped by the demon monarchs? I don't know if the Moon Beast is useful or not, but this is the only thing I can do for Taoist Master Shao. Then, Yu Mingxin turned around and looked at the disciples of various sects who were rushing toward them. She said anxiously, Taoist Master Shao killed a group of demon generals and saved us. How can we be so ungrateful and not save our benefactor when he is in a sea of fire? Senior Martial Brothers, I don't need you to waste your lifespan. I only need you to take out some of your blood essence and offer it to the Moon Beast. I will provide all the lifespan essence. Okay. A few Dao sect disciples who were excited shouted, Junior Martial Sister Yu is the first to bear the brunt. If you do not have enough lifespan essence, you can retreat. We are willing to sacrifice 10 years of our lifespan for Taoist Master Shao. Okay. If that's the case, we will sacrifice the Moon Beast immediately. Yu Mingxin was overjoyed when she saw this. She knelt down in midair and recited the incantation. A devout power of vow was emitted from her body. At the same time, the rest of the disciples held their Dharma treasures and stood guard around them. Some of them knelt down in midair as well. There were thousands of them. Everyone was reciting the incantation. Streams of power of vow rushed up to the sky and gathered together. However, although the power of vow was rolling around in midair, it did not rush up to the sky. After a few minutes, Yu Mingxin's face was filled with sincerity. She recited, Moon Beast, O Moon Beast, I, Yu Mingxin, am praying in the lower realm. Please save Taoist Master Shao Hua, Shao Zhenren, from the hands of the demon clan. I am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life to Lord Moon Beast. As she was speaking, Yu Mingxin opened her mouth and a drop of blood essence fell into midair. Then, Yu Mingxin raised her hand and a faint golden light appeared on her index finger. As Yu Mingxin drew a strange rune in midair, the blood essence vibrated slowly. Waves of energy rushed into the power of vow in midair. Quick. After a while, Yu Mingxin raised her hand and touched the blood essence. Puff. An even stronger wave came out from the blood essence and rushed up to the sky like a flying sword. Pa. With a light sound, Yu Mingxin turned her hand and the blood essence fell between her eyebrows. Wang. Yu Mingxin's body suddenly let out a rumbling sound similar to that of a Dharma treasure. 10 waves of energy rushed out from between her eyebrows together with the rumbling sound. The waves fell into the power of vow from before. The power of vow turned into a beast shape and rushed up to the sky. However, the beast shape only rushed out for 100 miles before it was blocked by a huge restriction. It could not rise any higher. Even the faint outline of the moon in the sky did not have any reaction. Yu Mingxin narrowed her eyes. Without hesitation, she spat out another mouthful of blood essence and cast the spell again. Thousands of Dao sect disciples were also reciting the incantation. An even stronger power of vow rushed out. The ruins had been surrounded by the devil race for a long time. Yu Mingxin was only a god refinement cultivator. Even if she used her life essence to cast the secret technique of the cultivation world, it was impossible for her to break through the devil race's formation. After 10 times, wrinkles appeared on Yu Mingxin's face. The power of Vow from the blood essence only rushed up to a few hundred miles in the sky. Although Yu Mingxin could not see the power of Vow, she could clearly feel that there was an iron wall in the sky that blocked her power of Vow. Lord Moon Beast. Yu Mingxin raised her hand and poked her finger into her heart. Hot blood gushed out. Junior sister. Yu Changming was so distressed that he almost cried. He knew that this poke might not be able to take Yu Mingxin's life. However, Yu Mingxin would lose more than just her lifespan. As expected, after hot blood gushed out, Yu Mingxin cast the secret technique of sacrifice again. Yu Mingxin's face quickly withered and her hair turned white instantly. Yu Mingxin wailed, Lord Moon Beast, I am willing to sacrifice my life to invite Lord Moon Beast to come to the mortal world. Spiritual Master Shao, please save my life. I am willing to exchange my life for yours. Chapter 4085. Following Yu Ming Xian's words, the outline of the bright moon in the sky suddenly became clear. An indescribable fluctuation transcended the distance of space and suddenly fell into the power of hope of thousands of disciples. Whoosh! Like a golden dragon breaking through the chains, Yu Ming Xian's essence blood rushed into the sky along with a large amount of power of hope, breaking through the sky at the place where the fluctuation fell. Woo-woo. In just a few breaths, the place where the Moon Palace's fluctuation fell, the space began to distort intensely. An extremely vast and sacred aura poured out from the crack in space. Yu Ming Xian's wrinkled face was filled with ecstasy. The other disciples were also ecstatic and devoutly knelt down again. As for Xiaohua, he saw the bloody space mixed with the strange fluctuation quickly enveloping him. Moreover, a kind of spatial force was born from the fluctuation, as if a dozen forces were dragging him into the void. Although Xiaohua had the ability to resist this force, looking at the vague smile of the demon monarch behind the bloody mist, Xiaohua sneered even more. He simply gave up resisting, and his figure disappeared into the void along with the fluctuation. Xiaohua had just returned from the void. Why would he be afraid of fighting the demon race in the void? When Xiaohua's figure landed, he took a closer look. This void was different from the previous void. It was suffused with a strange blood-red color. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and immediately understood that this was a void boundary similar to the one in the blood drop paradise. The blood-red fog rapidly corroded Xiaohua's divine sense. However, Xiaohua's divine sense was as tough as steel. The moment it came into contact with the blood-red fog, it immediately retreated. The blood-red space did not affect his divine sense at all. Haha! Several wild laughter came from the edge of the bloody space. The 6 demon monarchs in the shape of 6 stars revealed their demon bodies amidst their laughter. The demon monarchs' demon bodies were several hundred zhong in size, and the black flames and bloody light on them condensed into strange demon patterns. Each demon pattern was like a small world, and inside it was filled with roars, blood, hatred, and other negative emotions. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to attack. He only released his domain to protect himself within 100 zhong. He calmly looked at the numerous demon monarchs and secretly laughed in his heart. Damn, these demon monarchs are really different from the demon generals I saw in the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, this demon race's technique is also higher level than the blood drop paradise. My devil body has already completed the blood drop grotto heaven, and there are no other techniques for further cultivation. Now that I have come here by chance, although I have yet to figure out what kind of world the ruins is in, this technique is the real deal. There are more than 10 demon monarchs in the void, and other demon generals. They should have techniques of the demon race, right? This Xiao only needs one technique. Even if this Xiao can't cultivate this technique, when I see second senior brother in the future, he can still use it. Haha, these stupid pigs. How could the demon monarch, who was despised by Xiaohua as a stupid pig, know of Xiaohua's wishful thinking? Seeing Xiaohua standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but laugh out loud again and shouted, "Ha ha, you human! Obediently become this demon monarch's blood food." If this demon monarch is happy, I can even release your soul and let you fall into the netherworld to start anew. Otherwise, I will let you be like those wandering souls, unable to reincarnate for thousands of years. While speaking, that demon monarch seemed to be demonstrating his power. He waved his hand in the air, and a pitch-black banner was taken out. On the banner, numerous bloodlights surged, and countless wandering souls were shouting. There was even a soul that was emitting golden light that was about to fly out from the banner. Damn it! The devil monarch was unable to control the devil banner and spat out a mouthful of devil blood onto the golden soul. Ah! The golden soul roared as it covered its head and rolled around in the air. Devil Chief flew out from the banner and pulled the soul into it. In just a few breaths of time, wung wung wung, the sound of an army galloping could be heard. That golden soul turned into a valiant general riding on a jet-black, demonic beast. It stepped out of the void, and the halberd in the soul's hand gave off an indescribable fluctuation. It actually made Xiao Hua's hair stand on end. How can you make the first move? Another demon monarch beside the demon monarch was anxious. Didn't we agree to attack together? As he spoke, the devil monarch hastily raised his hand and clapped. A pitch-black brilliance frantically flew out from the top of his head. That brilliance transformed into an image that was exactly the same as the devil monarch in midair. His hand was actually holding a devil sword like a Dao sect cultivator, and he stabbed it towards Xiao Hua. In this blood-colored space, under the thrust of the demon sword, the previous violent wave immediately fell in front of Xiao Hua's domain in a few breaths. Haha! Xiao Hua laughed and patted his head. Demon brothers, don't be anxious. Come one by one. This little one has a considerate service here that will satisfy you. Boom. But at the top of Xiao Hua's head, a 9-colored Buddhist light gushed out, and Buddha Bodhi's 8-foot golden body appeared along with the Buddhist light. The moment Bodhi appeared, the Buddhist light immediately tore the blood-colored space to a size of 100 zhong. Wherever the Buddhist light went, all the blood color disappeared, and all the space collapsed. Namo Methriya Buddha. Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha and said, "Before Buddha, a seed of karma, today it bears fruit. The Sarira is the spirit, and Bodhi has achieved the golden body." As Bodhi's voice fell, his hands formed a Buddhist seal, and the power of mountains, like a heavenly dragon roaring, rushed towards the demon monarch's sword light, and the power of karma, like a sea of blood, rushed towards the demon banner's soul. This is the Buddha Kingdom golden body. The two demon monarchs were shocked. How could he appear here? However, after being surprised, extreme greed appeared in the eyes of the two demon monarchs. One of the demon monarchs shouted, "Everyone, this Buddha Kingdom golden body belongs to us. No one can snatch it from us." While speaking, the two demon monarchs not only activated their demon weapons, but also stepped on demon flames and personally rushed over, as if this Bodhi was a great tonic. Damn it! The third demon monarch shouted, "Why didn't I make the first move? Haha, then I'll take this human elder as my food." Following this demon monarch's roar, another demon monarch beside him also shouted, "How can you be his opponent? I'll help you. We'll share it together." Roar. The third demon monarch stepped on a demon beast that was at least 1,000 zhong long. The demon beast spat out demon flames from its mouth, and on its wings, there were thousands of zhong of demon flames that rushed towards Xiao Hua. The fourth demon monarch waved his hand, and tens of thousands of tentacles quickly spread in the blood-colored space, attacking Xiao Hua faster than the demon flames. Didn't this Xiao say? One by one. Not a single one will be left out. Xiao Hua smiled proudly, but he didn't activate his divine ability. Instead, he flipped his palm and landed on the top of his head. Boom! Another 5-colored light gushed out, and a Xiao Hua wearing a scholar's robe rushed out while stepping on a 5-colored auspicious cloud with his hands behind his back. The scholar cultivator Xiao Hua landed in the air, and the aura surging around him was also the nemesis of the demon Qi. Wherever the multicolored light and auspicious cloud touched, the blood-colored space melted, and waves of whales came out from the blood-colored space. Thousands of demons were killed by this multicolored light. The scholar cultivator Xiao Hua sang, 5 Qis unifying as my earth, 3 flowers gathering as my sky, Xiantian true Qi as my body, Civil Star Lord as my name. As the scholar cultivator Xiao Hua waved his hand, 2 sword lights soared into the sky, respectively tearing the blood-colored space apart, and rushed towards the 2 demon monarchs fiercely rushing towards him. The 5th demon monarch looked at the 6th demon monarch, who was also surprised, and said with some disbelief, "This human cultivator, how many primordial spirits did he cultivate? Could it be that he has already surpassed the Tao transformation realm of the cultivation world? How is that possible?" The 6th demon monarch sneered. If he had surpassed the Tao transformation realm, he would have already entered the Moon Palace. Why would he need to suffer here? Damn it, everyone, take your time. I want to see how many primordial spirits this little Shundao sect elder has cultivated. While speaking, the 2 demon monarchs also activated their divine abilities. One transformed into a 1,000 feet tall demon and rushed down, while the other's demon body disappeared and turned into hundreds of millions of demons, rushing towards Xiao Hua like a flood. That's all. Xiao Hua was extremely calm, and once again patted his head. Boom. A pure dragon Qi soared into the sky, and a 5-clawed golden dragon with supreme auspicious light surging around it flew out. As soon as the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, streams of dragon Qi formed a jade necklace. Although the jade necklace's light was not as bright as the Buddhist light and innate true Qi, it still destroyed most of the blood-colored space. Roar! The 5-clawed golden dragon let out a dragon roar, and similarly sang, 100 million years of fate formed my soul, a dragon pool cast my body, the primordial world condensed my soul, and the dragon vein formed my name. The dragon's body swayed, and in the blood-colored space, it turned into thousands of feet long, and pounced towards the 2 demon monarchs who were already close to it. The blood-colored space was already on the verge of collapse. Under the Buddhist light, Bodhi activated his psyche power and fought evenly with the 2 demon monarchs. In the 5-colored true Qi, of course, when Qi was not to be outdone. His 2 flying swords were like swimming dragons, dealing with the 2 demon monarchs with ease. Relying on his physical body and chanting the heavenly dragon language technique, he gradually suppressed the 2 demon monarchs. Xiao Hua chuckled and said, "Demon brothers? Do you have any other tricks?" Buzz. The surrounding space trembled, and dozens of blood-colored lights surged out again, reinforcing the space. The remaining 12 demon monarchs appeared with indescribable expressions. They looked at the 3 fighting groups, then looked at the complacent Xiao Hua, and exchanged glances with each other. Then, another 2 demon monarchs stepped on their demonic beasts and rushed out, as if they wanted to see what trick Xiao Hua had up his sleeves. Ha ha. Xiao Hua did not hesitate to pat his palm again. Under the horrified gazes of the demon monarchs, the formless Yuanying stepped on a thunderbolt and appeared in front of the demon monarchs. The formless nascent soul was originally formless, but it was able to reveal itself in the void. It was only 3 feet tall and was surrounded by lightning. As soon as it landed in the blood-red space, the surrounding space was pulverized by a series of thunderbolts. A gentle voice came from its mouth. "Thunderbolts are my name, thunderbolts are my weapons, thunderbolts are my actions, and heavenly retribution is my fate." Chapter 4086. As soon as he finished speaking, the formless nascent soul named Thunder gradually expanded under the control of the green-robed Xiao Hua. It turned into a cultivator with a similar figure to Xiaohua. It held 2 thunderbolts as weapons and faced the 2 demon monarchs. What is this thing? The demon monarchs were puzzled when they saw the nascent soul appear. However, an indescribable temptation was born from the nascent soul's spiritual body. The demon monarchs couldn't help but drool. Kill, another 2 demon monarchs shouted. Demon clouds appeared under their feet, and they roared as they pounced toward Xiaohua. Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly and slapped the door again. Another wave of dense, desolate aura rushed out. This aura frightened all the demon monarchs, causing them to tremble slightly, as if they wanted to escape. However, when they saw Xiaohua, who was 100 feet tall, flying out, greed appeared in their eyes. Bone-tempering Xiaohua laughed and said, "Bone-tempering 7 colors into my body, origin gathering into my soul, desolate wilderness casting into my soul, celestial descent creating my name." As bone-tempering Xiaohua, who called himself a celestial being, pounced towards the 2 demon monarchs with a Big Dipper fist, the other demon monarchs were slightly stunned. One demon monarch said curiously, This seems to be similar to my demon realm's great cycle of stars fist technique. This thing that's filled with desolate aura, how can it understand my demon realm's fist technique? Could it be that this is a desolate variant possessed by my demon realm senior? A demon monarch guessed. Damn it, these 2 things are taking advantage of us. The other demon monarchs were somewhat jealous. If they occupy this desolate variant, I'm afraid they can quickly advance to Demon Emperor or even Demon Lord. This desolate variant is no longer the primordial spirit of a human cultivator. The other 2 demon monarchs were very alert. They hurriedly urged the demon clouds to fly out and laughed. Let us see the means of this human cultivator. Seeing 2 more demon monarchs charging at him, Xiaohua laughed out loud. Bronze light flashed around his body as he executed the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. As his body grew bigger, the phoenix parasol flew out from the light. An even more violent demonic energy filled the blood-red space. A clear cry came from the phoenix parasol, and the voice of the phoenix parasol resounded throughout the entire space. The ancient heavenly phoenix became my body, the holy bloodline gathered my soul, the divine demonic array created my soul, and the phoenix parasol tree is my name. As the phoenix parasol flapped its wings, a demon clan aura that was even stronger than dragon vein Xiaohua surged out in all directions. The phoenix parasol was like a bolt of lightning as it flew across the sky and landed in front of the 2 demon monarchs. As the demon chi danced in the air, layers of demon runes condensed into ancient runes, blocking the demon chi and demon flames of the 2 demon monarchs. Why did the desolate wilderness demon race appear again? All the demon monarchs were shocked. If the celestial being still had some desolate wilderness aura, then the phoenix parasol was soaked in desolate wilderness aura from head to toe. However, this desolate wilderness aura was slightly thin and not as thick as they had imagined. Now, there were only 6 devil monarchs left. 2 of them couldn't hold themselves back and jumped out. They brandished their devil weapons and summoned a devil fire that was 1,000 feet long to charge at Xiaohua. They even shouted, "That human, I want to see what other tricks you have." Although Xiaohua couldn't understand what the 2 demon kings were talking about, he gave a faint smile. Green light surged out from between the eyebrows of his enormous golden body. Puff! A dark green stream of light rushed out. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, who was wearing an ancient magus outfit and a crown on his head, flew out. Xiaohua held the pen in his hand, smiled faintly, then opened his mouth. Tens of green seal characters flew out, one after another turning into the voice of gods and ghosts in midair. When the heaven and earth were born, my soul was born. The sun and moon transformed into my soul. The chaos transformed into my language. The prehistorical magus overlord is my name. This sound easily tore apart the blood-colored space, and the green light even surrounded the 2 demon monarchs. The sole power on the airbrush that could give the dragon painting finishing touch trembled, and a large amount of demonic chi was turned into nothingness. The remaining 4 demon monarchs trembled in midair. Xiao Hua's methods were getting more and more inconceivable. These demon monarchs who had always been fearless could no longer imagine what other tricks Xiao Hua had up his sleeves. They looked at each other, and the bloody light surged around their bodies. Their figures gradually turned transparent. Since things have already come to this point, why do you still want to run? Xiao Hua sneered. Demon chi surged around Xiao Hua's body, and the demon monarch Xiao Hua flew out of Xiao Hua's heavenly laws embodiment technique.
Ah!
The 4 demon monarchs saw the demon monarch Xiao Hua's demon chi. Although they were stunned, disdain appeared in their eyes. They were about to flee, but they stopped. Greed appeared in their eyes. They wanted to devour Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua sneered and sang, "An immortal weapon formed my soul. Billions of blood spirits cast my soul. An ancient demon weapon formed my body. Endless slaughter is my name." As Xiao Hua's voice drifted out, the demon monarch Xiao Hua waved the demon monarch Xiao Hua's left hand. Boundless demon chi turned into monstrous demon flames that surged towards the 4 demon monarchs. When the 4 demon monarchs saw the demon monarch Xiao Hua's demon chi, they shouted in unison, "Demon monarch Xiao Hua! How do you have demon monarch Xiao Hua?" At this point, the 4 demon monarchs no longer dared to be arrogant in front of demon monarch Xiao Hua. Their demon chi surged rapidly, and their bodies seemed to fade away. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua sneered, "All of you, stay here." As he spoke, Shi Jiang waved his double blade, but he did not slash at the 4 demon monarchs. Instead, he raised his blade and slashed down, sealing off the surrounding space. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he rubbed his hands, and several rays of crystal light fell into the air. They transformed into small snake-like crystal threads that fluttered around the 4 demon monarchs. Whenever the demon monarch's devil chi came into contact with the crystal threads, they would explode into pieces. In just a few breaths, the 4 demon monarchs were forced into a ball by Xiao Hua. Do you know what it means to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it? Xiao Hua looked around at the battle that was taking place within 100 kilometers. He said indifferently, "It would be easy for this old man to kill all of you. However, in order to beat you at your own game, I had no choice but to make you fall into my trap. Now that this old man's plan has succeeded, all of you just obediently become my dishes." As he spoke, Shi suddenly waved his demonic blade. The bodies of the 4 demon monarchs trembled. They tried their best to activate their demonic chi to block, but the surrounding space was sealed by Xiao Hua. Not only were they unable to produce their demonic flames, they were also unable to use their innate ability to escape through the air. As the demonic blade descended, more than 50% of their bodies were chopped off. Puff! Demon monarch Xiao Hua's face revealed true ferocity. He opened his mouth, and demon chi flew out, turning into a net that covered the 4 demon monarchs. Under the urging of the demon flames, the 4 demon monarchs obediently fell into demon monarch Xiao Hua's mouth. "Fellow Taoists, you can make your move now." Xiao Hua looked at Shi with satisfaction as he once again opened his mouth and sucked in all the demonic chi around him. Only then did he open his mouth and laugh. "Good." Bodhi and the others laughed together. Their cultivation was much higher than the 2 demon monarchs, but in order to lure them, they had been hiding their strength. With Xiao Hua's command, they used all kinds of methods. Bodhi took out his alms bowl, when Chu took out the Yuzhou cauldron, and one by one, they captured the demon monarchs in front of them. As for demon monarch Xiao Hua, his demon blade danced, and he easily killed dozens of demon generals. "Thank you, big brothers." Demon monarch Xiao Hua was very careful. He bowed to the other primordial spirits, then opened his mouth again. The primordial spirits sent the captured demon monarchs into demon monarch Xiao Hua's mouth. Looking at demon monarch Xiao Hua devouring the 18 demon monarchs, when Chu and the others clasped their hands and entered Xiao Hua's body. Taking advantage of this time, Demon Monarch Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and all the demon chi and demon flames in the blood-red space fell into his stomach. Xiao Hua looked around, nodded, and said, "Not bad. We have achieved a great victory in our first battle. Congratulations. It's all thanks to big brothers. This little brother is nothing." Demon Monarch Xiao Hua was very humble. Xiao Hua looked at Demon Monarch Xiao Hua and the demon blade on his left arm and said, "These demon monarchs seem to know the origin of this demon blade. Carefully look at their memories and their cultivation techniques and those that are suitable for you to cultivate yourself. If there are any extra, you have to transfer them and leave them for Zhongqing Xiao in the future." "Yes, little brother understands." Demon Monarch Xiao Hua nodded, and his body began to transform. And at this moment, an extremely powerful wave penetrated from outside the void. Demon Monarch Xiao Hua frowned, and the demon blade in his hand was about to swing out. "You can go back," Xiao Hua calmly instructed. "Wait for me to go, and see what happened." "Yes, sir." Demon Monarch Xiao Hua turned into a wisp of green smoke and entered Xiao Hua's body. The delusion breaker eye between Xiao Hua's brows opened, and a silver-white pillar of light landed in the void, easily tearing open a spatial crack that was several zhong in size. At this moment, the ripple swept across Xiao Hua's body and turned elsewhere.
Oh,
"What is this?" Xiao Hua tore open the void and stepped on the air. He couldn't help but be surprised, only to see a strange demon beast that was thousands of zhong in size crawling in the air. This demon beast looked like a rabbit, but its entire body was covered with scales. A golden horn protruded from between its blood-red eyes. The powerful ripple came from this golden horn. On the back of the monster, a pair of wings that were thousands of zhong in size emitted a slightly holy moonlight. The remaining demonic energy near the teleportation array was all dispersed by this moonlight. "Taoist Master Xiao." A hoarse voice with pleasant surprise entered Xiao Hua's ears. "You?
who are you?"
Looking at this old woman who was about to die, Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with confusion as he asked in a low voice.
I.
This old woman was naturally Yuming Xian. Her eyes were filled with ecstasy, and tears were already flowing down. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to explain. "No, you are..." Xiao Hua looked at Yuming Xian's familiar clothes and the expression in her eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and cried out in surprise. "Taoist Master Xiao." Yu Chongming hurriedly flew over and said with a smile, "She is Junior's junior sister, Yuming Xian." "You? How did you become like this?" Xiao Hua was very puzzled. He looked around and saw that the thousands of Taoist disciples were facing the moon beast that they had summoned. They were all kneeling on the ground, not daring to stand up. "Taoist Master Xiao," Yu Chongming hurriedly explained. "Junior sister saw you fall into the demon monarch's demonic array." After Yu Chongming explained the situation, Xiao Hua's heart softened. He smiled and said, "You silly girl, if this old man didn't want to, how could a mere demon monarch take this old man away? Open your mouth." Chapter 4087. When Yu Mingxin heard Xiao Hua calling her a silly girl, her tears flowed down uncontrollably. When she saw Xiao Hua in a difficult situation and remembered that Xiao Hua had just saved her life, she panicked. When she thought of the moon beast, it was as if she had grasped onto a life-saving straw. She did not consider the consequences at all. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little scared. When Yu Mingxin heard Xiao Hua's order, although she did not understand, she still obediently opened her small mouth that was full of wrinkles. Xiao Hua reached out his hand, and a rejuvenation pill fell into her mouth. Along with the numbing lightning, the medicinal liquid flowed into Yu Mingxin's stomach. It was as if time had turned back, and it was also as if a spring breeze was caressing her face. Her wrinkled face was filled with youthfulness, and her white hair turned black. This rejuvenation pill was made by the green-robed Xiao Hua and the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua together. It was not as simple as just restoring youthfulness. Although Yu Mingxin could not completely recover the hundreds of years of her lifespan that she had lost for Xiao Hua, with the help of the rejuvenation pill, she could still recover most of her lifespan. Taoist Master Xiao. Looking at her wrinkled hands becoming plump little by little, how could Yu Mingxin not know the miraculous effects of Xiao Hua's medicinal pills? In the end, Yu Mingxin waved her hand, but on the surface of the mirror, a beautiful and delicate woman like a flower and jade appeared once again. Yu Mingxin's heart thumped wildly. She said tenderly, "Many thanks for Taoist Master's rejuvenation technique." "No need." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "You gave up your life essence for me, so I naturally have to replenish it for you. This is what I should do." Puff puff. Just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, a strange sound came from beside Xiao Hua. Then, a powerful wave swept through the void and landed on Xiao Hua's body. A shadow that was a few feet tall appeared beside Yu Mingxin. It was the shadow of the moon beast that was a few feet tall. The moon beast that was 1,000 feet tall was indeed intimidating, but the shadow that was a few feet tall was as cute as a rabbit. Especially when the shadow of the moon beast was sniffing something beside Yu Mingxin and flapping its wings anxiously, it was really unbearable to look at. Spiritual Master Xiao. Yu Mingxin understood the moon beast's thoughts. She begged softly, "Do you still have any more pills? Lord Moon Beast seems to like that pill." Xiao Hua looked at the moon beast and rolled his eyes. He smiled and said, "You were summoned by Miss Mingxian, so you can be considered to be fated with her. Don't forget her name. She is Yu Mingxian, a disciple of the fragrant cult in the ruins." Puff, puff. The Luna beast seemed to have understood what he was saying. It flapped its tiny wings. Xiao Hua raised his hand and threw another rejuvenation pill into the moon beast's mouth. Boom! The Luna beast's wings trembled, and the entire shadow shattered into pieces. Then, the Luna beast let out a long cry at the moon shadow in the sky. Apart from 2 pieces that remained on the ground, the rest fell into the Luna beast's body. Then, a wave of energy shot up into the sky, and the moonlight shone down as well. The Luna beast's body started to shrink rapidly, and in a moment, it disappeared. The moonlight also disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swoosh! As the moonlight disappeared, the 2 pieces of the Luna beast's shadow also disappeared. However, Xiao Hua and Yu Mingxian were shocked at the same time. They saw a faint image of the Luna beast appearing at the same spot on their right hand. Damn it! Yu Mingxian's heart was filled with happiness. She hurriedly kowtowed to the moonlight. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was shocked and could not help but curse. The Luna beast's strength was nothing to Xiao Hua, but its method was really strange. Xiao Hua actually did not know how the fragments fell into his hands. Farewell, Lord Moon Beast. Thousands of Taoist cultivators kowtowed together as they shouted. This Luna beast is a little strange. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the vague outline of the moon. This moon palace is even stranger. I just don't know if my cultivation technique is different from the ruins. Otherwise, I would really want to go to the moon world to take a look. After sending off the Luna beast, the thousands of Taoist cultivators bowed together and said, "Juniors, thanks Spiritual Master Xiao for saving our lives." You're welcome. Xiao Hua waved his hand and helped all the cultivators up. He smiled and said, "We are all from the human race. Of course, we have to face the demon race together. Moreover, I am very happy that all of you are praying for me together just now." Immediately after, the various sects and clans recommended a few disciples to meet Xiao Hua and ask him to take care of the matters here. Unfortunately, how could Xiao Hua make the decision? He smiled and said, "Although I am your senior, I am still new here. I am not very clear about the ruins. You can discuss it first. When you need me, just tell me." "Yes." A few disciples who were of virtue and virtue replied and started to discuss in low voices. In just a moment, they had already decided on a plan. They came together to report. It was nothing more than sending disciples back to the various sects to report, leaving most of the disciples here to guard the teleportation formations. They also asked the disciples who knew a little about teleportation formations to repair the teleportation formations first. When the seniors from the various sects who were proficient in teleportation formations arrived, all the teleportation formations would be repaired. Xiaohua did not raise any objections. They all nodded in agreement and let these disciples pass down the orders. Although Xiaohua did not say anything, his existence was where everyone felt at ease. Following these orders, the group of disciples set up defenses, transmitted messages, and repaired the teleportation formations in an orderly manner. However, after a moment, those few disciples left again with somewhat difficult expressions. They said in a low voice, "Dao Xiao, we juniors have another piece of news that we do not know whether it is true or false. Please make a decision."
Oh.
What news? Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he asked somewhat strangely. At this moment, a large man dressed in embroidered clothes held a treasured saber in his hand. He landed in front of Xiao Hua and bowed, saying, "Junior is Shindao Sect's disciple Wan Wuxin. Greetings, Daoist Xiao." Wan Wuxin? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept a glance at Yu Mingxin, who was standing at the side with a smile. An indescribable sense of familiarity arose in his heart. Thus, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "What news do you have?" "This." Wan Wuxin was somewhat hesitant. He said in a low voice, "Junior received a piece of news, but could not distinguish whether it was true or false. Junior originally wanted to use the teleportation formation to send the news back to Shindao Sect and ask the seniors in the sect to make a decision. However, when I arrived here and saw that the teleportation formation had been attacked by the Devil Clan, I felt that this news was conclusive. However, when I thought that there were actually more than 10 Devil Monarchs lying in ambush here, Junior felt that this news was also a trap. Thus, Junior did not dare to be certain. Moreover, Junior did not dare to tell the disciples of the other sects, 'Tell me, I have my own judgment.'" Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. He interrupted Wan Wuxin's words and asked. Wan Wuxin's face was slightly red. His words indeed had the intention of shirking responsibility. Since Xiaohua had seen through it, he could not help but say, "Junior received news that a Devil Emperor personally led 500,000 Devil soldiers and Devil generals to the southwest of the ruins. He wanted to exterminate White Cloud Monastery, Soft Sound Palace, Fou Ridge, and 10 other sects." There were several thousand disciples at the teleportation formation. Of course, there were disciples from White Cloud Monastery and other sections. When these disciples heard this, they could not help but become anxious. A few of them immediately bowed and said, "Daoist Xiao, our sects are in trouble. Daoist Xiao, please help us. Daoist Xiao's grace, we will never forget it." This, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. Killing a few devil generals and capturing a few devil monarchs did not pose too much pressure to him. It was as easy as lifting his hand. However, if he was facing a devil emperor, facing hundreds of thousands of devil soldiers and devil generals, it was not something that he alone could decide the outcome of the battle. Moreover, how could such an important piece of news be easily obtained by a disciple like Wan Wuxin? Even if Xiaohua used his heel to think, he would know that this was a trap. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and said, "You all discuss it first. This old man still has some urgent matters to attend to." After he finished speaking, Xiaohua's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. After that, everyone felt that a strong hurricane was born high up in the sky. It swept towards the surrounding 10,000 li radius. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere. The sky was filled with chaos. What is Senior Xiao doing? Wan Wuxin looked at everyone with some astonishment and asked in a low voice. Several people shook their heads slightly. Sensing that the surrounding temperature was gradually turning cold, they were also puzzled. Yuming Xian smiled. Senior Xiao is using a secret technique to detect the whereabouts of the nearby devil race. He should be preparing to go to the southwest border to help the 10 sections. However, he is afraid that the previous 10 devil monarchs will have an even bigger ambush near the teleportation formation. Daoist Xiao is really considerate. Everyone sighed in their hearts. They hurriedly lowered their heads to discuss how to send a message to the 3 major sects and how to send disciples to assist the 10 sections. Xiao Huan naturally wasn't searching for the traces of the devil race, like Yuming Xian said. He just thought of the devil monarch's devil banner and knew that under the siege of the devil race, the souls of the cultivators who died in battle couldn't fall into the 9 underworlds. Therefore, he opened his illusion breaker eye and urged the netherworld origin power of the inside of space to collect the souls of the cultivators who died in battle. This collection didn't matter, but it gave Xiao Hua fright. Not only were there many wandering souls near the teleportation formation, even the surrounding 10,000 li radius and 100,000 li radius were also filled with wandering souls. Presumably, the devil race didn't have time to refine and devour the cultivators who died in the successive battles. When Xiao Hua returned with a full load, Wan Wuxin and the others also discussed the result. Some disciples even left the teleportation formation and rushed to other places to spread this news. Senior, Wan Wuxin said carefully. Junior got this news by chance. As he spoke, Wan Wuxin told the process of how he got the news. It was nothing more than going deep into the enemy's rear and relying on some small tricks to hear some secrets of the devil race. Finally, Wan Wuxin said again, Junior knows this process sounds very unrealistic, but the language of the devil race is abnormally obscure. Our human cultivators have never been able to understand it, especially the lowest level devil soldiers. They come from all parts of the devil world. The syllables they speak are also different. However, Junior had some luck previously and obtained a jade slip. Inside it is the pronunciation method of the devil world. Although Junior can understand the majority of the devil race's pronunciation, there are still 2 or 3 obscure syllables that Junior can understand. Yet, what you heard from the demon soldier is what you understand. Xiao Hua asked thoughtfully as he pinched his chin. Wan Wuxin nodded vigorously. Indeed. Then, Wan Wuxin took out a bright silver jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua. He said respectfully, Senior, if you don't believe me, you can take a look. Chapter 4088. Seeing Wan Wuxin's worry and panic, Xiao Hua shook his head and said with a smile, It's not that I don't believe you. I just feel that my cultivation hasn't reached the level where I can fight against the Demon Emperor. Moreover, I have to face 500,000 demon soldiers, so I'm a bit hesitant. Xiao Hua's words were very honest, far from the hypocritical excuses of an ordinary senior. This made everyone feel more at ease. A cultivator said with a smile, Senior, please rest assured. In fact, although there are only a dozen sects in the southwest border, there are millions of disciples. However, there aren't many experts in these sects, so it's difficult to resist the Demon Emperor. Senior defeated a dozen demon monarchs before. Although your cultivation isn't as high as the Demon Emperor, I'm afraid it's not much different. The heads of the 10 sects, plus Senior, should be able to hold on for several days. At this time, the news of the Demon Emperor's attack on the southwest border has already spread. In a few days, the disciples of the 3 great sects and other sects will come to the southwest border. Senior, you just need to delay until then. Wan Wuxin. Xiao Hua nodded slightly, raised his hand and said, Give me your jade slip. I want to make a copy. No problem, Senior, please. Wan Wuxin hurriedly handed the jade slip to Xiao Hua. At the same time, several other disciples hurriedly took out different jade slips from their spatial rings and handed them to Xiao Hua one by one. They all seemed to be jade slips that recorded the demon race's language. After Xiao Hua made a copy of these jade slips, He looked at them slightly and said, "I'm going to the southwest border. Is there a transmission array that can directly go there? Which disciple is willing to lead the way for me?" "I'm willing." Not only were the disciples of the 10 sects enthusiastic, Wan Wuxin, Yu Mingxin, and Yu Changming also flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming and said with a smile, "You two don't need to go. You've just escaped, so you should hurry back to the fragrant religion. Bring the southwest border matter back to the sect, and also my apology. When I return from the southwest border, I will pay a visit to your sect master." Yu Mingxin seemed to insist, but Xiaohua shook his head at her and said, "Moreover, Miss Yu's profound qi was damaged, so you must go back and recuperate. Otherwise, wouldn't my pills be wasted? If you still want to have a head full of white hair, you can follow me to the southwest border." Yuming Xian stuck out her tongue. Thinking back to her nightmarish experience, she nodded obediently. "Let's go." Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew into the air. He shouted, "We'll rush to the southwest border. I hope it won't be too late." "Yes." The crowd of about 100 cultivators responded and followed Xiao Hua into the air. But after a short moment, Wan Wuxin turned his head and looked around, asking tentatively, "Senior Xiao, could it be that we're just going to fly over like this?" Xiao Hua's flying speed had long surpassed ordinary flying artifacts, so he didn't need to use the Pegasus, flying chariot, and other flying artifacts. Furthermore, he had just arrived at the ruins, so he wasn't familiar with anything in the ruins. Of course, he didn't know that there were other flying artifacts in the ruins other than teleportation formations. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This old man is someone from the outside world. I'm not familiar with the situation in the ruins. Feel free to speak your mind." "Yes, senior." Wan Wuxin smiled apologetically. He looked around and said, "Among the 10 sects in the southwest border, the one closest to here should be Baiyun Taoist Temple, right?" "Indeed." A Baiyun Taoist disciple hastily flew over and said, "From here to my Baiyun Taoist temple's Baixia Ridge, it's several million li." If we were to simply fly over, I'm afraid it would take several months. Although there are some teleportation formations in the middle, the closest teleportation formation is a million li away. However, since the Devil Emperor wants to invade the southwest border, he would most likely seal off the southwest 4 territories, so those teleportation formations can't be used. Also, because this is the teleportation hub, there aren't any sects nearby. Another disciple added, "The closest sect is Blood Palace Hall in the east. It's also a million li away. That Blood Palace Hall is 2 million li away from Baiyun Taoist Temple. Right now, the news has already been sent out through the passage near the teleportation formation, but even if Blood Palace Hall sends out disciples, they wouldn't be as fast as us. Furthermore, Blood Palace Hall has a grudge with Baiyun Taoist Temple, and 50 years ago, they were attacked by the Devil Race, so they probably wouldn't send out disciples to fight. Only when the 3 major sects, Incense-Spreading Cult, Shundao Sect, and Misty School, receive the news, the conference hall will jointly issue orders, and only then will the sects send out disciples to fight. Wan Wuxin continued, "Otherwise, I would have already told the other disciples." "It's a bit messy." Xiao Hua scratched his head. He wasn't good at commanding, and now that he had just arrived at the ruins, he was completely clueless about the Taoist Devil War, so he was even more confused after hearing all the disciples talking at once. Fortunately, Wan Wuxin whispered from the side, "Senior Xiao, the flames of war have spread throughout the ruins. Our Dao sect has more than 100 sections. Other than leaving enough disciples to guard the mountain gates, the other disciples have formed an army to fight against the Devil Race at the Outer Realm Great Array. The Devil Emperor suddenly left the battlefield and attacked the southwest border. Even if the army received the news, they would have to mobilize their troops immediately. Their actions are delayed, so they might not be able to save the 10 sections. Now, we have to rely on the disciples left behind by the other sections. Our Shundao sect, the 3 major sects, and the conference hall naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. However, If we had to use the teleportation formation to reach Blood Palace Hall and then fly to Baiyun Taoist Temple, I'm afraid it would be too late. As for Perfected Person, at this point, Wan Wuxin was somewhat hesitant, and he transmitted his voice. Senior, you don't have to take my words seriously when I asked you to save Baiyun Taoist Temple.
Oh, why?
Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, since I'm going to Baiyun Taoist Temple, why can't I save them? Senior's cultivation is heaven-defying and has already reached the Dao transformation realm, but the Devil Emperor is personally commanding 500,000 devil soldiers. Senior, you definitely can't face them alone. Moreover, Senior doesn't have to fight the Devil Emperor for real. Wan Wuxin explained, with Senior's divine ability, as long as you appear near Baiyun Taoist Temple and disturb the Devil Army, the Devil Emperor will know that their plan has been discovered by our Dao sect cultivators. They will definitely retreat and definitely won't be besieged by our Dao sect army. Oh. Xiaohua came to a realization and nodded. I understand. You want me to disturb the Devil Emperor and make him mistakenly think that the army is coming. Yes. Wan Wuxin nodded. That's exactly what Junior meant. In other words, it doesn't matter whether you go or not. Xiaohua looked at Wan Wuxin and asked meaningfully. Wan Wuxin's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly replied, Senior, you're overthinking.
This news was brought by me.
I don't know whether others will go or not, but I will definitely go with Senior. Then let's go together. Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Why do you still ask us if we can fly over? Senior? Wan Wuxin was somewhat helpless and could only say, what Junior means is that if we fly over like this, I'm afraid that the Devil Emperor will have already destroyed the 10 southwestern sections. If we have some flying Dharma treasure or some spatial transmission secret technique, our speed will be faster. Xiaohua sighed. Wan Wuxin, if you have anything to say, just say it. Who knows what you're going to say if you keep being secretive and only say half a sentence. Yes, Junior understands. Wan Wuxin's forehead was somewhat sweaty, but he was also secretly complaining in his heart. There were some things that he could say directly to Senior, but there were some things that he couldn't say for the sake of Senior's face. How could he know that Senior Xiaohua knew nothing about the ruins and had to ask about everything? Don't you have flying Dharma treasures? Xiaohua asked curiously. Naturally, we all have flying Dharma treasures. Wan Wuxin carefully replied, however, our flying Dharma treasures are relatively low-level and are only used for short distances. For long-distance flights, we usually use transmission arrays. Therefore, what Junior means is, does Senior have a Dharma treasure for long-distance flights? If you do, we can ride Senior's Dharma treasure and directly go there.
Hee.
Xiaohua laughed, waved his hand, and said, if it was before, this old man naturally didn't have one. But before we arrived at the ruins, this old man just happened to build a flying boat. Now it can be used. As Xiaohua waved his arm, a clap of thunder was heard out of thin air. Soon after, a huge black shadow appeared in front of everyone. A thunderous momentum rushed out from the black shadow, blowing all the cultivators to the point that they couldn't stand steadily. When everyone saw the thing that appeared in midair, their eyes unconsciously widened, and their faces were full of surprise. In midair, a thunderboat that was several thousand feet in size flashed with endless lightning, majestically floating there. The thunderboat was entirely ashen in color, and on the surface of the thunderboat, there were clear runes that flowed in the shape of lightning. The bow of the thunderboat was like a flying sword, and a layer of lightning arc was produced, instantly passing through the surface of the thunderboat and landing on the stern of the thunderboat. The stern of the thunderboat was also like a flying sword, but when the lightning reached the tip of the flying sword, it turned into a sphere of lightning that was 1 foot in size and entered the thunderboat. As the lightning arc flashed, the entire thunderboat let out a rumbling sound. This rumbling sound was incessant, and it seemed to resonate in everyone's heart. Wan Wuxin and the other cultivators of the ancient ruins had seen many flying Dharma artifacts. Some of them might be bigger than this thunderboat, and some of them might be more majestic than this thunderboat. However, they had never seen a flying Dharma artifact that was driven by lightning. Wan Wuxing groaned and asked somewhat weakly, "Senior, this flying boat of yours, how many primordial stones do you need to drive it?" "Haha, if I need to use primordial stones to drive it, then this old man will be poor to death after flying for a while. I'm afraid that no matter how many primordial stones I have, it won't be enough." Xiaohua laughed, waved his hand, and said, "Everyone, get on." "Yes, seniors." The disciples were overjoyed, and they all flew onto the thunderboat. When they arrived on the thunderboat, the disciples realized that the thunderboat was covered with puppets. These puppets were in human form, and some were in beast form. They were either driving the flying boat or patrolling the thunderboat. Everything was in good order. Wan Wuxing, Xiaohua shouted, "Do we fly directly to the southwest?" "Yes, senior." Wan Wuxing hurriedly replied, "At this time, we just need to fly to the southwest." While speaking, Huan Wu Xian pointed in the southwest direction, as if drawing legs on a snake. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.